said something about Iraq, but I guess I was just imagining shit. So,
yeah.
all right. Well, either way,
Iraq.
nevertheless.
Okay, now I'm live. Let's hang on. Let me go to you and,
Yep.
and do let's stream together, and then we should be ready to do like the actual
Let's stream together.
Content
for sure.
Just
Screw it. We'll do it live.
Rub the tips.
Ooh, should I be careful about my language and such? You said screw it, not fuck it, so I didn't know.
Well, I said that because I don't know where you guys are streaming the toss rules. So
again, it's Twitch is the only place I'm streaming right now, and
Twitch, Kick, and YouTube. That's the only things I have set up right now.
So you have to say like essay instead of the other thing.
Oh yeah, I mean I'm not monetized yet, so it doesn't.
Oh, instead of sexual assault, you mean?
Yeah, or
yeah,
or
no
you
problem.
Don't
like
say
great.
that.
Everybody says great.
Everybody knows that.
GSX, if I get nuked because of a censorship issue, I will wear that as a badge of fucking honor. So that's how.
I just wanted to make sure I understood the rules of the conversation before I engaged in.
I appreciate that. Nope.
Rapid fire exchange.
No, drop them like they're hot, my friend. Welcome in, Beach. Welcome to the chat, my friend.
The Horseradish. Now we bring up yours.
That is me. I am the Horseradish. There's two of me, but I'm the with the underscore.
So. No, I've got you in my chat arena. Okay, here we go. Okay, go to mine.
I am.
Go to my channel and then hit knock.
Knock.
Not kick.
Okay.
No, on Twitch.
Oh, I see. Ask to join stream anytime.
Yes, that
type a message. Okay, I'll click that. Start streaming together.
Yeah, this has private chat, and then it's gonna have. Oh, Doomerang, welcome in, sir. It's gonna. So if you pull up, the comments on the right, Horseradish, and Jixer, you're gonna be able to see I think the way I figured it, your chat and all of my chat, and if Jixer figures out how to go live, his chat also on all the platforms that it's live on.
I can definitely see Doomerang's comment. So
accept. Here we go. This is I kind of wanted to get this stuff all handled like in like sound test beforehand, but this is we're in brave new world here. Blazing a trail.
You know what? No, the thing is, people tell me I have the jankiest stream on Twitch because I'm constantly figuring out new shit. So the fact that somebody else is fucking with this live makes me feel warm and fuzzy inside. So because I'm like, I'm not that fucking old. I'm not as boomer as you people think I am. All right. So I've clicked the thing, but no. So it's got a copy and a whole list of things that looks like my stream thing.
Okay, so it looks like you're the host in the stream together, so you have to click.
I'm gonna cancel then.
Shared chat, and then that'll put our chats together.
Stream this video on your channel. I don't know how to do that. I didn't mean to do that. God, I fucked up, bro. All right. Okay, chat. No, that's the stream chat.
Yeah, over on I'm not sure how to get to it.
Yeah, start viewer call-ins, manage, start sharing chat right there. Shared chat is enabled.
Okay, there we go. Shared chat is on. Okay, so good. Here, let's I test. I say test.
Yeah. I was getting you in stereo, but I think I fixed that. Was that in your chat that I just saw that?
I was too briefly, but yeah, just mute the tab for the stream together
that's
thing.
Exactly what I did.
Yeah, I typed in my chat. Did it show up in yours?
Hold on. Okay, got it. Test.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, I see. Yes. Naughty Roddy in your chat. Okay, there we go. Now,
shared chat mod window. Dope. Oh, because you're a mod. Welcome in. Yeah, appreciate you there, Roddy. Oh, sweet Christ, that's a terrifying thought. You being my mod for the night. the most modded dude of all. All right.
Okay, yeah, I got Naughty Roddy on my kick. Oh, hello. Good morrow.
There we go. I think we're fucking getting there, boys.
Wait.
Cheers, gentlemen.
Yeah, like Boomers intensify. Boomers assemble.
Okay, I got to ask a question actually about that because I'm pretty sure all three of us are actually the same generation. As a Gen Xer, does it piss you off when people call you boomer? Like it's like, dude, you're calling me my fucking
No.
dad. Oh no, see, yeah, don't call me my dad. Don't lump me in with my folks' generation. That is like the worst thing you can say to me.
I'm kind of zen.
Fair. I'm jealous.
It does.
Oh,
I
check this out.
get annoyed.
Okay, good.
Look.
Thank you.
Look at this. See, so now any comment from your chat,
It pops up on the thingy there too.
Well, that's I'm doing that manually. Yeah, but you can pick any comment now, or just because like I got a cross chat bot also, so that like the YouTubes can see the Twitters or and the Twitch can see the kick and all yeah. There you go.
All right.
Or there.
That it should work.
Did you type that in your did you type that in your channel? Do I hear what? Wait, I can look.
Excuse me, hang on a second.
Yeah, you typed "Do I hear what" in your channel, right?
Yes, correct. I typed that into my into my channel.
So this was the experiment that if we do stream together, it shows up natively from my channel inside StreamYard, so I can pull it up as if it was on my channel, but it was in your channel.
And this is because you paid for StreamYard, correct?
Well, not because I paid for it. Paying for it just let me get multiple targets. You can do one target. If you're the host, you can do one target. Funny thing, if you're not paying for it and you're a guest, you can do two targets.
That is weird.
Isn't that odd? Okay, so yeah, we're good to.
I think we're doing the thing. We're good to. Although we lost number 3.
I'm here. I'm just screwing around trying to get my camera to actually show up as a virtual camera. It's not. It seems cooperate.
It seems like your microphone has lost its luster.
I'm probably just sitting too far away from it. Gotcha. Sorry about that.
No worries.
We'll just fix that. You guys do your thing. I'm not too.
Gorilla Biscuits. Good evening.
Not too worried.
Many crayons.
That might actually help. Hang on. Let's try this. Hang on. We'll try this one more time. And then
I lost it. How? Okay. Misfit.
Start.
Misfit on Kick. Good evening, program. Misfit.
Oh, wait a minute. You said okay. So you're saying that those, whenever they show up in the what's this thing fucking called again? The stream show thing.
StreamYard. Yeah. If you want to see,
you're actually doing that manually. You said.
Yes, I'm doing that manually. If you want to see, if you want to see all of the chat over on the right in this, and it has all of the chat from all of the sources. You can watch all of it from here.
Is that where
all consolidated?
Oh, because I'm looking at private chat.
Yeah, so there's private and then comments.
Fuck me, bro.
And it has check this out. It has a little alert, so it lets you know in the if private chat if there's messages. I think I just sent a message in private chat, so it should have a little thing that lets you know that there's a message. No,
no, not. Sorry, yeah, no, it's a different thing. I was knowing. I almost fucking doxed myself again. That's okay.
Oh, don't do that.
I know. I don't mean to. I'm trying to join my YouTube account. Wants access to my YouTube account.
Yeah, start going live on YouTube too. Start getting those view hours because that's the killer.
I want to. Like I said, I post videos like my VODs, the VODs that I like, and my clips and stuff, and like my shorts and all that stuff. Yeah, I want to start doing it live as well. I'm fucking. Oh, okay. True story. I was saving all my fucking ducats because it's not like Twitch pays a lot, right? So I've been saving them for like goddamn a year and a half, and I had enough money that I was like, ooh, I'm about fixing the fucks and like upgrade all my shit and start paying for all these cool services and do the thing, right? And then I realized that I'm an idiot when it comes to taxes. And somehow I pushed the wrong button, and then I owed them a fuck ton of money, which coincidentally was exactly the amount of money I had saved up. So huzzah. There went all my savings.
Oh,
so
fun.
yeah. So again, now I'm back at square one. And the thing is, since I started doing this, I promised myself and my wife that that I would be self-sufficient. So in other words, I'm only going to spend the shit on it that I make on it. You know what I mean? So it's like I could keep throwing money at it, but then it becomes a hobby and not a career. You know what I mean? So
well, I mean, yeah, I know I'm with the amount of cash I put into it with gear and things. I know I'm probably never going to make that back. But
yeah, but it's fun. Cool. It's fun. And that's
before we get started in earnest, I am still listening, but I'm going to step away for just a minute and then to prepare myself.
Fantastic.
We got this all set up, man. I'm glad we figured this out.
Yeah, no, I am too. While you are preparing yourself, would you be so kind, Mr. GSX, to tell me a bit about yourself?
Sure. So let's see. I served from 2000 to 2004. So I was actually in before 9/11 kicked off. The USS Cole actually had a hole blown in the side of it while I was in boot camp. I remember the drill instructor wheeling a TV that I'd never seen before because there was no TV. It's obviously from the duty hut or some other place. Anyway, he wheels that into the middle of the squad bay. He turns it on. He goes, just so you guys know, in the next 3 to 4 years, we're going to be in a war.
So you did serve during Iraqi Freedom 1, right? Like that would have been the first. No, not the first. Not the Kuwait one, but the immediately after 9/11.
Yes,
that was when we went into Afghanistan, right?
Yeah, but I didn't go. Okay, I was stateside. Nope, I was military police, and I have a disability, so no non-worldwide assignable. But they decided to hang on to me because they needed bodies. So I filled a stateside role for the remaining 2 years of my contract.
Okay. So MP, that's actually a whole nother conversation that because I don't think I've ever gotten the chance to speak with one of them. And I feel like that is super duper relevant. And I'm going to call it a boon. Thank you very much, Mr. Grumple, for the invite of Mr. GSX here, because I feel like that's the best person I can think of to ask questions about domestic deployment, right? Like the people who are actually trained in actual
crowd control.
Crowd control and de-escalation techniques, et cetera, et cetera. So that said, how long do you stream?
Yes.
Okay, and you stream where? On YouTube and
Twitch and Kick. Okay. I'm not on I have a YouTube channel, but I don't. I just kind of upload past episodes there.
Sure.
Because it'll almost assuredly be demonetized every time. I had a motorcycle video demonetized for GoPro approved music, royalty free music, and it got copyright stricken. So I actually had something like 300 views on it, and and I was like, oh, this is the best video I ever did on YouTube. I was just out having a good time screwing around, and then like 3 weeks later, bam, copyright strike, music. And I was like,
an actual royalty free.
Yeah.
Oh man,
yeah. And I was actually going to say I've heard that about YouTube. That YouTube is by far the most, let's say, the strictest.
We'll just say the algorithm too. Yeah. 100% automated. There's no people.
You like as soon as I don't know because I haven't ever uploaded a video. I've only done live, but as soon as the live stream ends. It'll process for a while, and that depends on how long it was. But then it'll say the status of it. And I've had just one video so far that's blocked, where then edit, and it'll let you just chop out the part that was.
Oh, it's the whole thing. They're not gonna. Yeah.
Oh, in your case, that was the whole thing. Oh, yeah. Mine was because part of Highway to Hell in 3 little sections of Highway to Hell were on there.
No,
and
this isn't even.
Let me just chop it out.
This wasn't even copywritten music. It was free music from GoPro for use on your personal videos to upload to YouTube.
That's ridiculous.
Yep.
At least with Twitch, they just mute you.
As it turns out, what I understand is there are unscrupulous corporations that will claim a copyright music on your work in order to potentially earn any revenue you might have earned, unless you can prove that you have permission to use it. And I'm like, check GoPro's freaking license. They didn't give me a written thing. Sorry.
I feel like I had actually heard somebody say that before, and they count on the fact that it's always going to be smaller streamers and content creators because you're not going to have the resources to be able to fight it. It's not worth it to you. So instead,
And might
you
not
just,
even notice.
and might not even notice exactly. So,
Yeah.
but they're like hedging their bets in case you ever actually do make it. So,
Correct.
yep, that checks out. So,
And
right,
that
so
might let them, if it was music that you created, that might let them claim copyright on your music that they own it for
Yes.
royalties elsewhere.
Yes.
So it's funny you say that too, right there, Grump.
Like
Because
copyright patent trolls.
I was worried about that with Twitch. I had somebody, Rowdy and a guy that was on my stream originally. He had a guy who knew a guy, and basically he made me a theme song. So I have a fucking theme song. I got 2 of them actually. They're pretty dope. Like I like them. I'm excited that I have a theme song. Not every streamer gets to say they have a custom made theme song that kind of bangs. And then I'm like, but then I'm posting it on Twitch, and they said they kind of own everything that I post on Twitch. So where's that line? Like, are they eventually going to try and hornswoggle me out of my own fucking song? Like, I don't know, because like you just said, they're pretty predatory. So I don't know.
Yeah, Twitch is
Doesn't
ridiculous.
yeah, doesn't fill me with confidence. So anyhow, okay.
Okay.
So yeah, welcome in, Kay. So back to it. I'm gonna still go. I think if it's all right with you, gentlemen, yeah, I'm gonna still go with the order of questions that I had, right? And
Yeah,
in
let's
order of
continue.
priority. So let's start with the parade thing. Again, for those of you just now tuning in, both of these gentlemen are former military. Both were Marine Corps, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Both Marine Corps, yeah. So both of them are former Marines, and I just kind of wanted to get them and really as many military vets and active duty perspective on this as I could. But these were the only 2 who were willing to talk with me. So that said, not that they're not the best 2, but they are also coincidentally the only 2. So my first question was about the parade. I would really like to hear, when I first heard about it, and I keep hearing a lot of people rabble rousing about how this is the type of thing that a third world country does or a dictatorship does, the show of strength, the parade in favor of the dear leader, and I've heard a lot of that kind of rhetoric, right? And I kind of did a little research, and I realized that it's far more precedented than I thought. That military parades were pretty big in the U.S. history. Now they've kind of gone out of vogue, but it's not new. I'm curious though. Number one, I'm going to assume I know you're a libertarian, Grump. Where do you land on the spectrum there, GS?
Fairly conservative.
Fairly conservative. Okay. Well, then in that case, that's perfect answer. Would you consider, number one, as former military, do you consider this to be an egregious or unnecessary flex of military might?
No.
You don't? Okay. Do you consider it to be a Okay. I was also planning this conversation before I saw the actual parade. The conversation was going to happen the night before the parade. Once I saw the parade, the next question is completely irrelevant and fucking stupid, but I'm still going to say it out loud so that everybody knows where I was thinking. Is it a bad idea for us to show our hand, basically? Right? Like the reason, my understanding, most other countries, especially dictatorial countries, will have these sort of military parades is as a show of force. Hey, look how big my stick is. But do you not inherently give up a strategic advantage by doing that? Now, the reason I say that that's stupid is because I saw the fucking parade and I saw people in goddamn Revolutionary gear. But nevertheless, how much do you think it benefits us to show potential adversaries our best and brightest?
So most of what you see in the parades is already, for lack of a better definition, we'll say common knowledge for the most part. And anything sensitive is probably not visible anyhow. So the best they're going to probably get are dimensions and weight based off of how high the suspension of the vehicle rides. And that's probably about all they're really going to garner. I mean, you can tell, is that a 50 cal on there, or is, what size caliber the tank will shoot, but it isn't really. I don't think it matters too much in those terms as far as the equipment rolling by. I mean, they're not showing the interior cockpits and the controls. They're, you know what I'm
Not
saying?
showing the actual capabilities of it. It would probably be worse for them to have like a military display than a parade, right?
Yeah, so like if you think like Iron Man and the opening scene with Iron Man and he's standing there, he's like, yeah, exactly. That's tipping your hand. You know what I mean?
Sure.
But for me to walk out on my porch and show you my shotgun and then rack around in it and go, if you really want to ride that horse, saddle up.
Sure. Okay.
I'm not showing you what I got. You don't know if I got double odd buckshot in there, a round filled with nickels.
I like the analogy, and I like the Doc Holliday or the Billy Billy the Kid. Do you double stamp what he said, Grump? You agree with what he was saying?
I mean, I'd answer or attack the question, I guess, just attack a little bit differently, because I don't know, any parade is going to be just examples. It's not our entire military there. It's going to be, doesn't matter how big it is. It's going to be things that aren't in theater anywhere. I would honestly, the way that Trump has been doing things, I would think maybe the parade is just an excuse to move some gear to a place and have a justifiable, like a pretext for it.
Sure. Yeah.
Well, we already had like 40 tanks for the parade, and
they were on their way.
They were already there.
So, okay. So I actually agree with you. And like I said, as soon as I saw it and once I understood, I actually enjoyed it way more than I expected to. Like, to me, I have an undying, again, I have like a dozen active duty military right now in my family. My father was a lifer, 23 years retired. I grew up on base. I grew up, like, again, this has been my entire childhood. My whole life's plan was to be first recon Marine. Like, literally from the time I was 8, the first time I saw a full metal jacket, until I had a back surgery at 17 and got blacklisted. Everything I did, from joining the Boy Scouts to fucking learning to lift weights and start joining track, was for that end, because that was my plan. So again, I have nothing but respect for the military, but I don't feel like people should swing their dick. Right. Like, so going back to, I loved your analogy about about walking out with the 12 gauge. You might see, I've got a 12 gauge. I'm letting you know, hey bro, you don't want to find out, but you don't see what's actually in the chamber. I like that analogy, but using that same analogy, it irks me when I see somebody walking down the street with a shotgun, because it's like, yeah, I get that that's your American right and all that jazz, and I'm here for it. I'm all about 2A, right? But that's also
Nothing
kind of a
good's coming
cunty
from
move
it.
to me. You know what I'm saying? Like, exactly. Like, this is an unnecessary flex. I literally just saw somebody 2 days ago in a, like, wearing a fucking chest plate with a 9 on his hip, full cami gear. I'm like, bro, are you LARPing? Like, what are you doing? Like, are you that afraid of Western Washington? You know what I'm saying? So again, to me, I worry that the parade was going to be sort of that, but I didn't feel like it actually landed that way at all. Go ahead.
Well, the other piece, so I did have a part two. That the other piece is, if you are doing like an aggressive display, that is to prevent the altercation, or to attempt to avoid, by saying, hey, if you step up, you're gonna have to deal with this. If you are waiting for the incident or the altercation to happen, you want the element of surprise. You hide your, like, how good you are. You maybe slouchy, maybe whatever it is. If you're trying to get into that fight, but it may. I mean, you can have both too. You can do the saber rattling while also have a sucker punch ready to go.
Sure. Sure. Yeah, no. And if anything, like intentionally trying to saber rattle but make yourself seem less impressive than you actually are. No, I hear you. That's like a double whammo, right? Like
Yeah,
it's
it's
double
like
diversion. Yeah. All
the
right.
diversion, like, oh wait, don't step up, but then it's so much worse.
Yeah. All right.
Like,
So again, like I said, I'll buy all of that. Now, let me ask you the next obvious question then, especially to the fiscally conservative. Do we feel like it was a waste? Like, do we not feel because something that bothered me again, what I never got the chance, but would have loved to. But as I was watching it, the first thing, and I had multiple people pointed out to me how sloppy the marching was, how bad they were bouncing. And it's like, okay, that's weird. But then you look at their eyes and you could tell I didn't see a single fucking soldier out there who seemed like they were pleased about what they were doing. So not only would they seem to consider it a waste of their time, but is that not an unnecessary waste of our resources? Like, what did we gain as a nation when we know, like, we just had the Doge thing. We're constantly talking about the deficit. We're constantly talking about expenditures, et cetera, and waste and efficiency. And then we do this. Like, do we think this? What do you believe that the cost was worth it? And what do you think we bought for that price?
it's in the budget. I mean, whether it's a waste, what do you consider a waste as far as something that's already budgeted for, or for which is already budgeted? Like, is the Army versus Navy football game, is that a waste? Is the Marine Corps band a waste? Like, these are things that have tradition, and I wouldn't call them waste necessarily. There's, I mean, even if it doesn't have a separate, hey, parade budget, like military parade budget, that could easily go in the training bucket, because the gear is getting everybody, every tank driver is now getting more hours of driving tank.
That makes sense. I hadn't thought of it as a training exercise. That's fucking.
Yeah, you could
like
easily,
that.
as far as cost, because military is all about cost, and you could easily roll that into the budget for like training budget, if it wasn't already allocated somewhere else.
Okay. No, that makes perfect sense. Okay. If it was in fact a training session, or we were seeing it as training, I feel like that marching would have been a little more crisp, right? And or we would have seen a little bit more. We would have seen a little bit more oversight of the marching, right?
I think the problem with the marching is it was the Army and not the Marine Corps.
Oh,
I mean,
okay.
I wouldn't.
Shots fired. I
wouldn't necessarily cast that shade, but I mean, I'll back him up. Yeah.
Okay, no, that checks out. Well, because one of the reasons that the Marines were always my preference, for what it's worth, all of my family, my father was a lifer Air Force, Chair Force. I know the shade. But
Zoomies.
that said, I always thought that the structure and the ethos of the Marine Corps was what drew me to it. And like you just said, the fact is, had it been Marines out there marching, they probably would have been a little bit more. Now, okay, so that brings me to another question I was going to say. Why was it only the Army out there? Everybody keeps... Go ahead.
Was it?
It was an Army parade.
But was it though? It was supposed to be a military. So this was okay. So this was one of the bits of research that I did because I was curious, right? So it is 200, because when I first heard that it was the 250 year anniversary of the Army, I'm like, but wait a minute, 1776, we weren't even a country. How could you have the United States Army if we didn't have a United States?
Marine Corps too.
It was the beginning of the Continental Army, which was not the United States Army. There was actually 2 years where we didn't have a standing army. So it's not like it's been a continuous. We had some people who stuck around, but Washington had to literally go before Congress multiple times and say, look, all these fucking people are going to die off and we're going to lose all their shared knowledge. We need to bring them back together so we can have a standing army. That said, every other branch of the military since then has diverted from that tree. Am I wrong? So it's technically the military's 250th anniversary on this continent. So why would you not have more of them?
The Marine Corps also started in 1775 as the Marine Corps. Remember Tun Tavern in November 10th, 1775. The Marine Corps was also before the United States was a country.
I did not know this. Tell
So
me more, Big Daddy.
Part of the reason is related to ships, and so the Marines
Because
would
the
guard
Marines
the.
are actually from maritime soldiers. I hadn't thought about
Yeah.
that.
Yep.
Fuck.
And so they're up on top of the masts, and they would, if somebody tried to, gain access to the ship, their job was to shoot them, come down and kill them, whatever they had to do to protect the naval
care of
officer
business.
on the ship.
That makes sense. I didn't realize that it would do now. Okay. So then I got to ask this obvious question because I thought I had done my research, but somehow
Was in
that
a
one
bar.
slipped past me. Well, so we didn't have a standing Navy though at the time, or like there was a period where we didn't have a Navy, right? I know that the Marines are associated with the Navy, but I also know that the Marines tend to get real hostile when you say that they're part of the Navy, right? So
We are the only branch that is uniquely identified as its own separate branch, but yet still under the umbrella of another.
okay. So the identity,
As much as I hate to say the under another branch, we are.
Okay, so I'm not wrong about that the fact that's not a
We're our
con-
own. Yeah, we're our own unique, distinct service. However, technically, it's even on our seal, Department of the Navy.
Gotcha. Okay, so
The men's department, but whatever.
That's the meme. Whenever anybody's, oh, you're just a department of the name. That's the response.
Gotcha. That's
I had to give the standard response. Yes.
No, I appreciate it. Okay, so well then, circling back to my question, right? Would it not make more sense, even within that context? I don't remember a 250th anniversary of the Marines last year. Do y'all? So
So
or
we
no, I
had
guess
the
1775. It would have been the same year. You're saying. My bad. I'm sorry. I'm a dummy head. I
Yeah,
suck at
same.
math.
So the
Yeah,
birthday
so-
ball is going to be 250. I imagine it's going to get rowdy.
Would it?
Uh-huh.
Okay, but why would they not have been included in this if they have the same anniversary?
we don't typically do parades.
Tell
Part of
me
it
why.
being the size of our service. It's not. I forget. Is it
Is
10%?
it not big enough?
It's
Last time I
Not
had
very big.
when I was in, it was 187,000 active duty Marines. That doesn't include reservists or like IRRs, inactive ready reserves. It bounced up to like 210,000 or 215, but then it brought back down. It's somewhere right in that region, a bit under 200,000. Yeah, the Army is close to a million, I think, off the top of my head.
Yeah, it's a lot.
So a fifth of the size. And also, yeah, the Marine Corps is just not going to have the budget for that. We already, like I said, got the Marine Corps band and the silent drill. I mean, the silent drill, that's not that much as far as budget cost. But
Okay,
the
hold
Marine Corps
on.
has their own extracurricular stuff outside of, the warfighting piece.
You have now alluded to something for a second time that I was going to come back to, but now it's relevant. You said earlier that it was already budgeted. Okay, now, this is okay, and that's what I was about to say. And if there's anybody out in the chat, or if you guys don't know this off the top of your head, I suck at guy. Like I said, I dox myself anytime I try to fact check these days. So that said, was this out of the Army's budget, or was this its own separate budget from the federal government? I assumed, but it is an assumption. I assumed that this was a special dispensation. This was a special allotment for this parade. It hadn't occurred to me that this was coming out of the Army's existing standing budget. Do we know? Is that true?
I don't know.
Because
I don't know. But my
then
guess,
the amount of money that the Marines has is relevant to them.
I don't know for a fact. I would imagine it probably rolls out of the Department of Defense's budget. I don't know that it specifically came out of the Army's or not, but everyone has a piece of the pie. On a slightly separate note, the Marine Corps is the only service that's come in under their budget line for probably the last 10 years.
Well, it's because you guys eat toilet paper, and I mean, like
no, we eat crayons. Everyone knows.
Excuse me.
And red is the only acceptable flavor.
I've seen Marine housing. I've seen Marine
message
housing
twisted.
in barracks. I know what your shit like. Y'all literally get the second helping. So snap, you got some. All right, so
Dude.
I
I
love
didn't
the smell
message
of Crayola.
Frank. I
so.
get a message.
You're just showing me an empty box.
Oh no, actually, I'm not gonna do it again. But yeah, no. Ooh.
He is missing a few though. Yeah.
What's
which color? Which colors are dull, Grumple? That's the real question.
What's this? What's this?
Is that red?
It's
Oh, it's red.
This is red. This is the best one.
How do you still have that
Friggin-
left?
I feel like
Because
this
save
is
the best for
this is a
last.
joke that's going past me.
Yeah, slightly.
Twisted says purple. Like, get the fuck out of here.
Screw purple.
Yeah, he
that's
doesn't know.
something Flyboys
He's
say.
a pilot. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
He might. He's really like Air Force adjacent.
Yeah,
I'm actually glad that none of
myself.
the Air Force people showed up now, because this would have been the thing. And good God, I got to be real with you, because I've spent, like I said, most of my family is Air Force, but I've spent a lot of time around a lot of active duty, and nobody talks about what they do as much as the Air Force. Like, if you are in a conversation with anybody who's in the Air Force, do you know what you're going to be talking about? The Air Force. It's just never fails.
I was gonna imagine room service.
No, well, that too, right?
So I have a veteran in my chat, and he says Navy is the best.
Well,
Thank
so
you,
actually,
so Wobbly, for your contribution.
speaking of which, actually, so somebody else in my chat called out the fact that I guess that you guys can't beat the Navy at football. Is that true? I don't know. I don't follow it. So, but apparently the Navy stomps the Marines every year in football. Is that true?
Do you mean the Army? Because I don't know. The Marine Corps doesn't.
Marines don't have a football team.
Oh, well, I guess
Yeah, that's the Army Navy
I
game.
mentioned that earlier.
They must have just been trying to trigger
the Army
you, I
and
guess.
Navy have a football game. I think it's every year. But yeah, Marines don't have a
No, he
football
did
team.
say the Army needs a parade because they always lose to the Navy in football. I'm sorry. I
So-
misread
Come
it.
on, if the Marine Corps had a football team, what do you think would happen?
Be chewing people's fucking legs off.
If the Marine Corps had a football team, it would be something like what you saw in the movie. What is it?
The
The longest
Longest Yard.
yard.
Longest
Yeah.
yard?
Longest Yard.
Yeah.
The prison football team. That's right.
Like the
And the
football
Marines would
equivalent
definitely
of,
be the prisoners,
Space Jam.
not the guards.
All right. So if it wasn't, has anybody been able to by the way, has anybody been able to verify did the parade get its own funding, or was it out of the budget of the Army? Yeah, I'm asking
not-
chat because I got a couple of people.
So
who
I have
are quick at it, not me.
in chat. They say DoD budget pie as a whole paid for it, and big sponsors paid at least $1 million each to have their name put on it.
So this was going to be my next question. Funny enough, great. Whoever that was in chat, appreciate you.
Jen in Kentucky.
Holla Jen. So
Hey, Jen.
that was going to be my next question. How do we feel as patriotic American citizens about corporations subsidizing our military in any way? Do we not worry that that's a bit of a slippery slope? Like,
You
I don't
mean
want
like
to.
Lockheed Martin.
Yeah, exactly like Lockheed Martin. Like we pay Lockheed Martin. Lockheed Martin doesn't pay us, theoretically, right? So if Lockheed Martin was to say, we're going to go ahead and fund this air show, right? Do we feel okay with that?
Do you mean in the context of like pharmaceutical reps going into like clinics and like, hey, here, use this drug? Is that the context of the question?
Well, that too, but no, just more about the idea of feeling in any way indentured to this corporation. Like the fact that I get that everybody who loves the military probably watches UFC, right? So I get that, right? But I also feel like I don't want Dana White to have some sort of chip on his shoulder because he paid for our army. You see what I'm saying? Like, I don't want, especially considering the fact, and now I'm going to get a little tinfoil hatty with you guys. I don't mean to scare you off too bad, okay? But I am very, very terrified of this whole the tech oligarch thing and the dark gothic MAGA thing. I don't know how much you guys know about this. Do y'all know who Curtis Yarvin is?
No.
Okay, so that's terrifying to me. I'm not going to do it right now. I'll have y'all do it on your own, but look into who Curtis Yarvin is, as well as Peter Thiel. Palantir, you guys know what Palantir is? I know you work in tech, right, Grump? Have you heard anything about Palantir? You know what's going on with them?
No, I've been really busy lately.
Nope.
I have,
Okay.
I haven't heard.
No worries.
Well,
I'll give you.
and if you have any video or any graphic aids, just
oh my god, there's an amazing video, but it's like 30 minutes long, so I'm not going to try and. But
yeah,
like,
not
there's clips
probably
and
that,
stuff.
but
No, but
like if you
I'll
wanted to
share
bring
it
up
to people to watch.
parade, if you had anything queued up,
Sure.
then yeah, we can do that. This platform is pretty cool.
Yeah, no, like I said, and in the future, I will be prepared with visual aids. I didn't know that was going to be a thing I was going to be able to do. So, anyway, long story short, and this is all public access. This is all public knowledge. This is not like I'm talking about some shit that's like, ooh, maybe. These guys have publicly stated their intention. I'll ask you this question the same way that I asked another conservative friend of mine. What did you know about JD Vance, and why do you think he got the VP nod? Do you have any ideas? Do you know?
I think it was because he the story was that he banged a couch. Is that not?
That's no. So okay.
That's what the memes in the news said.
That's the memes. So and that's what the memes want. But no,
having a veteran. Probably the district. I mean, with the state. I mean, that's usually part of. It's either demographics, like maybe some other VPs that were specifically for demographics, or the state that you maybe think you're weak in, that you get the VP from that state. But then having a veteran too, is because there hasn't been one in a bit. That was either president or VP, and it's been a long time where at least somebody on the general election ticket was a veteran, and it's been just a much more recent thing where like there's nobody.
Okay. So I feel like there was the thing where Trump was talking about how he prefers his veterans that didn't get caught or something. Wasn't that one of his competitors or his opponents? Whatever. Doesn't matter. Either way, back to what I was getting at, Curtis Yarvin. I will give you guys. I will send a link, like I said, with the story about it. But the most important part, a guy named Curtis Yarvin is hyper anarcho-capitalist libertarian. His dream, and he has made this publicly, not public knowledge, his plan, his idea is that the United States needs to be undone, needs to be taken apart.
Just a sec. Hey, Jixer, your mechanical keyboard's really clacking over.
Oh, dude, I thought
I'm sorry. I thought I had it adjusted out.
I'm sorry, Mr. Horseradish. Just
no worries.
I couldn't hear what you were saying.
I thought that he was doing it on purpose. I thought that was the shut this dude up buttons. Anyways, so yeah, okay. So Curtis Yarvin and Peter Thiel both push for an anarcho-capitalist post-American world where instead of our current federal government or our states, we instead have it broken down into corporate run city states that are operated, and I quote, regardless of the wishes of the residents. So literally a non-democratic, basically what Musk just did in Texas with Space Town or whatever the fuck he called it. But they want to upscale that. That's the first stage. Incidentally, Elon Musk is part of this theory. These tech oligarchs who, if I'm being real, if you look at every single one of them on the list, you will say to yourself that these look like the kids that got beat up too much in high school and now they got a bone to pick. So that said, they are the people who are now in control of these corporations. Palantir, the company I mentioned earlier, Peter Thiel, that is the AI company that the United States government under Donald Trump just paid money to and signed a contract with to unify all of the information that they have on every American citizen so that they will have a comprehensive unified file on every citizen, including their political biases, etc. Now, that is a dystopian fucking nightmare to me. And more importantly, these corporations, these business people have stated publicly that they would like to undo our government so that they can create tiny little city states. I don't know that I want them more involved in the funding of our federal government's military. You see what I'm saying? Because I don't want there ever to be a question of where the loyalties lie. I don't want there ever to be a question of, well, which boss do we answer to? This is the one who paid my bills. So that's where I'm going with that. It's not so much I don't remember the reference you used, but yeah, it's not. I'm more worried about letting the people who have said they want to undo America closer to the fucking guns. So, do you not think that that's a concern? And also, since now that you know who this Curtis Yarvin guy is, or at least based on what I've told you, and I know you will do your own research later, and I would love that. So, again, Curtis Yarvin is the brain. JD Vance quotes him all the time. And has mentioned himself, like, because again, think about how much Trump loves loyalty. JD Vance used to shit talk Trump all the time and then somehow ends up as vice president after Elon Musk buys Donald Trump's presidency for him. Like, again, that was the direct connection. Was Elon Musk gave tons of money, and the guy that follows the guy that Musk follows got put into the vice president position. So now this is where we get into the tinfoil hat stuff. Is the plan, was that why we don't hear about anything about the Butler attempt? Is because these were the people who were trying to do that, thinking JD Vance would have taken the helm and would have gone straight to the presidency and would be vindicated because of the loss of Trump in this situation. And that's why, because again, there's no obvious, if it was somehow left leaning motivated, we would have heard about it. If it was somehow foreign motivated, we would have heard about it. But we all know that the kid in Butler has no social history, or it was completely scrubbed. His house was alleged. I'm pretty sure I read something about like scrubbed of fingerprints and shit. Like, it was that kind, if not that exactly, it was something like that. Like, why have we not heard anything more about it? Unless it was the own team, right? Unless it was the people in power behind the scenes. So do we want those people to have more access to our military? That's my question.
Is it your position that they're doing that these tech oligarchs are trying to create these city states for clout related to some lack of sense of self from high school?
I say that as a joke, but the actual truth is, at least in their words, their justification for this plan or this theory, this idea, is that is the only way to reach real democracy. Is if you have smaller nations, get rid of the existing nations, have thousands and thousands of small miniature nations that no longer have the monopoly over the economy the way that the current G7 does.
Well, democracy is two wolves and a sheep voting on what's for dinner, right?
Pure democracy is, yes. We have a democratic republic, right? That's the very important distinction.
Representative republic.
No. Constitutional representative republic. Yeah, it's not democracy. That's what the nation is. Democracy is at the local level where you're voting directly for your representatives, but
yes,
you're not voting for individual laws anywhere except maybe amendments to your state constitution or something like that,
or city
or local ordinances.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the only time where democracy is actually happening.
The only time,
unless you're talking managed democracy.
Yeah, because when you vote for a president or a federal official of any kind, you're actually voting on a slate of electors. It isn't truly voting for that person. You're voting for somebody who will vote for them. Arguably,
allegedly.
Yeah, arguably the slated elector could, upend the vote and vote how he wants and not do what's in the best interest of, well, I shouldn't say the best interest, the will of his constituents, because that just means he's never going to be a slated elector again. But
what that's called, that thing is called a bad faith elector. But
yes,
that's baked into how Democrats do their primaries. If you recall, I believe it's 3 times now where the Democrat primaries ran and the victor wasn't on the general election.
Rip Bernie.
Bernie, man, he might have won 2016. You don't know.
I would have voted for him if he. So just so y'all know, I guess I discussed y'all's political leanings. I don't vote Democrat or Republican. I refuse to. I think both of them are equally corrupt, and I think the DNC and the RNC are both businesses, and that's not how our government should be run. So that said, I think we need an overhaul, and I think that third party politics is where it's at, or fourth party or fifth party or sixth party. Again, I don't don't believe in bipartisan politics. I think that it is horrible. That said,
I like where you're at, and I agree. But good luck. I mean,
oh, I know,
good luck
bro.
changing it, man.
So
If I can answer the question, you had a lot of
Yeah.
stuff in there in the premise and the question, though.
I did.
So,
I'm
and just
sorry.
as a prerequisite for my answer here. So ANCAPs, that's anarcho-capitalism.
Yep.
That's where basically like there's a lot of memes about it. The example is the cartels. That's literally anarcho-capitalism in the flesh, as an
Sure.
example. They have bought and paid for government. You can't engage them because they're not, in this case, they aren't the government of a physical landmass. So you can't like go to war with the cartels directly. That's why military can't do, like, it's a whole mess. But what was the second part of the question?
I don't remember now.
Oh, don't you have a
no,
list?
it was. Sorry, no, I do. Well, it's all in my head, bro. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no. I've had this conversation a dozen times in my head, and you guys keep stumping me, which is awesome. That's what I hope for. But shut the fuck up, dog. Sorry. Anyway, no. The other part of this was, well, and actually, so you brought up another question in regards to the Democratic Republic, which I know you say it's a constitutional democratic republic, and that's true.
No,
but
constitutional representative republic. Yep.
That's what the United States.
But it's democratic republic. That's too many fucking words. Whatever. So we vote for those representatives, right? And that is democracy.
No.
So we're democratically
democracy
voting.
Would be you're voting for the issues. Democracy would be individuals are voting for the laws, or just any.
I actually think that should be a thing, and I think that whatever the biggest topics on the current, no, not necessarily. Well, yeah, I guess to some
it would
degree.
be.
Yeah.
But democracy is literally mob rule.
I honestly, I think that there should be a couple of ballot initiatives on the presidential ballot. Just a couple of pro-choice, pro-weed, pro-fuck, I don't know, gay marriage, whatever the hot button topics are, and let the people vote. And it has to be a super majority or 75% majority for it to pass. But then no matter which president it is, they have to carry it. But then I also think that we should go back to the way it originally was. And I think that the runner-up in the presidential election should be the vice president. That makes so much more sense to me, because now you're forcing compromise. You're forcing cooperation.
I believe the origin of why they choose their running mate is because their opponent potentially, I'm not saying it would be in the best interest of the country, but they could tank their administration and set themselves up for the next run. Number one. Number two, they're juxtaposed two different positions, and it's going to be very hard to find any common ground between the two candidates, which is another reason for having them pick their own running mate. Did you have Grumples going like this? He's like,
he's chomping at the bit. Go.
Waiting for you. I believe that's what happened for a good little bit. Was, the runner-up became the VP. I
Jefferson
don't
was
remember
when
exactly.
he changed it. Tommy J changed it.
But doing that also, not only could the VP, hey, kind of maybe try and tank the administration, but that's motivation for political assassination. Because who's next in line?
The runner up in, that actually makes a lot more sense, and I understand both of those reasonings. I do, but I also feel like, as a generally, I don't want to say anti-federalist, but a controlled federalist, as a general libertarian, I like the government to move slowly. I like it to be methodical.
Yes.
And
no disagreement on that.
And insofar as the finding things to agree on, one of the things about the reason I started streaming, and what I have found in the 3 years that I've been doing this stupid shit, I have found that there's far more. People shit on me when I talk about the horseshoe theory. If you don't want to call it horseshoe theory, that's fine. Let's call it Venn overlap. I don't understand why the things that get overlap don't get done. That's the thing that pisses me off about politics more than anything else. So I have yet to find a single person who could look me in the eyes and tell me that they are okay with anybody bribing your politicians. Nobody likes that except maybe the politicians. But so why is it we still have financial lobbying? Why is that a thing? For that matter, I have yet to find, I don't find anybody. I found, no, that's a lie. I found one person who made a strong argument against term limits for pretty much every elected official. That
I'd
one
be interested
person.
to hear that.
Oh, there are. Okay.
I said I would be very interested to hear what that strong argument is.
Yeah, no, I'll lay it out for you real quick, because that's the other thing is I like collecting steelmans, right? Like I look for arguments that I can't knock down, so that
Like
I can
Cookie
put them in my
Mans.
pocket. Yeah, exactly. So the idea was a guy named Harry Reid. So a lot of people, I'm also really big into, and this is where I lose all credibility with most people. I'm very
Harry
big
Reid,
into,
the senator.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Harry Reid, the
Okay.
senator. I am very interested in and keen on UAP disclosure. Okay. I follow it closely and have been literally my whole life, 40 fucking years. My father, military Air Force guy, he worked in NavAids, and basically he was like, it wasn't even like it was far away. Like I'm not going to tell the story, rehash it here, but it was never I think there might be, he knew beyond a shadow of a doubt because he saw some shit in the 60s. And then later on, I heard on a different, like on a documentary, they were outlining the exact incident my father talked about like 30 years later. Whatever. The point is, Harry Reid, a lot of people, we're seeing a lot of whistleblowers and a lot of disclosure shit and a lot of stuff coming out right now. And people are talking about UAPs a lot, and they're talking about it a lot more seriously. And a lot of people say they don't understand how that happened. How that happened was a dude named Harry Reid, who spent like 40 years in Congress or Senate, whatever, constantly pushing for disclosure. He was the reason that it finally got to the point that it's at now. And the argument was made that if he only had 2 terms, the deep state, the military industrial complex, whoever it is that's keeping this shit secret, they just have to outweight that senator. Kind of like what you were saying, the vice president in the initial situation would do, basically like just stomp that president from doing what he was going to do for the entirety of his term, and huzzah, they win. Well, that's basically what the people who are trying to keep UAP disclosure hidden would do. They would just outwait. For that matter, the JFK disclosure, they just have to wait. You know what I'm saying? If you have 2 terms, a senator can't spend a whole career trying to knock it down that door. So
That's not. I mean, I don't know that that's an unassailable steel man, because I mean, I can assail it right now and say, hey, if senators are limited, if everybody in Congress, I think that the general number that everybody tosses around is either 10 or 12 years for everybody in Congress. Like you can go and do the other one, fine. But as a House representative, 10 or 12 years, and then 2 terms in the Senate. I mean,
yep. Also, I
if
think
the turnover is that fresh. If the turnover is that fresh, then who else in the legislature, what other legislators are gonna last long enough? I mean, if there's the will of the people for that to happen, even as slow moving as I think we all agree we want any government to be, that should be defeatable because there's turnover and the people trying to keep it, secrets, unless it's executive branch departments and agencies doing it,
which is the
and
assumptions.
Then hey, there's the Convention of States people want term limits, but also a big thing is federal agencies get sunset unless they're actively renewed. After however many years, like I think it's like 3 years
for sure,
whatever it is, because then those departments just go away.
Yeah. Yeah, right. So
ATF when
to fill in that blank,
IRS why
to fill in that blank. The story is what the whistleblowers are saying. No, I love it.
Yeah. Also, I'm sorry, I didn't know Harry Reid did that. Like, he's using the Senate for like
ever
since forever. Yeah.
I think
There's
he was
pictures
like
of him
one
and
of the
Joe
first.
Biden probably somewhere.
Yeah, like back when
When they
I think
were
it was
20.
Washington
when
nominated him. I
yeah,
think.
when Washington was president, right?
100%. Yeah,
And
no, that was
he was the
100%
first
Harry
one
Reid. Well, Harry Reid and Christopher Mellon of
before
all people,
Nevada was a thing.
which was Obama's I don't remember what he did for Obama. He did chief of staff, maybe. I don't know, Christopher Mellon. Anyway, him and Harry Reid were the two who really pushed the disclosure. So the answer, like I said, to what you were saying there is that it's not even the executive branch or the alphabet soup. This is the reason that the Pentagon can't pass those budgets, allegedly, is because back and this actually came from like legitimate names. I'm not gonna, like I said, I'm not gonna let this turn into a UAP conversation, or my chat will never let me live it down. But you can find the receipts for the fact that this shit got offshored to the military industrial complex, Boeing, Raytheon, et cetera,
Sure.
all of this stuff goes to them and has since like the 50s. I think it was Eisenhower, I want to say, was the one who was responsible for this, making it so that you can no longer FOIA this information. This was their workaround. You can ask the government all day about UFOs and they're like, fuck, I don't know what you're talking about. And that's also who the Men in Black allegedly are. Or they're not necessarily in black nowadays, they're in like desert camo, but they show up and gather all the shit, and they're the ones who, like, the people, the extraction teams, anytime something comes out. And just so you know, the only people that I actually listen to when it comes to the UAP disclosure stuff is active and former military people, because they are enough. And to me, that is the most legitimate and reliable source of information. Like, my favorite was a video taken off by Marines off of the bow of a ship out active duty in the Pacific. And when this was posted and released, people were like, those are just blah, 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 this kind of flares. And the guy who filmed it's like, I'm literally the guy who shoots those fucking flares, bro. Like, what are you talking about? I know what they look like in my night vision. That's not this. So again, the point is, the only people that I actually listen to is the active duty whistleblowers and the military whistleblowers. Like, do you know who David Fravor is? Navy pilot who dog fought a fucking Tic Tac in the sky. That basically he was in an actual dogfight, a reciprocal dogfight with a thing that looked like a propane tank. That
I've heard
Well,
of
I
it.
just learned about that term Tic Tac too recently.
Yeah. So again, like, and that was like in 2014, man. And that kind of shit has not stopped happening. It's only increased, and they're slowly getting it out. But like I said, because, and here's the thing, I didn't say, by the way, that Steelman was an insurmountable one. I just said that it's the only person I've ever heard give a valid point. I'm sorry, unassailable. I was just saying that was the only person to give a valid point.
Okay.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right.
I maybe
That's
did a little
valid.
battery too. Please don't charge me.
I don't mind.
Oh, also, just as a side point on specifically this, the UAP, UFOs, as we used to call them. I'm an
Yep.
80s kid. Anyway,
Yeah.
how, like, just the meta, and this isn't the
Mhm.
Grumple original. I just refried it, remixed it, and repackaged
I got all
it.
the
Here
answers,
we go.
bro. Come at me.
What else is going on that the federal government is like, oh, hey, yeah, by the way, UFOs are real, or UAPs?
Yes.
What
So
what else is going on that they don't want you to see?
I had that exact same thought. And it was I made the joke on stream one time. I never doubted the existence of UAPs until the government admitted to it. Then I'm like, whoa.
Actually, pretty hard agree. Like, wait,
Yeah,
really?
That was the first time in my life I was like, wait. Now, that said, the answer to this question was the omnibus COVID spending bill that every single one of us cringed our toes about, right? It turns out, and I'm personally very, very big on the one topic bill idea, right? That I think all bills
Single
should go
line
to
item.
Yes,
budget.
one line item. That's right.
Yes.
That said, this is one example of that working to my benefit. In that giant omnibus spending bill that everybody was bitching about under Joe Biden, one of those line items was a mandatory UAP disclosure. Okay. Anything that the Pentagon had regarding UAPs throughout all of American history, they needed to come forward with, at the very least, to Congress, but I don't remember the exact wording of it, if it was mandatory for it to be public or just to Congress, but either way, because of that line item in that bill, that became law. So what that meant was it made it so that certain levels of classification are no longer relevant because they are serving your oath is to Congress, right? To the country and to the Constitution, and that you have to answer if Congress, this is a law. The law says you are protected. And if you know that there is information that legally the government is supposed to be, or somebody is supposed to be giving Congress, and you know that they're not getting that information, you are responsible to go before them and say, hey, there's some shit people ain't telling you. So that's what David Grush did. That's the big name that's going right now. He's the most significant one right now. But that said, he under the umbrella protection of that line item, he is now legally protected to come forth to Congress with all of the stuff that he knows. And he says it like that. And that was a thing that pissed a lot of people off because he testified about this shit before Congress. But there's a bunch of shit where he's like, if we could get access to a SCIF, I could answer that question to you, right? SCIF, of course, secure compartmentalized information facility. Yeah. Okay. For anybody who didn't know. So if we could get access to a SCIF, turns out that they were actively prevented from having a SCIF for this hearing. That just seems weird, right? But again, he couldn't say these things publicly because he's like, that is something that's still classified. I'm allowed to tell you they're not telling you everything, but I can't just tell you everything, kind of thing. So anyway, that's the answer to that. The why they're telling you now is back to Harry Reid and back to getting that line item in and all of this shit. That's why, is because now these people are coming forward and the government at this point has to say, well, fuck. I mean, that's a thing. Yeah, there's a thing. Another one that y'all should look at is the jellyfish UAP that was that again, it's FLIR footage of what looks like a crazy ass swamp monster floating across Iraq that's tracked for like 15 minutes. And there's another video which I've only seen, and I don't remember where it was. I saw it, but you basically watch the thing go into the water and then come back up. So like these things so when people see it, they're like, oh, it's just balloons. It's like, bruh, no. Like, just no. If it was
I've seen where they go into the water and come back out as far as in video.
Yeah.
My thought is like I hear what you're saying, but in my mind, the UAP is the UAP, if it's underwater or not. And it would seem to reason that if something can cross galaxies, it's probably has its own capability of life support for whatever organism would be living upon it, whether that's in the water or not. So here's another question. And just something for you to think about, is part of the reason that they dipped into the ocean because it was a species that would, require water in order to have, that's their atmosphere. Like their planet is a water planet, and they were merely refreshing their air, so to speak.
Yep. Well, so that
cool off.
Both of those are cool, but the story is, because again, like I said, I have all the answers. I've listened to hours and hours and hours of testimony on, again, this is congressional testimony. Look into Immaculate Constellation when you get a chance. This was another thing that a whistleblower leaked. There was a governmental program that outlines all of this shit, but the actual answer is supposedly that's where they're based. The actual answer is that they've been here for a long time. They are based under the ocean because we don't have the capabilities to get down there, but they do. And so that's why we see them coming out of the ocean, going back into the ocean. To answer your question, they use a gravitational propulsion system, which, if that's the truth, again, this is according to whistleblowers. These are not my words. This is not my fucking fantasies. I promise to you, I'm not on hallucinogens. But these are from active duty military and military intelligence officials. So supposedly there's a gravity bubble around it that makes it so that they are able to go transmedium. They can go smoothly from water to air to space with no problems because they are literally existing within a barrier of gravity. So that's the story. If it's true or not, I don't know. I'm not saying it is. I'm just simply saying that that's what the military people have said. So I don't remember how the fuck we got on this subject. I was talking about I was talking about the Pentagon, the budget, that's why they can't answer the budget. But there was something we were talking about originally that got us onto this. Oh, I remember.
The parade?
Nope, I remember. Nope. See, I always walk it back. So why we have Harry Reid in office and have but the actual question I was trying to say is when we have overlap, why can't we get shit done? You actually proved my point. Everybody I talk to agrees with term limits, but yet we can't get that done. For that matter, does anybody we all agreed during the GameStop debacle, right? We all saw what happened. We were all like, wait, no, that's not how this fucking works. Why did that not get fixed? Like that's what.
Wait, which
pisses
thing do
me
you
off.
mean?
I'm talking.
We're talking about the short squeeze.
Yes.
And real deep
Yes.
effing value that organized.
And and the fact that when
to screw the institutional investors. Also,
Yes.
Robinhood, the app, was
got
deep
shut
on the
down.
hook for that shit.
Exactly. So, like I said, the fact is, though,
But what is that related?
No, I'm sorry.
sorry.
And that was actually I mixed up my references. Thank you, marijuana. No, what I was actually going to say was the Nancy Pelosi thing. We all agree that we don't want our Congress people actively investing in single stocks, right?
Not to my recollection.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Is there anybody who thinks that's a good idea? No. So why is it we can't get that done?
I mean, actually, I'm kind of. I might be on the opposite side now because, hear me out. Check this out, right?
Lay it out.
There's more than one place where they track how politicians invest, and you can put money into the Nancy Pelosi fund, and it will take your money, and at the proportions that Nancy Pelosi invests it, it'll put your money into those specific same things. That's gonna beat anything else as far as wealth generation. So I'm conflicted because morally wise, I disagree with it, except for wait, this is literally a cheat code. She's the cheater, I'm gonna copy her homework and make a lot of money doing it.
So that
sorry if you didn't figure out the cheat code.
No, that's a great idea. That was actually the connection I made with the GameStop thing. Because, and I might be wrong, but I feel like those two are connected. Somebody named something Wales was the person who was tracking Pelosi, what you're talking about, and saying, hey, everybody invest in this because they are. And I feel like that was connected to the GameStop. That was how the GameStop thing happened, was people were like, hey, bro, they're shorting GameStop. We should all play the game as well. But because everybody else started doing it, they did it counter to. And so instead of piggybacking, they basically went against it. I could be wrong. Like I said, but I think that was the connection that I made with the GameStop thing. But either way, I agree with you, but still you're telling me that you know for a fact that a congressperson is making law decisions, legislative decisions for their own fiscal benefit. And that's okay?
No, that's why it's morally conflicting, except for
But I can piggyback. I can do the same.
I can let me make money on it until that idiot gets caught.
Is that morally conflicting? I don't know that's not moral.
See, that's how I justify it. It's hey, until this person's doing very illegal. If this was any other person except for somebody in Congress, the Securities Exchange Commission, you'd be in prison forever. But because it's Congress. Oh, I mean, cool. That's you're also exempt from anything that you're not under the purview of the rules that you create.
Exactly.
You see. So, I mean, until that gets fixed, cheat codes, 100% copy Nancy Pelosi.
And what I'm saying is if we
Pelosi investment moves.
If we could get them to...
If you think about what Trump was talking about when he was running and Hillary Clinton was talking about how him and Trump and his friends exploit the tax code system for their own benefit. And he basically said, yes, and you're stupid if you don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's very much true. You register an LLC and get at least one 1099 or one check to that LLC unlocks the entire U.S. tax code. You can start business to...
Earth to Grumple.
Oh. We got text to. Oh no, that's something that I accidentally brought up. Hey, Jixer, just what's your channel name on Kick?
Same as on my screen.
Is it Jixer Therapy? I'm
Should
getting
be.
404, man.
Really?
Oh no, there it is. Oh, never mind. It's working now.
I just get 304'd.
Oh,
Appreciate the follow there,
you twerking
Fire
too
Off.
much?
Yeah. Well, you know, the whole Kick and Twitch thing
Welcome
isn't
in,
working
welcome
out, and I'm been working on that OnlyFans channel, but
Welcome
no
back, then,
subscribers yet.
So,
Oh, I'll be your first.
So you were saying now, Grump, but whenever you went complete
I'm
space
sorry.
cadet
Oh,
there.
it's
Oh,
Panda.
you're good. Oh, we all know Panda, do we?
I'm familiar with Panda.
Word. You were saying, Grumple, you got distracted by the sounds.
Yeah. Cop, if the cheaters can, while the cheaters can cheat, there's nothing. You're not cheating by copying their moves, by copying their homework. That's just smart. Because you're not the one that has the insider information. You're just copying what they're doing. Because insider trading is very illegal, and it should definitely apply to Congress. I'm getting
my
a little bit
chat
of
said
echo
you were
from
talking.
somewhere.
Yeah, I'm hearing your voice twice. Yeah, and apparently you were at tax law, according to chat. So
I was the tax law.
you were at tax law. That's what you were talking about.
Yeah, my brain totally blanked.
Yep. No, I have brain fart. It's perfectly fine.
Cloudflare,
Gen
Cloudflare
X
is
dude,
being
middle-aged.
DOS attacked. Just so you know. So Kick is having issues.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. But
Thank
no,
you,
I got
Wobbly.
enough now. Lurking you.
Fun times. Yeah, I've heard that Kick is the Wild West. I streamed over there for a couple of days and was scared.
It is.
We're still getting a little bit of a
kind of
echo.
whatever you want.
Anyway, I don't know how horrible the echo is, but all right. So we have we got completely off the fucking parade because it's fun to talk to you guys, and I'm enjoying the hell out of the conversation. So thanks for that. But I do want to get back to the questions that I was shooting for tonight. So the second question I was going to ask, and this one goes specifically to GS, but Gisick, what do you call him? Grumple? Jixer.
Yeah, Jixer. Like
that sounds like a slur, man. But okay. So
am I being botted right now? Thank you for the follows or whatever's happening there. We're having it's like an interview.
Bots are now on Kick, so no worries.
Good Lord, you gentlemen.
I didn't do it. It's all him. What was your question?
All right, sorry. Back to my
very
question.
distracted.
How did you feel about Marines being deployed domestically? Now, I understand. Let me put in the full context. I understand that originally they were deployed, and I know that I don't know if they're still there. I think they are. They were deployed to protect the federal buildings, which, for the record, I don't love it. I feel like that's what the National Guard's supposed to do.
And agents.
And agents is the part that concerns me, because that turns into the military escorting law enforcement officials to execute their jobs. And if that's the case, then we have the United States military boots on the ground domestically enforcing laws. Like, if we are going to try to draw some sort of fuzzy line between, well, they're watching the guys who are enforcing the laws and standing behind them in an intimidating manner, you're enforcing, bro. Like, that's what an enforcer does. So again, at that point, how do we feel about the United States military boots on the ground enforcing the laws against United States civilians?
So I get that this will be an apples to oranges type of comparison here.
I like apples and oranges
for a moment, but so
pick a side, fence rider.
I like oranges more.
So, so the concept of military policing civilians isn't particularly a new concept to me. So if you put it in terms like this, on every military installation in the United States, for example, military police have jurisdiction as far as apprehending civilians for committing crimes on military installations, which is federal property. Also, they are capable of citing them and having them show up in federal courts for committing said offenses. So, I mean, and beyond that, we also worked with the local law enforcement. I won't name names, but it was right outside the base. Grumpo would know.
I don't know much.
Oh, you knew where I was.
I love you.
I'm sorry. I was distracted.
Sorry.
What? Friends can listen to Endless Love in the Dark.
Just two Marines sitting on a panel 4 feet apart.
That may be.
I can almost touch him. Almost.
Okay, it's getting weird. Go on. So you were saying,
but so from as far as it being a policing action, that doesn't really faze me a whole lot. Them supporting local law enforcement. If I put it in a different context of, let's pretend that Gavin Newsom said, sure, yes, I would love for you to send whatever support you can. These riots are out of control. My cities are burning. I have the National Guard, but I don't have enough of them. I only have 300. I could use 700 more troops. I don't care where you get them from. Da 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 da. All right. So they send them in, and like the only component is the free agents part, and I'm not sure where that comes in and how much of that is and what the context is. So I can't speak to that. But as far as just military wise, them supporting local law enforcement would probably be perfectly fine in that case. It wouldn't be any different than, I mean, granted, it took Tim Walz like 3 months to call in the National Guard. Well, okay, maybe it wasn't 3 months, but it felt like it, into Minneapolis to control the riots there.
Two questions there. First of all, you mentioned that was that military has jurisdiction over civilians on a military installation, but we're not talking about on a military installation. Now, I understand federal property. So again, like I said, I am actually okay with them, or I'm more okay with them being deployed to stand guard outside of the federal building and enforce the laws on the federal property of that building, right? I get that. I can understand that. I don't love that it's there. I don't feel like it had to be there. It feels unnecessary, but I'm okay. I understand it. But what I'm talking about is, like Grumple said, it specifically says, and its employees in the execution of their duties. So that means that when ICE agents are conducting raids, they now have the backing of the Marines. When ICE agents are kicking in doors of businesses, they now have the Marines. And while, yes, I understand that auspiciously we are trying to do this to try to attack people who are illegals or people who aren't supposed to be here or whatever, or at the very least, people who have a warrant against them theoretically. But I think theoretically is the word I meant, not auspiciously, whatever. Anyway, either way, that still is going to lead to a situation where those Marines are going to be interacting with American citizens. And now we have a situation where they are interacting or they are enforcing the laws on public property.
So again, going back to what I was saying before about working with local law enforcement.
With the local law, but you were asked to do that, right? By the law enforcement.
No.
Oh, okay, go on.
No. So we have congruent. So this gets into like policing terms. So when two agencies share a common area, they call it congruent jurisdiction.
Okay.
Right?
Yep.
So, right. Yeah, exactly. It's, like that. So as far as the federal base goes, technically, they also have control of property roughly 6 to 12 feet off of the property line of the federal base, which is then on city property and has technically, federal government owns nothing of that. The city owns it, but they recognize the federal government's right to protect that property further out from that point. A good example of this and it's not in the United States, but I think, what was it, 83 Beirut? Grumple, do you remember what year that was?
82, 80, 83, yeah, somewhere in there.
So in Beirut.
Somewhere in there.
Yeah.
So they had the barracks bombing, and basically, if you do your history and you look into that, basically what happened is there were guards on duty, and they were trying to they didn't know in time whether or not they should stop this vehicle coming at them at a high rate of speed. It got through the gate, hit the barracks, blew up, killed hundreds of people, all U.S. service personnel. Arguably, they should have engaged them like at least 50 yards away. But that's my opinion on that.
And Grumple, how about you? How do you feel about the idea of military police? Well, okay. And here's what.
Can I back up 1 second?
Yes, but I'm going to ask you a second question. Sure. If you can play, and you can throw it into the same answer. Would it have been better for the Marines being deployed to have been military police? Please go.
Yes, probably would have been. And I'm drawing that conclusion based off of the reserve unit that was pulled up in Minneapolis during the Minneapolis riots. They used U.S. Army National Guard, and they used Army reservists who were from a military police battalion. Now, that being said, and I can tell you this as an MP, military police in the Marine Corps are slowly going away. They're no longer going to be a thing. In fact, the vast majority of...
Say that again, please.
Yeah, military police for the Marine Corps are going away. They are being phased out because they are, quote, no longer required. Instead, the base will be policed by DOD agents.
Oh, no, that's worse.
Oh, but that's how they're doing it, my friend. Yeah, you would rather have a brother put you in cuffs than some DOD employee, right? I mean, if you had... Like, you'd let me cuff you, right?
Well, I mean...
Only in the bedroom.
Did you buy me dinner first, or...
I can if it's, if that's the hinge pin. I can do it.
You got
I didn't say no.
But yeah, so and that was what I was actually going to circle back to is military police probably would have been a better choice, mainly because they're educated in Miranda rights and your those rights for arrest. They're familiar with the laws, so
okay. And now back to what I was going to ask you, Grumple. How do you, in general, feel about the military being out there enforcing the laws against citizens?
The whole defending agents and being tagged like bodyguards for federal agents. It would seem to me, without having some... Because that's as far as I understand the mission, exactly what I said, to defend federal buildings and agents. And the president can... I've heard that maybe this changed, but at least 20 years ago when I was active duty, it was still a thing where the president can deploy the Marine Corps anywhere for any reason for 72 hours without congressional approval.
Correct.
But posse comitatus on U.S. soil is
trumps that
100% still a thing.
Yeah.
So we're in a weird, how does that resolve? Because that's like one of the things that I do is taking, hey, here's a rule and here's a rule and here's a rule, and then figuring out, well, how do these all resolve? That's one of the things that I do just for work in general, just nerd.
Yeah, I was gonna say his work stuff.
Yeah, but posse comitatus would appear to me to be the no pun here, trump card on this. Of that's the top dog of that has the most precedent, or not precedent, but the most priority. So the protecting agents, if they're on the grounds of that federal building, if they're on the premises of that federal building, it'd be just like embassy duty at that point for the Marines.
And my understanding is they were on that federal property, but
yes. Yes.
Yeah, that's and just so we're clear, I don't know what the mission is except for exactly what I said. Hey, this is what I've heard: buildings and defending the agents, federal agents. If the federal agents are leaving the premises, I don't think that any Marines are like escorting them to be, kill squads. I don't
And
think
you
that's
you
happening.
would
That would
you
be
would you be
very
against
illegal to
if
me.
they do? Okay.
I'd be no. That can't happen. Like that cannot. Absolutely not. No,
perfect. Good.
you can't.
And that's what I was about to say. Going back to you there, Jixer.
Jixter.
Like I said,
Jixter.
man, it sounds like a naughty word, bro. It sounds like some shit that'll get us nixed. Anyways,
Yeah,
No, it won't.
sometimes
It'd
people
be
say
mixed
that.
third.
yeah. So, anyways, all right, cool. So, you were talking earlier about the congruent coverage
Jurisdiction,
and it makes sense because of course you've got to be able to defend the fence from both sides, right? That makes perfect logical sense. Get that. Cool. But it's within reason, I'm sure. And again, while you might have overlapping jurisdiction there, at the end of the day, that does not give you the ability to go off base to the neighborhood 6 blocks away and knock on doors over there, right? Like you would
Correct.
have to ask permission for that. So again, while I do understand the on base, and I agreed with y'all both up front about the like on the actual federal building. Yeah, like you said, that's no different than embassy duty or something like that. But do you agree, Gixer, that if the government, if it was ICE out trying to execute their warrants and or raids, do you think that the Marines should be involved in that?
Is it on federal property?
No.
Then no.
Cool. That's fantastic. That's what I
Absolutely
wanted to
not.
hear. I'm glad to hear.
It just no. ICE is if we're going to have what the heck is it? Immigration Customs
And
whatever agency.
Enforcement.
Yeah,
Enforcement.
thank you. If we're gonna have an ICE as a federal agency, then they need to be the ones to conduct their own missions.
They need to handle their shit.
Right. It's not our place to supplement or augment them in any way. I wouldn't say an exception because it's not the same thing, and it's not going to happen. I think it should happen, but it probably won't ever happen. Is if we decide to get serious on the cartels in Mexico. But the problem there is, like Grumple said earlier, is they own the government. So if we go after,
aren't the government. It's just as
they're a separate entity.
Point.
Yes.
Yeah, they're not the government of a physical landmass.
No, they just own the politicians.
They're a group like even ISIS or Al Qaeda or Taliban or
I know no nation. I'm wherever is most convenient to fulfill my desires. Yeah.
If it was the government of a landmass, then you can go to war with that.
Correct.
But they're not the government of a landmass. They just bought up most of, or allegedly a lot or most of.
Yep.
Government
and my thought is the closest you could get to would be the equivalent of what happened to Osama bin Laden with the targeted strike.
Okay. Now, what about if Donald Trump starts phrasing protesters as in rebellion, or starts using verbiage, although he may not have actually invoked the Insurrection Act, he did refer to it as, I believe, insurrectionist behaviors or something like that, when trying to frame protesters as rebellion or insurrection.
Didn't he use the Insurrection Act to send Marines? Isn't that?
No, he did not actually invoke it. He used the one where
I'm a little bit behind. Please catch me up.
No. So and again, maybe this has changed. Koina, please back me up, fact check me. But basically what he did was he invoked the one where the governor can ask for the National Guard to get activated, And he created a what do you call it, executive order that allowed the Marines to be deployed. I'm pretty sure that that's the way that it worked. He has not actually invoked the Insurrection Act, and he did not technically declare martial law, but he's using all of the verbiage leading up to that, clearly and pretty obviously putting on the lube. You know what I mean? So
an interesting thing to keep in mind is this isn't actually the first time the U.S. military has been deployed in civilian encounters within the United States.
You're referring to whenever the Civil War thing, or the civil rights thing, and the integration, forcing integration.
That would be a part of it. I'm going to probably get this wrong.
Desegregation. I'm sorry, that's the term.
Also, wasn't the last LA riots?
Yes.
April 29th, 1992, or whatever. The Sublime song. Yeah, Sublime song's all I know. I remember the Rodney King riots.
So was it? I want to say it was Kent State, wasn't it? Or am I mixing things up? It's that iconic picture where they're sticking daisies in the armies.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you, Coina. It was the U.S. Code 10, National Guard and Federal Service that he used. United States or any Commonwealth or possessions is invaded or in danger of invasion by a foreign nation. There is a rebellion or danger of a rebellion against the authority of the government of the United States. That was the one that he used. The president is unable with the regular forces to execute the laws of the United States. So he used that one as opposed to having to use the Insurrection Act.
The funny thing about the Insurrection Act, too, just the existence of it, seems antithetical to the Second Amendment.
Fucking preach! No, it seems antithetical to the founding of this fucking country. Like,
yeah, I mean, also like, that, Shaw, that little chestnut,
I mean, that's always been like that's always bothered me. It's like, especially whenever I hear people like, people call themselves Sons of Liberty, and then are like tough. Super Federalists. It's like, brah.
And at what point does your First Amendment right cross over into potentially quote unquote inciting insurrection, and then them invoking the same article for that?
Exactly. As soon as
addendum too.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, it's so tough about this topic.
And that's unfortunately.
I'll be right back. Sorry.
Yes, sir. Tell Pokey we said hi.
Just mute. Or wait, I can mute.
He did. So that's exactly the problem right now for me with what the way the verbiage that Trump is using is that he is trying to cast this as though it is rebellious or insurrectionist or et cetera, like so that way he has the justification to be able to act against the people he dislikes. So that's the other thing. That's the reason that I have problems with him. Oh, that's a nasty question. Or like that sort of rhetoric, because it's like you're literally trying to, any criticism of you is dismissed offhand as being bad faith, right? And so it's like now you're criminalizing, at least marginalizing anybody who is questioning authority. And that's kind of what I fucking sell. Like that's my stock in trade is questioning authority. So
yeah, it's exactly the legal equivalent of a debate bro on name your platform or Twitch or YouTube or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. Like just whatever broing you. Like that's
disagree with me. Oh, that's illegal.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm going to mute you. I'm going to ban you. Oh, and you're stupid. Like, yeah. And so again, that's my concern is with the
name a whole bunch of panel hosts.
Yes, sir. I know.
A bunch of panel hosts that that. We're not going to name them because that would be drama. Then we're not going to do drama here.
It's funny you say that because that has always been a thing for me. Is it's like whenever I'm hosting, it's like, and it pisses me off when people are like, "Why do you invite that person?" It's like because he says something I don't. Why would I just invite people who say what I say? Like I need people who disagree with me or there's no conversation. It's an echo chamber.
That's no, fun. The people who are saying that, they're going to say you're platforming bad ideas and bad people. And so you shouldn't be platformed now.
Right. But that's how you deal with
not anything. One of us. You not deal with one of us anymore.
So, I actually had somebody say that to me. And the best analogy I could think of was, look, if I know I've got roaches, I want them in the fucking center of the kitchen floor. I don't want them in the walls. I want to deal with them in the light. Thank you very much. Because if I make them scatter, I know they're still there. They didn't disappear. They're just much more dangerous now.
See, we agree, Mr. Radish. I know we don't agree. Like we're a little like off center on like a few things, but 100%. I don't understand how these people think that. Hey, letting the ideas flow from. If you think they're bad, I mean, let them talk, and then so everybody knows what they're thinking. And
give them the rope.
Court of public opinion. Let people judge them, and then so they know. Let somebody spout off the most extreme whatever ridiculousness that they're gonna do. Let them flow. You know,
let them battle about UAPs.
If somebody's gonna what's the phrase? If somebody's gonna
Gish Gallop.
No, not Gish. If somebody's gonna do X, Y, Z, just let them. Don't prevent them from. I don't want to say hanging, but
I said that. I said give them the rope. I said
give them the rope.
Do it
let
themselves.
Them run. Don't interfere. Just let them roll.
Well, and actually, I will interfere to. I will interfere to ask questions. That's what I do. I'm interested. Like, that's why I said I don't want it to feel like an interview.
Well, yeah.
Like, this is a conversation, but I got questions and I'm going to lay, and you guys, again, I prefer to talk to people who are intelligent, people who can articulate, people who actually have well thought out ideas. But if I push back on something, no. That's why you're here, buddy. And you know it. You can be bashful if you want.
I apologize.
You wouldn't be here otherwise. And I think you know that. But again, I also am perfectly fine talking to a mouth breathing fucking idiot because I enjoy that just as much. I'm going to poke and I'm going to pick and I'm going to ask questions and I'm going to let you look like a fucking idiot. That's fine. I don't mind. It's fun for me. You know what I mean? I'm like the evolved debate, bro. Right? Where it's like, I enjoy the jujitsu of it, but I don't feel like I need to do the gotcha. Like, you can do your own gotcha. I'm too fucking old for that. But that said, I also want to hear people's opinions that I don't have because I know what I think on a subject. I want to hear what everybody else does. So
it has to do with our age because I think you're like we're all Gen X.
Yes.
So I think it has something to do. Like I don't care, man. I'm done with.
Yeah.
I did for a little bit care about the
gotcha.
Like.
So the truth
I got
is,
more shit to worry about.
I'd been waiting for a long time for somebody who actually wants to have discussions and not just go for the gotcha.
Yes,
gotcha.
Sir. No, me too.
And I don't. The other component of that. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out where I left my juice. I think I left it upstairs.
It's fun to watch.
In Germany, you left
the
them.
other. No. Stop. Bad.
Oh, I'm sorry. You said something.
Oh, you said something. Wait. I got to do the.
It was something entirely different.
I got to do the Godwin. Hang on.
You brought them with. They're in the ashtray.
No, it wasn't Godwin's Law. I was just answering a question. I misunderstood.
Anyhow, but like, and no matter how good of a point you make, they're entrenched in their position so much that they're not willing to concede even the slightest bit of ground, even when they're clearly wrong. And you can play a video clip proving here. This is what this guy said. This is what this guy said. And they're like, no, but everybody knows what he really meant. Oh, no. You said he said.
So here's the depressing part about that, Jixer. Everything
I'm
you
depressing.
Just said. What? No.
Before you go, just Jixer, can you turn your noise gate up just like one more skosh because it started doing the thing. Then,
did it peak?
No, it started like echoing back just a little bit, but just turn it up just a little tiny bit. I think.
Wobbly is interested in this conversation. Can he join? He wanted to know.
Oh yeah, Wobbly is a vet too. He's a Navy guy.
Fantastic. As long as you guys aren't
Wobbly.
I'll pull them out and compare links. I'm fine with it.
No.
We do that every morning in Wobbly's stream. It's fine.
Gotcha.
The other guy who I said was a very likely said he feels
Abe Lincoln.
He's going to pass.
I saw
feels
him
weird about it.
Yeah.
No, Abe. I don't want to name him but he said he's going to pass.
No
I said, hey, I know this guy, and it's not weird. It's literally the same conversation we've been having, but it's literally not a debate.
Yeah.
But it's okay. Wobbly, give me just a sec. I'll send you the link. It's in StreamYard.
again, I asked almost 24 vets. 24 vets and
And
active duty.
oh man,
And you were the only two who said yes. So, and I didn't technically
well, I'm
like. Go
You
ahead.
didn't technically
no,
ask
it
me,
was
but
That's what I was
no,
about
it
to
was
say. You don't even
technically
count.
I was the only one that said yes, and
Yes,
then
exactly.
I started messaging friends that are
Yes,
also
I
vets.
appreciate that
did
more than I can possibly tell you.
did
And I
did
just
you
didn't want to.
ever
I'm
Fucking nuts.
actually myself. So, but yeah,
did you
exactly.
ever see that movie Wedding Crashers? I feel kind of like that.
No, sir. No, sir. I asked
Wobbly,
Grumpy
I
to
sent
bring
you
anybody he could.
a
So,
link in a Discord DM.
I'm
and
gonna
yeah,
run and get my juice real quick. Sorry.
yep, do it slow. It feels better. So I actually was gonna say that. Yeah, I know that. I know what the space is like, and I've come to realize that that's why I will never actually have any meaningful success in this space, is because I don't do that whole like dig in, hyperbolic, fucking pretend like I know everything. Like the fact that I'm willing to acknowledge that I'm wrong about a thing, or that I'm like, oh fuck, that's a really good point. I had never thought of that. Like that's what I'm here for. I'm here for my own fucking edification.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
especially as a lefty on Twitch. Yeah, you're destined to fail. Just like most, right? The only not lefty politics adjacent streamer to ever get partner was Demon Machine, and he was mainline a mechanic with triple digits. He got partner, and he was very early on, and then he got friggin' doxxed and stopped streaming. Oh, we got Wobbly here.
We got Wobbly. We have Wobbly here.
Welcome in, Mr. Wobbly. Welcome in. Please,
hey, Wobbly.
Walk softly and carry a big peepee.
So Wobbly is a veteran of World War One. Please give him all his due respect.
Two. He's not that old. Two.
No, sir. No, sir. But are you Vietnam era?
Yes.
Right on. As was my father. Thank you for your service, man.
Love you, Wobbly.
So, welcome in, and I'm sure that Grumple at least told you a little bit about what I'm doing here. I grew up in the military. I grew up around the military, but I have questions for people that I think only the military should be answering, or I'm more interested in the perspective of active and vets on these particular subjects. But what I found is, all of the active duty kept telling me Article 10, Article 10. I'm not allowed to talk to you about any of this. And then the vets were all basically like, felt like, what's the point? Like they felt like they didn't want to speak on behalf of anybody except themselves, which is fine. I mean, that's what I'm looking for. But just so you know, I've just got a few questions that I'm asking regarding a couple of different subjects. I don't know how much you've been paying attention to, but since Grumple took off and we already got Jixer here, what were your general sentiments, if you don't mind me asking, sir, about the military parade? Were you generally in support of it? Do you feel like it was a worthwhile investment from our government?
I think it would have been a lot better if the No Kings protest wasn't coincide along with it.
Why do you think
as far as a military parade,
real quick,
the only thing I enjoyed it. I watched the whole thing as much as I could, including the speeches. I didn't take offense to the fact that there were so many contractors and different things that actually were supporting it. It's mute to me. The thing is it was supposed to be a patriotic tribute to the Army being the first military that was actually formed in the constitutional, the colonies at a time when it was needed.
Republic.
Yep, the Republic.
Continental Army. Yep.
So, I thought that a lot of people took criticism to it that was unnecessary. They were too worried about what it would cost, blah, blah, this, but it was the same people that basically are just so anti-American, anti-patriot, anti-veteran, anti-military that it just became mute to me. I turned off all the protests and just sat and watched the parade.
I could be wrong, Mr. Wobbly, but I think that was kind of the whole point of the No Kings thing, is they wanted to have it on that specific day. I don't think they intentionally held the parade on the same day as the No Kings, just for clarification.
So real quick, if you don't mind me asking there, Mr. Wobbly, insofar as the no kings at the same time, or that you feel like it would have been better if the no kings protest wasn't happening, I gotta ask, why do you think it would have been better if the no kings protests weren't happening?
Because the no kings protest is bullshit.
Well, right.
It's a
Okay. So
distraction.
here's the thing, though. Is it safe to assume that none of the people who are participating in the No Kings protest would have been at the parade anyway? So they didn't actually detract from the number of viewers.
Since most people have been basically under a propaganda war against America for so long, at least for the last 12 years that I've been watching what's been going on politically and in mass media, I think that they might have been.
Okay.
People are swayed too easily.
Wobbly, I'm pretty sure too that I already know your answer, but do you think your location is relevant to the conversation at all?
Yes. I live in Southern California. I watched the timeline. I watched the lies that were put out on the left media. They tried to distort everything. They're still trying to distort it now.
Okay, so real quick question there then. You also said that the people who were concerned about the cost or were complaining about the cost of the parade were inherently un-American. Does that mean that people who are concerned about the efficiency and balancing the budget are un-American?
The same people that were so worried about the cost of it are the same people that are so corrupt and taking money from pharma, taking money from all other different types of, even Soros and all that other crap that everybody keeps trying to tell everybody it's not true.
Sure.
Too much money is being funded.
Elon Musk
these
also.
Yeah.
So
consider Elon Musk a patriot.
So okay. So when you say that I'm trying to think of the best way to word this question. I guess you're saying that the same people who were concerned with the cost were un-American, or were the ones who are against America.
I'm talking about our political leadership.
Sure. Okay. Well, within our political leadership, our current administration had a whole thing. Speaking of Elon Musk,
you actually think that Crockett has any intelligence at all? Or AOC?
What are you asking me?
Raskin?
Like, I mean, they have access to all of the intelligence,
actually,
don't they?
Honest?
Oh no, I don't think any politician is honest, sir. Okay. I'm sorry. Yeah,
he's asking if you think they're smart, if they have intelligence.
Oh, if they have intelligence. Well, no, that's not what it takes to get elected, sir. You need to be charming. You need to be clever. You need to be
charming. AOC is charming.
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
No, they were.
You might not like them, but they were charming enough to get people to. Sure.
You have to see some of the commercials that are on
absolutely.
TV.
No, 100%. I don't actually watch TV, but I do understand how propaganda works, sir. What I'm saying though, and yes, absolutely. I for the record, I actually wish that you weren't allowed to have any sort of political propaganda on advertisements, but that's neither here nor there. So back to what I was trying to ask, the current administration is the one who's worried about expenditures and saving money. So does that mean that they are un-American because they're concerned about saving money?
Is there something wrong with holding a parade?
Well, specifically, you were talking about the people who are concerned about the cost.
Is there something
and I'm trying to hold it to that.
Is there something
the cost
wrong with holding a parade?
The cost. If we're concerned about the non-balanced budget and we're concerned about our expenditures and efficiency, enough so that we're firing federal employees, then yes, it seems like a parade would be ill-timed.
You're firing federal employees that basically don't show up to work, are not doing the job that they're specifically hired to do. Outside of, in fact, most of them are working
based on what evidence, sir?
Outside of their job description.
I'm curious, where are you getting that fact from, if you don't mind me asking?
I collect facts from
Wait,
everywhere.
if I may, just a moment, Wobbly. This isn't a debate, and Horseradish isn't. This isn't him saying this. It's him saying, "Hey, there are people that are making this argument." So
I understand.
Okay, just
I
don't know how much of it you saw.
I enjoyed the parade. I think we should do it more often when the U.S. Navy's birthday comes up. I'd like to see something of that. I enjoy it. It's okay. Part of our country.
Oh yeah, fantastic. The Blue Angels and what's the Army one? The Thunderbirds, I think, something like that.
Yeah.
There's budget for that. That doesn't have any.
So I know we said that it was within the DoD umbrella budget, right? So that's basically just what was already allotted. So that's, I guess, already part of the budget. So it was like it had to be spent one way or the other. Isn't that kind of how that shit works? So that's the
reallocated, yeah.
Yeah, or reallocated. I mean, personally, I feel like there could have been better uses for that money, right? Even within the military. Like that's my own personal, and that was why if it seemed like I was getting particularly defensive there, it was because I am one of the people who wasn't pleased about the cost or the expenditure, because it seems like I've been hearing a lot about how we've recently depleted our military and our stockpiles due to what we've been sending to Ukraine, or at least that's the narrative I hear from the right. And so that said, how about maybe we should be investing that money into reinforcing our domestic military production instead.
But it is being. There's been 2 more contracts
right
to rebuild armament.
Right. What I'm saying is the money that was spent on this parade could have also gone into those better purposes in my mind, because I don't know what the idea behind the parade was. That was really what I was looking for, is trying to figure out what's the purpose here. Because we don't need to flex dick, right? We don't have to say, oh, look how big it is. We know, everybody fucking knows, right? Like that's common knowledge. We also, like we've already established, we weren't showing our best material. We weren't showing like our coolest shit. We keep that secret. This is stuff that people already knew we had. So like now, if this was following or a time whenever I guess I just answered my own question. So I'll answer myself and tell myself why I'm wrong. The answer is because right now, above any other time, we need patriotism. Right now, we need to reunify the United States. We need to come back together as American citizens. And what better to do that than getting us behind the military again? And arguably that there was no such thing as an unpatriotic American on September 12th. Like that's one of my fears, just so y'all know, with my tinfoil hat back there. One of my concerns is something like that's going to happen. Like maybe we're going to find ourselves into a hot war with Iran, so that way, hopefully, that we're going to reunify under that patriotism. But that usually comes after some big bad thing happens, and I don't want the fucking bad thing to happen. I don't know that a parade is going to do it, but I can at least see that might be a justification for it. So,
Horseradish, just so yes, it is the 250th anniversary. So I mean, that's a big number.
It is
a big even number. I think it's totally worth the budget. Except I didn't watch it.
But it was actually pretty damn good, man. I enjoyed it.
Like sloppy marching and
that bothered me. That bothered me a lot.
Maybe that. I mean, if it wasn't done well, I mean, maybe that was
they weren't
kind of a waste of money.
No, Marines. We've already established that it wasn't the Navy who could march. Y'all can swim, brother. You don't march.
There's stuff for sure for morale. It's the Army and Navy football teams. It's the Marine Corps band. Like I said, the Blue Angels, and I think the Army ones, the Thunderbirds. These aren't like combat things. These are, hey, get people hyped up about military and patriotism, and like, hey, look at the stuff that the military guys are doing. Yeah, it's about just home team pride at that point, and that's even as a recruiting tool. That is worth some dollars. That's the only thing I disagree with, based on you described it. If it was that sloppy, maybe it was a little bit of a waste. But
It was cool. It was cool because of the historical. I'm sorry, real quick. It was cool because of the historical reenactment level. Like I enjoyed it just because getting to see. Basically, they had people in uniform from every military engagement that the United States has been in since the Revolution. So
that's cool.
Yeah, that's why I said I was like, oh no, this is kind of fire. So
wait, every uniform or every army uniform?
I didn't know it was just every army, but at first I thought, because there was a couple, I thought that there were others represented, which was I thought was cooler. You missed this part, Wobbly. I actually was irritated that it was just the army, because if we're going to go based from 1775's Continental Army, or excuse me, the Continental Army, then it should have been, since every military branch, except for the Marines, ultimately broke apart from that Continental Army, including the Navy and the Air Force.
But the Marine Corps also started in 1775, same year.
So it should have had the same. Exactly. Number one, it at least should have been the Marines and the Navy, but in truth, it should have been a full military parade as opposed to just
the Army's birthday.
But it's the Continental Army. It wasn't even the United States yet.
Yeah, but
you can't call it the U.S. Army.
Minutemen.
Hang on, I'm gonna get my point in here.
I'm sorry, Jixer.
So you were saying kind of like, as far as what is the point related to the this expense of money and whatnot, and then you said you identified your own, you figured out your own answered your own question, but considering the fact that there's this big push for like recruiting to try to bolster our military numbers, and they started doing, and I don't have a better way to describe it. If it's offensive, I apologize, but the woke recruiting of oh, this is Sally, and Sally's joining the army, and Sally's a lesbian, and then there's Susie, and she's trans, and she used to be a man. So they had all that, right? And so I think the parade is probably,
worst recruiting ad ever.
Yeah, exactly.
The lava monster was the best recruiting ad ever.
But so my point being, I think the parade is a better recruiting tool than those commercials ever were.
No, that's absolutely valid. That's 100% true.
But none of them compares to the fighting the lava monster ad from the 80s and 90s.
No. America's Army ad ever. America's Army, the video game.
Like the ending. Nah, lava monster.
Nope.
He's right.
Nope. Still, lava monster is 100% the best one ever.
I could totally pull it up. I totally could.
Even at
somebody's got an echo coming back.
It's probably me.
It's the room ambience.
Testes.
1,
2, 3.
It's just the room ambience.
So
don't worry about it.
So one other thing about that, by the way, that did kind of was the optics. I was torn. Okay, so I try to give things the benefit of the doubt, but I also am a realist, and I also am a history nut. So I know the shit that has been done in the name of the government in the past, right? So I try to be optimistic, but I can only be so optimistic. Another part of it was during that parade, Donald Trump, he swore in a graduating army from Fort Bragg, I think, maybe. I could be wrong. Somebody correct me on that. But there was a graduating class that he swore in and had them take the oath, right? And when I listened to him reciting the oath, it seemed really interesting that he focused on the part, will obey the President of the United States. And then he kind of rambles through the rest of that sentence in regards to pursuant to the, there is a really bad echo coming through. Actually, I just heard it. I hope it's not me. Anyway, I will turn.
Jixik, if you could turn your noise gate up just a little bit, I'm pretty sure it's not wobbly.
I'm on headset.
I'm muted. I'll mute it and we'll see if it goes away.
There you go. It did indeed go away. So there you go. Yeah. Anyway, it's on the one hand, it occurs to me that getting sworn into your service as by the President of the United States would be basically one of the greatest honors, right? Like that's pretty fucking cool. We can all agree on that.
Yes.
But on the same token, optics wise, it seemed kind of self-serving. It seemed kind of setting up a precedent, just like the using the terms rebellious behavior or insurrectionist behavior in regards to protests. I worry about this becoming an issue where the president feels that the soldiers are sworn to follow him as opposed to sworn to upholding the Constitution. So I'm going to ask each of you, gentlemen, this is where I was going to go.
Quick question before you.
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead.
Before you continue, just quick question. Which school was it?
I don't remember. I don't remember. Like I said, he was swearing in a group.
If it was at West Point, yes, I agree. If it was at Annapolis, which is the Naval Academy, which is both Navy and Marine Corps, because the Marine Corps, the band is called, as I mentioned the band like 7 times tonight so far, the Marine Corps band is called the President's Own. It's the Marine Corps is at the discretion of the president for like a lot of stuff, for direct things. So the thing that you, because I didn't see this particular swearing in ceremony. If it was 2 Marines, I mean,
no. Okay, so Donald Trump swore in 250 new recruits, 250 new recruits and returning soldiers into the U.S. Army during a military parade on June 14th, 2020.
Oh, to the Army, no.
Yeah, so
that's wonky. Okay, I just wanted to clarify that because I'm sorry I missed who it was to, because whom he was speaking at the
Radish, did you serve?
No, unfortunately, I was not able to. Long story short, my father was a lifer, retired after 23 years. He too was Vietnam era, although he was Air Force, and they said he wasn't allowed to. He volunteered to go over many times. They only sent him to the Philippines. That said, I grew up on bases. I currently have, I think, 12 active duty or retired members in my direct family. My plan was to, as I told earlier, like First Recon Marine was my dream from the time I was 8 years old and saw Full Metal Jacket for the first time. When I was 17, I blew out my back. Everything I did up till then was in preparation for it. Everything from being a Boy Scout made it to life. I was really big into physicality because I was preparing for my career. I ended up having to have back surgery at Walter Reed Air Force Base, fun enough. And I got blacklisted. Like, I even tried to get into the Navy under special dispensation just to ride a fucking desk. And they told me point blank that they wouldn't even draft my ass, which sucks because I was part of a study group that took the ASVABs, and I scored high enough that I had recruiters calling me constantly. And I had to keep telling them, look, bro, you keep telling me no, fuck off, lose my phone number. So again, that's it. I have nothing but undying respect for them. I tried my best, but they wouldn't let me. So
sorry. So Horseradish, wobbly
Yes,
Horseradish. I've known Wobbly for 5 or 6 years.
About 8 years now.
8? Is it like closer to 8? Something like that. I've known Horseradish just in kind of different circles for a few years now. So Horseradish approached me about like, hey, he wants to do a show where he's interviewing veterans and
active duty, but they just said no.
I was the only one that said, hey, yeah, I'm in. And he gave me a whole bunch of flattery compliments about like, oh, hey, that's great. You know, I wanted you. So then I started probing my contact list. Wobbly, I'm sorry. Just as you notice, we didn't have any messages because I was going through my list of like, hi, go just on everybody, because I would have messaged you also. But that's what this is. This isn't a debate. It's Horseradish wanted to do a show where he's getting input from
an interview
from vets about the most recent current events that are going on, because there's a lot of shit going on.
Correct.
Okay, well, let me give you
just so you know what's going on here.
Lay it on me.
I was born on Wright-Patterson Air Force Base.
Cheers with the UFOs.
My father.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I have some dreams, but my father joined the Army Air Corps during World War II. He served for almost 36 years.
Nice.
In the Air Force. When it was, I mean, I've had General LeMay sitting across the dinner table
That was
And
why
so
Wally
he
got
was
out.
I mean, I've
Asian it
been,
right back the whole time.
I've been in several states and several countries
Okay, cool.
as an Air Force brat.
Cheers to Air Force
And
brats.
when I had a draft lottery number of 33, I figured, well, I'm going to go in the
I
Navy.
may as well volunteer.
And I got a really big background in electronics. I've always been interested in electronics, but I also served as a technician for U.S. Forest Service. The reason I asked you if you served is how many times have you ever stood up and taken the oath?
Once. I worked for the federal government. I worked for the IRS. And I know
Okay,
that's silly, but you
that
take the same.
oath-
Oh,
that
fuck no,
oath
I'm
is
done.
not that different than.
Oh, it's
the
almost the exact same one. Yes, sir.
military
No, I was actually going to make that comment. I didn't want it to seem like stolen valor, but yeah, I have taken the same oath, and I made the oath to the Constitution against foreign to domestic again, and
Yep.
I meant it since I was a fucking Boy Scout. So yeah, I absolutely, sir.
So just for grins here, I'm going to read it. I actually pulled it up. So
Please do.
I blank do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, and I will obey the orders of the President of the United States and the orders of the officers appointed over me, according to the regulations and the Uniform Code of Military Justice, so help me God. Title 10 U.S. Code Act of 5th May 1960, replacing the wording first adopted in 1789 with amendment effective 5 October 1962.
So
Man, I didn't want to
I
interrupt
really wish
you.
I could have
Just-
heard you.
Horseradish. Yeah, man, I didn't want to interrupt you, but it wasn't. I don't think it was something. You were way quiet.
It was
Jixer.
beautiful, but I couldn't hear it. God damn
was-
it, man! I like cranked my desktop all the way to the right.
Do you
I'm
want-
like, please.
Is it any better now? Is that better now?
Yes, that's so
Read
much
it
better.
again, please. I
It's
will
because
edit
I'm
that one
playing.
out.
It's because I keep playing with the gate. I'm sorry.
No, you're
So
good.
anyway,
Good.
no,
Read it again.
This is
please.
all a tech. This is all a tech test stream right now.
Yep.
Also, at the same time, unfortunately, I'm sorry, Horseradish. This is
No.
where we're doing
I'm-
this, and we got the consolidated chat, and this
I'm
is like.
loving it. I appreciate
All right.
every damn one of y'all. So go on.
Oh, if you Horseradish, if you see anything in the chat you want to be pulled up, let me.
I did, but it was.
Yeah, like I haven't been because you do like, hey, we're having the conversation here, 100%. But we can make it like.
I've said it before.
Like that.
I enjoy this part.
Yeah.
I enjoy the conversation part. I wish I had somebody who handled that shit because I'm pretty good at this part. I think, not to suck my own dick, but I think I'm all right at this. But I suck at that part. I fucking dox myself, or I blow it, or I accidentally end the stream, or I do something fucking idiotic every time. So I just give up. I'm just like, if I'm talking to people, this is my focus. I'm not. I hate those streamers who are
Yeah,
so
me-
like, especially when you're on a panel and I look over and you're like this. And you're
Yeah,
just
it's
typing
not-
away. It's like, bro, you're not listening to the fucking conversation.
It's
Why are
not
you
that
here?
we're intentionally ignoring chat. It's that we're doing a specific thing right now, so we're not ignoring chat, but kind of ignoring chat.
Mhm.
Otherwise, I'm all about. I want to be able to bring the chat, the specific chats
Yes.
up on this. It's
Same.
so cool.
Yes, but I don't know how, and I'm never
Well,
gonna.
just-
If I
we're-
had
we're
somebody who
working on
did
it.
that shit, I would love
No,
it. I
we're
would
working
hug
on it
them
right. Like to
hard.
be able to technically do it. We're working on it right
Yeah,
now.
for
That's what we're-
tonight, bro.
we're
But
doing.
you're not gonna be with me every night holding my hand. So anyway, back to it. Sorry.
Well, I mean, no, we can
All right.
cuddle.
All right,
Yeah.
let me try this one more time. So
Yes, sir. Read
I
it again,
blank.
please. Thank you.
I
Give me
blank
some
do
red
solemnly.
crayons, and I mean, I'm sorry.
I, Jixer, do solemnly swear. Go on.
Sure. I blank do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, and that I will obey the orders of the President of the United States and the orders of the officers appointed over me according to the regulations and the Uniform Code of Military Justice.
Sorry, stop, Jixer. It started off strong, and then it started like bouncing. I think you adjusted the
This
gate
is
too far
my
up.
noise. Yeah, well, this is what you get, Mr.
I'm sorry, man.
You're gay. Oh, you're gay. God damn it, son of a bitch.
Hang on, would you? Hang on, I'll.
Damn, a
was about to
good
say, if you
mix
drop the
will
link,
go
I
a
can read
long
it.
ways.
Yeah.
I'll do it
Is
dramatically.
it better?
Yeah. Give it.
Yeah, go ahead and read it.
Give it to us, Grump.
Hang on. Well, link me the one because
drop it in the chat, bro.
Right now.
So the interesting thing is this site actually also has.
Oh, you sound great now, by the way.
Well, yeah, I just unfucked my gate because I'm trying to make you happy. That's not true. If it's an aluminum gate, you're fine. JD Vance told me. Just so you know.
Are you all ready?
The thing to him that he was doing to you. That's awesome. Yeah, go.
Are you all ready for a dramatic reading of the oath of enlistment?
Do it sultry.
Hand up. Also. To the shores of Tripoli. No, do the second verse. Do the third verse.
Read the fucking thing.
Third verse. Nobody remembers third verse. No, hang on. After this, though. So, I, Jixer Therapy, do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear truth, faith, and allegiance to the same, and that I will obey the orders of the President of the United States and the orders of the officers appointed over me, according to regulations of the Uniform Code of Military Justice, so help me God, Title 10, U.S. Code, Act of 5th of May, 1960, replacing wording adopted in 1789 with amendment effective the 5th of October, 1962.
So my first thought when I watched it, like I said, was that
the emphasis on president.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and overlooking what, because I guarantee you that Trump does not know the contents of the Uniform Code of Military Justice and what that caveat means in regards to the situations where you were following unlawful orders, right? So
Article 10.
Exactly.
You're exactly, every single military member is obligated to not follow unlawful orders.
Exactly. And Trump, I guarantee you, missed that part. I guarantee you nobody told him that. So again, when you listen to him say it, it was hard to not notice that he put the emphasis on the wrong syllable. He pretty clearly
your syllables are so sexy, though.
Thank you, sir. Yours ain't so bad. You make me blush. So again, you could tell that he was emphasizing the follow the orders of the president, and that was alarming to me because at the end of the day, and so I go back to you guys know that when you took that oath, you just said it, Grumple, but I guess to the question to the other two gentlemen, do you feel that your oath is to the Constitution, or do you feel that your oath is to the president? And if the president does something that goes against the Constitution, which one do you prioritize?
Constitution.
Jixer?
It's to both, like Wobbly said, but
which one do you prioritize if they conflict?
If the president, I mean, he's the executive and the executive in chief, but
it has to be very clear in my mind that it is an unlawful order.
Yeah, that's hard.
Open fire on these random citizens of Chicago.
When you say random, that's not what if they're protesters? What if their protesters have been called insurrectionists by that commander in chief?
Just Horseradish, so you're aware, there's a lot of layers that are going to happen between the president issuing something and the dudes doing things.
Yes, sir.
There's a lot of layers in between, and it's on all of those layers in between to do it. The guy on the ground, the small unit leader is the last line of defense, because the guy on the ground, I got an order. I don't know. He's not a leader.
I always point this out too. So if you think about this, and this is just something to keep in mind, it isn't a right or wrong thing, but like Grumple's talking about the boots on the ground people, right? So you remember that PFC who got caught taking pictures of prisoners in Abu Ghraib? And she ended up
compromising positions.
Yeah. And so she's the one who ran up the flagpole. She got
great euphemism.
Oh, what's the word I'm looking for? She court-martialed over it, She most certainly did time over it, and the thing of it was is she did everything that the CIA agents in charge of that site told her to do, other than post that picture.
Yeah. So, all right, real quick, Wobbly, you looked like you had something to say, and you were the next one I was going to ask.
Look,
If the
sorry,
two
Wobbly.
conflict,
Considering the way things have been unfolding over the last several months, I think that President Trump doesn't say or do anything unless there is actually some intent in it. Being pretty much at ground zero when all of this sort of blew up, it was an insurrection. Without a doubt, it was an insurrection. It was paid for. It was planned.
January 6th?
It was planned well ahead of time. January 6th,
I'm just curious because everybody said that wasn't, and I'm curious if they both were to you.
I think that January 6th played out as there was outside influences in the crowd.
Yep. Like you just said, was what caused it to be an insurrection, right? In California, that there were outside influences.
Indeed.
So that's all I'm asking is everybody said it wasn't an insurrection.
You cannot hold a whole group of people guilty of an insurrection when it was actually done and purposely done as an embarrassment to the country.
Talking about January 6th?
Talking about January 6th and
as an embarrassment
going on
to the
right
country.
now.
Okay. So, well, and just because I'm trying to reconcile, because I'm not a big fan of...
Everybody wants to blame Donald Trump and his supporters for what happened on January 6th.
Well, I blame every person for their own behavior, period. So again, every person chooses their own decisions.
If you actually looked at the timeline of it,
sorry.
The behavior started way before the end of his speech.
Sure.
And then they creatively edited his speech to make it.
I'm not just to be clear, I'm not talking about Trump. This has nothing to do with Trump. I'm not asking about Trump's involvement or his responsibility for this. That we can hash that out on another time. I am specifically asking if the people who were saying hang Mike Pence, the people who were calling for a stop to the peaceful change of leadership, if those people weren't insurrectionists, but the people who are protesting deportations are. That just seems like a weird. It doesn't reconcile. So again, if one is, then I feel like both of them have to be, right?
I have to still look.
I would disagree that.
I have to still look from 30 yards away. I'm sorry.
Appreciate the raid, Gorps.
I've seen way too much evidence that even our own members of Congress were involved in it.
Thanks, Gorps.
So who are you going to call an insurrectionist on January 6th? Nancy Pelosi?
Sure.
The DC mayor?
Sure, if that's what you want to think. The thing is, I kept hearing that the people who were literally storming the United States Capitol were not actively insurrectionists. I keep hearing that. But to me, if there was ever an example of insurrectionist behavior, it would be storming the capital of our country under any circumstances. Now,
but how many of those people were actually MAGA?
Well, the plenty of them that got arrested and later pardoned, right? Those were the people who were storming the castle, sir. Like you can if you believe in the what's the word? The embedded instigators. There's a fancy term for it. If you believe in that, I'm fine with that. Sure, I absolutely agree. Just like I know about the pallets of shit that showed up at the George Floyd riots on the corners. I know all that shit, and I don't disagree. But what I'm saying is you can't say it wasn't an insurrection, because even if you had one or two bad actors, 4 or 5 bad actors who started, the rest of them kept rioting. The rest of them, Ashley Babbitt was mad.
Insurrection, right? I'm saying that
it was Ashley Babbitt.
Who was actually who was actually the
Instigator.
kingpin or the instigator, or who was actually?
I'm not sure.
Behind
I don't
it?
know.
Orchestrator.
Yeah, no. Yeah, the orchestrator. Sure. I don't know who's the they is the way we used to say it in our chat.
Ray Epps
Who's the
is one
they?
of them, but
Right. Sure. Yeah.
Same.
Again, there's plenty that probably are, but that doesn't change the fact of the individuals involved were actively trying to prevent the peaceful transfer of power in the United States. They were actively storming the Capitol.
Let's not do that, because there's video of inside. There's a lot of video of inside.
They were let in, and they were welcomed in by. I've seen plenty of the video. Yeah,
and
no,
they
100%.
respected the velvet ropes, and
So
then
much
there's
fucking
video
shit.
with
Yes,
the Q shaman right in the video of
literally getting
"Hey,
welcomed
we
the
gotta
fuck
be
in.
peaceful."
Yes.
Talking to
Yep.
talking to Capitol Police of, "Hey, we all got to be
Absolutely.
peaceful here. Everybody remember, be peaceful."
Absolutely.
It doesn't. Just January 6th does not meet the technical definition of an insurrection.
People storming the castle. People literally
storming.
people banging on the doors of the United States Capitol.
The-
That video.
Who owns the Capitol?
We the people, sir. I
So-
agree with
But
you.
they're
Make no mistake.
Unarmed
I
people
agree.
can be an insurrection.
I agree. But the very definition, again, like I said,
I believe it
there's-
requires armed.
So a similar
Okay.
thing happened in Wisconsin.
if that is a
where-
caveat, please find that. I would love to know that. Please, absolutely. If that's true, I'd need to know. Go ahead. Sorry,
Hang
sir.
on, I'm
a
pretty
similar
sure.
thing happened in Wisconsin where the teachers union and some other government what are they called, unions, ended up going into the Capitol during an open session, or I'm sorry, not an open session, during a closed session, stood in the hallways, stood in the lobbies, and they were sitting there and they were chanting and they had their signs and everything else, and they protested the passing of the law that made whatever changed. So they, whatever, however that, pardon me, I can't remember the specific. But my point being is nobody had any problem with them being inside their state capital.
Correct. I remember that. And I loved that protest. I thought that was an amazing protest. Right. But what wasn't happening at that protest was building a gallows outside of the the nation's capital and chanting death to Mike Pence.
Hang on, just there's a monolith fallacy happening.
Shoot.
Horseradish.
Yes, sir. Let me hear it.
Treating everybody there and everything that happened as if that's what was orchestrated and that's what everybody there was
I
there to do.
apologize. I do not mean to do that. That is not what I'm trying to frame. And I'm trying to be as clear as I can that I agree with our right to protest. I agree that that federal building is our building, we the people. I am a firm believer in the idea that the federal government should fear the people, not the other way around. I personally believe that we know where the torches and pitchforks are, people. So again, I agree that we should be allowed to protest outside of the state's capital or the federal capital. However, I also can't see any way around disagreeing, because we cannot. I understand they were in a monolith, but you cannot tell me that a substantial, like, we can't go back and what's the phrase? We can't paint the bullseye around the arrow. We can't act as though the people. We can't act as though the people weren't trying to prevent the peaceful exchange of power.
See, now that is treating everybody that. Hold just a second. That is treating them all as the monolith, because there were multiple groups there, and
were any of them?
I mean, get your tinfoil hat out, man, because there were obviously instigators.
Yes. No, I've seen the shit. I've seen the dude in
100%.
I've seen the dude in the motorcycle helmet. I know.
Others.
Like I said, I've seen
but there were people there that even some of the ones that went into the building that were, we're just protesting.
There were a lot of them. Yes, I agree. But there were nevertheless people there who had plans
blocking
to overthrow
the peaceful transfer of power. That I would want, like, if we were debating right now, I'd say, give me receipts. And make it.
And we will have this debate.
Yeah. Which
because I agree with you. I do want to. I want to.
Yeah, I want to move on from this too, because this is like we're not debating right now.
It is. That's the only reason. And again, if one is to me, both of them have to be. That was the only point I was trying to make. But again,
see, I don't think
like you said, that's another.
I don't think that's congruent either necessarily.
Yes, sir.
Like what do you think about what do you think about when the Chaz Chop people took over a federal?
That was a secession. That was 1,000% a secession, and Texans should love that word.
Oh yeah, no,
I don't love it.
I'm Team Texit, by the way.
Yeah, no, I hear. I did. I was too when I lived there. So and actually, that should be. That's one of my fears is California is going to do that.
Might even let you back in
with what's going on in the standoff between Newsom and but I was told that I'm stupid for even saying this out loud. But that's my legitimate fear is California starts to say something like, I can't imagine how Californians are going to feel about watching the Marines frog walk their fucking governor out of the Capitol. Some might be cheering, yes, but there's going to be a lot of that's one of them. But there's going to be a lot of people who are going to take to the fucking streets. And once again, now we have the U.S. military engaged with protesters, insurrectionists. So I see a case being made for California's secession and insurrection instead of secession. Then all of a sudden Texas gets involved and says, well, now hold my fucking beer, buddy. You can't tell us we're not allowed to do that now. So again, that's how I see it.
Yeah, you don't want to do that.
Yeah,
pardon.
I know, I agree.
Don't make Texas say hold my beer.
Pardon me for sidebar here, but I wanted to know if Grumple saw the thing about the big beautiful bill making.
Yeah, I knew. Okay, so Clovert, we did some petitioning, and I'm not sure if that had anything to do with it. As far as like, hey, creators that are on board with this, as far as signing petitions, it wasn't a public thing. But then there was a separate thing about, hey, go and sign. It is in Discord.
Did you just say suppressors?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes, suppressors and suppressors and I think short barrels are also on, like, everything except full autos are about to be struck down off the NFA. So essentially,
my buddy and I were driving by a.
If it continues, and then the big beautiful. So I would like a lot of what's in the big beautiful bill.
Much for me.
I mean,
a buddy of mine and I, big gun nut, we're driving past a fucking gun show the other day, a gun shop, and it said outside, "We have silencers," and we both chuckled because they used the word silencers, and he was like, y'all are allowed to just fucking sell those up here? I was like, not that I know of, man. For those of you who don't know, I live in the state of Washington. So it's like, I'm like, not that I know of. I hadn't heard that. Hey, Mac Dog, right there. That's the friend. So anyway, that explains it. So apparently, yeah, because we're like,
maybe you want to, maybe Mac Dog, if you talk suppressors, maybe you.
Oh, he will talk about guns all fucking day. So, guns and fast cars. That's kind of, and airplanes. So, anyways,
I'm going to focus everybody's
here in California.
Say that again, sir.
Everything that's illegal here in California.
Right. Yeah. Which I think is horrible.
It's considered illegal in California.
They're trying to do it.
What, your penis is lacking and showing it's lacking, sir.
Why are you talking to Wobbly that way? That's so mean. I mean, like, what's your deal?
Doesn't mean it has to
you
be.
Don't have to be jealous just because I know it's longer than yours. It's okay.
That's why he wants to put the suppressor on.
It is.
Well, he doesn't want anyone to hear him coming.
No, mine looks like this.
So real quick, because I want to revisit the. So I asked about the parade, but what I didn't ask.
Sorry, Horseradish.
No, you're good. You're good. No, I enjoy the derails. Again, it's fine. I'm here all night, or at least till midnight. Well, fuck yeah, till midnight. So I like it. The other question then: how do y'all feel? And each one of y'all, I'd like to hear your takes on the current situation. Fuck, I'd actually love to hear y'all's opinions on the Ukraine conflict and on the Israel conflict. But I we could literally have it all night. I would like to hear right now, though, what y'all think about the possibility of us putting more involvement or an actual direct hot war in Iran. I assume that all three of y'all, I must you dedicated your allegiance there, Wobbly, but Jixer and Grumple have not. As my guess was, or my understanding was, that MAGA in general was very for the withdrawal, regime change, wars in the Middle East, etc., etc.
No.
Go ahead, please.
Your premise is flawed.
Lay it out for me.
Well, hang on. Just the withdrawal from Afghanistan that Biden did.
Mm-hmm. Y'all wanted it to happen, just not the way that it happened.
It was the fallout. Nobody liked that.
Right. No, it was done. It was executed horribly, and I've heard plenty of people say that that's the second one, that it would be Biden or his competitor's problem. I don't know if he knew it was going to be Biden at that time.
Oh, no. That has nothing to do with it. It was Biden took out the military people before the civilians and left.
No, it was executed.
All of these
1,000%.
We were indebted to.
Sure.
To flap out. Didn't do it according to plan at all.
I agree. I'm not saying that it was executed well, but I'm saying that y'all wanted it to happen. Correct. Like just happen properly.
I mean, we have precedent for leaving bases. As far as I understand, China has Bagram base. That's the last I heard, is China has control of it. Which, hey, if we had just like a few guys there, that wouldn't have happened. We got a few guys, like a detachment, a lot of places.
Okay. Well, no,
we didn't need to get out the last 13 dudes.
Sure. No, that's another whole question. Then I would actually like to derail on that for, if you would. So, are you a fan of us having a bunch of bases scattered all over the world, risking soldiers being accidentally involved in local skirmishes and such, or even just being overextended and being targeted?
Wait, hang on. Just the premise. Why would they be overextended? Why are?
Well, so
for detachment. It's kind of like an embassy. Why are they going outside the?
No. Okay. So that's fantastic. So again, because I was of the impression that most MAGA people were of the isolationist, of the let's defend our borders. That's what I had kept hearing, was that we no more interference with foreign. Part of the mantra, wasn't it?
They're two different things.
Okay, explain that, please, Wobbly. What do you mean?
Yeah, and they can both be true. Just on what Wobbly's saying, they can both be true. I want to get. Yeah, let's not be at war. Let's not be doing war in Afghanistan. But hey, we have this air base. Why would we abandon this air base? Leave personnel to defend off point. It's strategic. But we don't have to be continuing to try and win hearts and minds in other regions of the friggin' country that they don't respect the borders of anyway. Afghanistan, it's very tribal. They don't consider it a friggin' country. Good luck with that shit. So, because none of them are going to be like, oh no, this is part of our country. You got to get out of here. Nobody's ever going to say that. The government of Afghanistan is not going to say that. That was the perfect place to have a base in the Middle East, out of literally everywhere.
Better than Israel, because I'm told that's the reason Israel what we do is primarily for a military advantage.
Wait, is Israel or
well, I guess they're on the other side of
that. No, hang on. Just throw in that. Just pull the pin and hey, see what happens. I don't want to get into that one right now either because I mean we're all trying to stay monetized.
I'm sorry, I didn't know we were in a minefield there. So I'm glad you. Pulled me back.
Let's not
okay.
talk about Israel in that context.
So then, here's my actual question, right? And this was actually something that I intended to, and I am going to be posing to my left-leaning friends. For what it's worth, I'm considered centrist, so you referred to me as being left or something earlier. It's like I mean, I'm progressively, but anyway.
No, you're a friend. That's what
I'll take it. So anyway, I keep hearing the mantra of we can't tolerate intolerance. For what it's worth, usually when I hear that phrase, it is in regards to people in MAGA, right? But I have troubles reconciling that idea if we are talking about conflict against an intolerant society. And I wonder somewhere deep down inside how much I'm supposed to be concerned about us not getting involved. I'll come back to that in a second, actually. So hang on. I don't know if an intolerant society being attacked is morally good or bad. But what I do know is that I don't want United States military risking their lives in foreign entanglements. So I'm not sure how to reconcile those two. I don't know that they were the threat that they are being told to us that they are. And especially seeing the disagreement that is happening right now between Tulsi Gabbard and Trump, the fact that she is falling out of favor because she's not towing and singing the song, even though she is the literal person in charge of intelligence who would know if they were a threat or not. Like, I'm now going to drop it as a question. Do you guys think that Iran was actually a threat to us? Do you think that they continue to be a threat to us, or are we just doing what Israel wants?
I'm going to say the unpopular thing here, and I'm going to tell you that from my time in the, I don't think it would really surprise anyone if I said that Israel is a state sponsor of terror. They have been for decades, Ayatollah and all that business. So,
wait, did you say Iran or Israel?
Iran.
Oh, I thought I'm sorry, I misunderstood. Go on.
So, yeah, state sponsor of terrorism for decades. I'm saying, sorry, what is his freaking name? I've been drinking. So, Osama bin Laden found him there, right? Iran knew he was there. They had to have known he was there. There's just no way you build a compound like that in that kind of country. And I don't really want to go boots on ground, and this is going to make me sound like the big bad evil conservative that I am. I would much rather see them make Iran glass, and I know because there's a lot of innocent civilian people there. But
agreed.
Personally, I don't see a better option. I'm not saying it's a good option. So if we're going to do something, I would rather.
Okay. So, all right. Particular terminology. I've never heard that, and I don't know Twitch's TOS. Yeah,
careful with words.
Yeah, again, I didn't know that was a TOS word, and so
I think it's better.
Wait, which?
Yeah, well, I'm not going to say it again. So yeah, yeah, apparently. So I didn't know this. So anyway, I apologize.
No, that's in it matters that it's in context for that to be.
Sure.
I don't. Wait.
So,
no, hang on. No. Stop.
Okay,
no.
We're supplanting
No.
words.
No.
Yeah, no.
Pause.
Anyway,
this is orange. This is not toss. This is not toss.
That's fine. Yeah, no. It's cool. Like I said again, I've already done the thing. It doesn't matter.
That's fine.
So back to it. I'm going to say that, yeah, exactly. Wiping out any group of any civilians is patently unacceptable, especially if the United States wants to have any sort of fucking moral high ground in any conversation ever in the future. Like, there is literally zero fucking righteousness in attacking an entire society, civilians included. Like, we're supposed to be the liberators. We're supposed to be the ones out leading the charge of freedom and fucking justice, right? Like, that doesn't sound like freedom and justice talk. I'm sorry, Mr. Walter. He said that was going to irritate you. Please say whatever I didn't.
Huh? What?
Oh no, I thought Jixer said that you were going to disagree with the idea of wiping out an entire country.
I'm sending out like all of our links. If you got something that I don't do, give me it, and I'll
word. Yeah, thank you very much for that. And
the only thing I have for you is
we just took out another one of their leadership. Or we didn't, just a few hours ago. So far, this.
I'm sorry. Say that again. I've been working all day. Say that again.
The IFD or IDF or whatever.
IDF.
They just took out another one of their leadership in Lebanon. An airstrike. Blew his car up as he was speeding, trying to get away. So far, this conflict has been pretty much pinpoint.
Well, they're our greatest ally, you see. So why are you questioning
I only have one thing. If we're going to play the what if game, what if Israel wasn't there? What would the Mediterranean and that whole region of the world be like?
None of our fucking business.
A bunch of people that don't eat bacon, so none of my concern.
Yeah, literally, that's the answer. None of my fucking business. That's my personal opinion.
And what about the people in Greece, Italy?
They're gonna keep fighting with Turks forever.
Yeah, they're gonna do their thing.
Greece and Turkey are gonna always be fighting. Pakistan and India are always. Oh, actually, you don't want to know seriously. World stage. The most likely, it's not even Israel and Iran. The most likely thing to kick off a nuke is Pakistan and India.
I've actually heard that, but here, and this is an article that I read, so this is not my personal opinion. But as soon after I read the article, I saw the logic. So another concern about what's happening right now is we are being viewed on the world stage as an aggressor between what's happening in Israel, Palestine, and this now, us considering going hot against Iran. It has now created a place where Russia and China are coming forward asking for peace and are putting themselves out there as the moral authority when it comes to this. And if that happens, how much credibility does the United States lose? Oh, good call, Jixer.
Yeah, China doesn't have much.
Yeah, no, I know, but we've got the fucking goldfish memory, and you know it.
It's a balancing act of
memory hold that, didn't we?
I had
not being thought of to be a giant. Pardon my French, giant pussy. There's that balanced with.
Hey, that's toss.
No, are you an orange? Are you a Garfield cat now? Also, just
Continue,
Field
and I only have
wild
one
chatter.
comment.
Yeah.
But
yeah, it's you got to balance out being. I mean, the United States is supposed to be, or as much as we dislike it, you know, I mean, we, the royal we, most of us here, world police. Yeah, it's not on us and our taxpayer dollars to be the entire world police. However, we still got to have the biggest dick on the block.
I agree with both of those
has to be.
statements. I agree with both of those statements.
So I'm going to give you a small
Like, don't fuck
caveat,
around.
and again, I'm not
Don't
saying
touch
it's right, but my previous comment, what I was getting at is the only terror groups and those who sponsor terror groups would be pretty much to I don't know how else you could guarantee that.
Sure.
So it isn't
No.
from a I want to kill civilians kind of perspective.
Right. But that collateral damage is not acceptable to you, is it?
God on your own head. It's not a debate, and stop saying
Yeah.
things are toss, you tremendous idiot. No, and what I believe I heard just recently was that Donald Trump, like I want somebody to confirm, did this actually happen? Because I heard it on like terrestrial radio that Donald Trump said, hey, I have a lot of guys with guns now because Iran and our adversaries are saying they're going to try and kill me. Hey, JD Vance, if I die, glass Iran, the entire country. I believe that was a thing that happened.
Wow. So now it's
not,
funny
not
you say
exactly
that.
like that, but
No, well,
essentially
I
destroy the entire
I just
country.
heard a
Flatten it.
quote of Trump saying that I've left instructions if something happens to Trump. And when I heard that, I was like, that's not how this works, bro. Like, I hope you know that, right? Like, I mean,
Well,
we
he can
all
leave
know what we're
suggestions.
saying.
He can leave suggestions.
He can leave suggestions, sure,
Yeah,
but
you can leave
that's not the
suggestions.
same as instructions. So it just
Yeah,
sounded
he's
like a
not-
mafioso fucking thing to say. You know what I mean?
He's not
It's like
actually God
weird.
Emperor, but it is the meme.
Kiss the ring. Kiss
But
the
he does
ring.
want to
Enjoy-
be.
Kiss the
enjoy
ring.
the meme.
No. All right. So back to the question. Back to the question. So, or to offer a suggestion. And this is the way, and this is, again, this is going to sound super fucking cringy naive, right? But I really do oftentimes have a doe-eyed imagining of what the United States is supposed to be. And it's based on the fairy tales that my father told me as a child, right? Again, growing up in the military, I was fed a certain diet of patriotism, especially when you combined it with the Boy Scouts, et cetera, et cetera. I grew up in the 80s, fucking Reagan and watched the wall fall. And again, that was my childhood, right? So I grew up believing that the United States had the moral high ground. As I became an adult, I learned more history, and I learned that, there's a bunch of questionable shit back there.
I really feel like we lost that a long time ago, but
and that's
continue.
I didn't realize that. That's the thing. I was doe-eyed and fucking naive, like I said. So circling back to that, my point is, I would like to lead by fucking example. How about instead of us walking in and trying to bully people into submission, whether you were talking about all of these terrorist groups, I don't love the fact that this country literally screamed and shouted death to America, right? Like that's a common thing that we see that all the time. But I'm also hyper aware of propaganda and how it works. And I'm also super conscious of the fact that we were just talking about how certain bits and curated information comes out through media. So it's like I'm always aware of that.
To me, though, it isn't really a question if there is or isn't. I know there are terror groups there from my time in the service.
Sure,
I know they're
absolutely.
there. That isn't a question. And
but
many
they
of them
lose
came
their
over to end Iraq.
They lose their followers if we stop being the bad guy. Do we want to live up to the bad guy image?
I don't think we do, because that's an ideology. I don't want to get into debate land there. I'm just saying.
Yeah, no. I feel like living an example would be a better way. And so with that said, us going into these regions as peacekeepers, I've always been okay with, right? But like we also keep saying, because this is really what it comes down to. We always hear the trope, and I was a big Tulsi Gabbard fan. I lost a lot of respect for her whenever she went to the RNC. because she left the DNC because of the corruption, and then she went to the RNC, who was equally corrupt, and it just irritated the shit out of me. That said,
Yeah, I can give you that.
That said, she was one of the things that I liked about her was the fact that she believes that we should not be putting American soldiers in harm's way for military conflicts that do not directly affect us. And we then get into the idea of maybe it does militarily, or they're going to use the excuse of, let me rephrase, they're going to use the excuse of that it does militarily affect us. It's just in ways we can't tell you poor plebeian masses about. The problem is
I could tell you some of them, but that's
sure, but that's how we get manipulated, right? That's how we get a Gulf of Tonkin. That's how we get shit where, like, again, even things like the Cuban Missile Crisis.
Honestly, I don't think we should get involved in any war if the goal in this, again, you're not going to like it, but if the goal isn't imperialism, if there isn't something for us to gain, then why are we doing it?
We can't half-ass it. That's exactly the point I was trying to make. Yes, sir. That was where I was going with this. Like, if we're going to do that, like, that's it, either we have to run everything, which is gross, and I don't like that, or we need to stop interfering and let shit fucking play out as it's going to and just defend ourselves, right? And maybe the country's on either side of us. So, that's one of my dreams, one of my fucking late night fantasies is for the United States to consider an EU-like situation for the American continent. How about we, instead of fighting with fucking Canada and Mexico, we unify as a single unit like the EU and call it the European or the American Union. There you go.
How would you feel about the American Union where the United States gets 5 votes, Canada gets 2, and Mexico gets 1?
I think it should go based on population, but sure, whatever the actual population breakdown works, something like that works. Again, because we
that wasn't on population. That was just for my own amusement.
Canada has the population of like a state.
Yeah, exactly.
It's small.
And I was about to say, actually, if anything, I kind of like Canada's the scariest motherfuckers on the planet. That's
I'd like the polar bears to be able to vote. Can we can we do an amendment for that?
And the maple trees. Let's do the maple trees too. So,
I mean, maybe the moose. I was going to say moose, not the maple trees. So don't
bears. Go Bears.
Repeal the maple tree.
Yes, Gata. Canadians are good people, but I've actually read that apparently the Canadians are the reason or the motivation for most of the laws we have about war because of World War II. Because apparently the Canadian soldiers were fucking savages. They were doing shit to people that was beyond the pale, and so a lot of the laws on military conduct in warfare because of the Canadians, them nice fuckers to the north.
So can just two points for you, Mr. Horseradish.
Shoot.
So, Marines are a little bit jealous of how many war crimes have been committed from Kanakastanians, okay?
Yeah.
Also, that chatters it's got an Irania. It's like orange cat. I coined the term girlfield for him because it's a dude with a female cat name.
I thought that was an orange cat. Why is it a female cat?
Yeah. Well, it's because it's in Spanish.
Gotcha.
And Nirana,
it's feminine.
Both the noun
Gotcha.
and the adjective are in feminine.
Gotcha.
But it's a dude.
I'm betting that
that's why I call him Girlfield.
That is a female.
And I haven't seen him anywhere in quite a while.
Oh no, he's in my chat pretty regularly. Again, I engage with anybody as long as you're not an idiot. So you can be a troll.
I'm sorry to help you break that rule.
Yeah, no. See, everybody likes to do that, but the truth is, like, I wouldn't fucking talk to you if you were an idiot. Like, I have zero time for idiots.
While he's talking under his breath.
I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah, no.
About me? Thank you.
No, I'm enjoying the hell out of this, and I appreciate again all of y'all being here.
Oh yeah.
And
also,
if I didn't post
whatever links you want. Like if I didn't, a lot of y'all, I don't necessarily have your Twitter, or I didn't have it on hand, or any other channels that you have. If
somebody follows me on Twitch, they can see all my other links in my Twitch.
I posted. So. Okay, well, I was spamming, posting, hey, everybody's links.
Yep.
Into the
and I've got them all open.
All the places because we got like 7 different chat rooms going right now.
Yeah, and I'm not even looking up there. I'm barely able to keep up with my own chat. I actually have a little thing whenever I'm doing panels, like I said earlier, that says, look, hey, when I'm normally streaming, I'm talking to y'all, but right now I'm talking to these people, and I don't want to be rude, so please.
And I appreciate that, you, because I'm like running the back, like the panel piece, but you're doing the hosting, and like this is working, dude, because
it's working wonderfully. I agree. So I've been looking for my twinsy. Anyway,
did we just touch tips?
We did. That's what that was. Yeah.
Did you just space dock in front of us?
I did.
That is exactly that. Space dock. I've never heard that before. That's wonderful. I will use that.
Space dock, coast to coast. Wait, not coast to coast. Dose to. I don't know how to rhyme that. Give me a minute. I'll think of it.
Toast is the most. So I was actually going to say, for what it's worth, I've kind of explored all of the questions that I wanted to directly. So the rest of this, like, I'm just kind of down to us just bullshitting about stuff. And I have more questions just because I always enjoy discussing things with people that don't agree with me. I'd rather hear your perspective so I can know how to fight you in an actual debate someday. No, so
Gay.
I do want to. No, like I said, I really do. Like it's not that, but it's like I'm always looking for an argument that I can't disagree with. Like I'm pretty good at arguing with things, and if you give me something that I can't disprove, then I have to say, well, fuck, that's pretty solid. I'm going to carry that.
You're looking for the unassailable steel man.
I am. Yes, I'm always looking for that, and that's why I'm able to steel man any position. Like I could literally turn on a dime for you, and I could sound way more MAGA than any fucking one of y'all. Because I've listened to them and I know their rhetoric. And I don't believe that you can properly disagree with somebody unless you understand them. I think you have to understand why the person says what they says in order for you to truly be able to engage with their points. So I need to understand in order for me to disagree or agree. And oftentimes I'm willing to say, fuck, I agree. That's great. Yeah, let's do that. But there's also, then it's the next step.
Blue team, red team type stuff. Yeah. In order to be a proper blue team, which is defense, you have to know what the red team is maybe going to do. And in order to be proper red team, you have to know what the blue team is going to be doing to defend, so you know how to attack. It's a constant cat and mouse game. That's I think I interrupted you. My bad, dude.
No. I was gish galloping. I was just going to say that.
You were.
They were kissing each other.
No, sir. No,
sir. We're about to get into tongue wobbly. You want to?
We can give you a hug too.
We're just four dudes sitting in a hot tub 4 feet apart. You want to scooch up closer, Wobbly?
Feel like I need to fart.
That's only going to get worse, buddy.
We'll see the bubbles, sir.
Tiny bubbles in my wine.
Yeah. I have no filter IRL, so I have to remind when people start playing jokes like that, I have to play along, and you're never going to outgross me. So I'm always going to push the fucking line past you, no matter what we're doing.
I think I could, but I wouldn't do it on stream because it would definitely be toss.
Well, that's what I'm saying. But then you do a thing. I'm gonna one up you every time. I'm not gonna let you go. I'm not gonna let.
We need to have private chat time.
My wife might have a problem with that, actually. She might start getting concerned. So
do I have to?
Horseradish.
Do you have an OnlyFans I can tip?
No, sir.
Just a tip, though.
It's been asked once or twice.
Horseradish. Yes, have you hung out with any? I mean, not to like belabor the point or nothing, but have you hung out with Marines in IRL anytime?
A couple, not as many as I should have, but a few. And yes, I do
know
that they have zero filter. It's a lot more fun
when you're sitting across the bar or have them right next to you.
It's a lot more fun when you're within arm's reach.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I was always of the impression that was the Navy, but then I've actually.
I'm not saying why. I didn't say what.
No. I was always of the impression that was the Navy, but then I've later been explained. Yeah, but the Marines are the Navy's tops. So they're the dominant ones. So they're still Navy, but they're the Navy. So anyway,
no, that's if you want to find out about that, go call any Marine Navy. That's just, yeah, that's why I was asking if you'd hung out with any in real life, because do that. No, I reckon. You know what? Actually, that's right.
I've known a few.
You should
That
do that
good.
in person.
That's a good plan.
Oh no, I have.
Go well.
I have.
It'll go well.
So actually, okay. So
especially active duty.
I was a bouncer for many years, and one of the bars that I worked at, we were having an after party, and there was a Marine who was brand new, just fresh out.
He doesn't count.
Well,
they don't count.
Yeah, well, and he was.
They're all moto, no intelligence.
And
so
gay.
here's the thing, and I have to give it props to this dude, because again, and I'm not trying to extrapolate this kind of metal ass conduct for everybody, but I appreciate a person who knows how to handle themselves. And that said, a person was trying to instigate this Marine guy, and this dude was cool as a fucking cucumber, and he was kind of a small guy too. And the guy who was like literally fucking inches away from trying to provoke him, fucking shouting in his face and insulting him, like. Marine dude was cool and fucking calm, literally just dead-eyed looking at him. And then finally the guy pushes him. I don't think I've ever seen somebody go through a fucking piece of drywall that fast in my life, but this guy fucking smashed the dude's head. If it would have been a stud, the guy probably wouldn't have lived. But he smashed the guy's head through the fucking wall instantly, and the dude just collapsed like a sack of potatoes. And the Marine dude never even broke a fucking, like, his.
If the dude two hands pushed, yeah, I mean, did he grab one arm, twist, push?
No,
like,
it was literally he just put his hand straight up and just boom, smashed the guy straight in, and it was done. Toast.
I was not trained in that maneuver.
It was beautiful to watch, is all I'm saying. Like I said, I know that not every, but the dead-eyed stare was the thing. And I fucking told that story every time I was around the dude and we were drinking. I was like,
military bearing and discipline. That's definitely
exactly
what that is.
That's exactly right. But the thing is, I've also been around plenty of other branches that do not share that particular discipline. So again,
and dude literally just got done with boot camp where he was literally being yelled at the entire time by dudes that, like, this guy,
very intimidating guys,
this rando civilian that just wanted to pop his shit off, couldn't even hold a candle to.
100%. So anyways, so back to it. Yeah, like I said, I have nothing but love for the military, and again, it's my life's greatest sadness that I wasn't able to. But on the same token, I love my life, so I know I wouldn't have the life I have now if I had. But still, that said, I worked for the IRS. I did my time. I served my country.
Yeah, what? I never heard this from you either. You fucking
whoa.
Okay, so for what it's worth, I lived in Austin. I lived in Austin for 20 years.
Person that worked for IRS.
Oh, dude. Okay,
did you change from the ATF to the IRS?
No, sir. So, no. So it was a job. If you live in Austin, at some point, you know, especially in the late 90s, early 2Ks, you know. About the Emerald Building. Like, that's the one that there was a big thing about somebody flying the fucking airplane into it. Do y'all remember that on the news a long time ago? Probably about a decade ago now. So again, that was in Austin. So
no, that'd be great.
Well, a lot of people agreed with you, but anyway, I wasn't working there at the time. Basically, I worked there for like a couple of seasons during tax season as a clerk. Like, it was a job to me. You know what I mean? Like, everybody who could does. But when I did work there, and you guys are gonna fucking love this, so pull your socks up. I was absolutely fucking shocked.
My socks are thongs.
I was shocked and flabbergasted at the conduct of the federal employees at the IRS. I was only in my 20s at the time. So again, I wasn't as politically active as I am now. If I had been, I would have made a scene. The fact of the matter is, dude, I would walk by people's sippy cups on their desk while they're doing data transcribing, and you could smell the fucking vodka. There were people that were clearly meth heads, clearly addled at the fucking job. And the thing is, because it's a federal job, because it's union, there is no drug testing. There is like very broad, open acceptance policies.
Union jobs don't have drug testing?
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, I wouldn't have gotten the job myself if they had, because I was a fucking stoner. But
the one I had, the only one was on initial employment, and then after that, it was informed consent. And usually it was related to if you had some kind of major medical issue related to your workplace, like you fell off of the building because you were stupid. But like if you had cancer or something, well, then it doesn't count.
Yep, exactly. That's the way it was at the IRS. Was you sign a thing that says, no, I don't do anything illegal. And yeah, you can check me if I fuck up and hurt myself. Cool.
I was never drug tested, ever.
No. So.
Never.
Wobbly.
Did they have drug tests back
Wobbly,
then?
When the guy says to put it in his mouth, that's not how it works. Since you've never been tested, I just want to make sure you know.
I think just to update Horseradish, you were saying that the entire panel is Gen X. I think Wobbly
not anymore.
Yeah. So Wobbly is
the boomer.
Wait, hang on. What's before the silent generation? I forget. Dinosaurs?
Oh, come
Revolutionaries?
You're a brat.
Wobbly was in the Navy in the Revolutionary War. I forget that.
Yeah. Anyway,
he's not Gen X.
I think he identifies as Whig Party.
Oh yeah, get them Tories.
Come on, I'll be 75 in 7 more days.
Happy early birthday, you nerd!
Congratulations on
happy
birthday. Successful orbit, sir. So
congratulations on making it to like.
Yeah, do the math.
13 years after normal retirement age, I guess.
I remember the first episode of Captain Kangaroo.
Howdy doody.
I remember.
Wobbly took his driving test on a brontosaurus. He's actually Fred Flintstone. That's all I'm saying.
When I was growing up.
When they came out with the automatic transmission, Wobbly said, "Finally! Oh my gosh, I've been waiting so long."
Yeah, that's why I bought a 6-speed Dodge truck so my wife wouldn't be able to drive it.
The push button transmissions are the biggest bullshit ever.
It was basically a manual in disguise.
Right? It was, but.
So I actually do have kind of a quick question for y'all to try to put the correction. No, because this is just an interesting thought, or it's interesting to me anyway. Wobbly mentioned that the reason he joined was because he knew he was going to get drafted. So most of my nephews who are currently active duty all said, I joined because of the medical benefits and the free college. What motivated you and you, Jixer? You and Grumple? If you don't mind me asking, that's not too personal.
Though, that I had skills.
That paid the bills.
I had skills that I wanted to continue on. And even the Navy, because I had such high math skills, they stuck me in electronics.
Mm-hmm.
But I wanted to be a lithographer.
I wanted to open
lithography
doors.
Is making signs. Just Jixer, before you go, lithography is making signs. Essentially,
wanted to be a printer for the Navy.
A printer, yeah. I wanted to be a printer.
And he did own his own print shop.
I worked for I started out in a small job plant out in the middle of nowhere, Del Mar, in Delaware. I worked for the Delaware State News in the press team for, I don't know, about 3 years before I finally went in the military. I wanted to be a printer, but I had such high math scores, and they said, well, the atomics program or electronics. I go, well, I don't want to glow in the dark. Electronics. So that's the way it worked out.
So you were saying, Jixer, what was your motivation?
So I wanted to get a foot in the door in law enforcement, and a lot of, not all, and definitely not in the state that I live in, but a lot of states that does give you a big foot in the door. And if nothing else, it would give me practical experience, and then I could get college money to get there. But at the same time, I wanted to give back to the country that's, I mean, at the time I didn't have anything, but I knew the opportunities are way more available to me here than they are in any other country. So I wanted to defend my family and the people I care about, more importantly. But I mean, if you ask any active duty guy, what'd you do it for? College money. That's typically the answer that comes back. In fact, I had an instructor at MP school. He's like, okay, so who's here because they love the country? And everybody raised their hand. Who's here for the college money? And everybody raised their hand. He goes, fuck you. You're all here for the college money, But I mean, I don't think it's a singular issue. It's there's a lot of reasons to join or to not join. I mean, if I'm quite blunt, in my early 20s, I really didn't give a flying fuck if I saw 30 or not. So it was kind of, you know what? If I go, I go. If I don't, I don't. So
okay. And do you believe that you were the same level of patriotic before you went in, or do you feel like you became more patriotic during your time in?
I would say neither.
Okay.
So I very much identified with the Libertarian Party before my service and even after my service. And I will still tell you that taxation is theft. The thing I think that changed is somebody was kind of quoting some of the tenets of libertarianism, and there's a rule, I can't remember what it is, but
the non-aggression protocol.
Yeah, probably the non-aggression.
That's the biggest
principle.
libertarian thing.
And then they started conflating that with, well, we don't need a government. And I'm not saying that is libertarianism. That's more like anarcho, some kind of quasi-libertarian viewpoint. But my thought was, well, then all you have is people, false flags, and you have people saying, well, he came onto my property and he was trying to take this or do this or hurt my wife or whatever, right? And it was kind of like, I don't know about that. And then over time, and this is my opinion, so I mean, you're welcome to try and change it, but I'm pretty entrenched in it, which is, the left keeps moving further to the left. And
the Overton window.
I could accept a counter argument of, well, the right keeps moving further to the right. I really could. And if you ask me, in my mind, on a scale of 0 being full-blown communist and 10 being authoritarian, Nazi Germany, I'd probably say I'm probably a 6 or a 7.
So, have you ever taken one of the political scales tests?
I'm sure I have. I could do another one.
I always enjoy them just because it's a really good way to kind of see exactly where you are on each one of those spectrums. But
they just tell me I'm a racist, so.
Well, don't be that.
Well, I'm not.
Horseradish,
I don't
can you
think
put
I
in my
am.
Discord the one that you like, or which one?
Yeah, that would be
which one do you
cool.
like?
Yeah, I can.
Which
So funny enough, in
There's
my own
like
Discord
political
channel,
compass, and then like
we have a
values,
channel.
and then
Yep, we actually have a channel dedicated for political spectrum tests, because there's like 3 or 4 of them that are pretty good. I'll drop them here in a few seconds. Again, I would completely check out if I went to go do the things, but I'll put them into your Discord after this conversation. So
I feel there's
Discord,
other
right?
people that
Yes,
need
sir.
to answer
Absolutely.
that question.
Thank you.
well, and that's what I was
Just in
going to say.
general, and
Grumble,
then I'll make a separate section for him if it doesn't have one.
100% would love to. So yeah, exactly. We have a whole Discord for that. That's right. Hey, welcome in, Mule. Welcome in. Morning, brother. So now to you, Mule. What was your motivation for joining? And I'm go ahead and answer the other part of the question. Were you patriotic going in, or did you become more patriotic during?
Mule's in the chat.
Yeah, I know. I just said good morning, Mule. It's
And then you
And
asked
then you
Mule that
said
question.
mule. Yeah, you did.
Did I? I'm sorry.
You did.
I should also tell y'all that it's about 3 hours past my fucking bedtime. So I apologize.
Oh, ditto.
Did you mean me?
Yes, I meant you. Yeah,
He is kind of a mule. He is kind of an ass.
I'm a simple monkey. That's fine. So I got to give just a little bit of backdrop. So I played, I wanted to play hockey from the earliest that I could remember, which is, the only true man sport.
I concur. Well,
Racing.
MMA maybe.
Racing.
Minus boxing
MMA
and
maybe.
racing. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
mean, but so
Combat
as far
sports
as
and hockey.
far as
Combat sports on skates.
Yeah.
Yes.
Which also hurling, which is an Irish sport, look into that. I respect the shit out of that. Like, I want to make that come into Texas. But either
Throw
way,
heavy
so
shit, I'm down.
when I was a youngster, when I was like could barely walk, I was like, I want to play hockey. That was my desire. So when I finally got big enough to get into a league when I was 5, my mom made me take a year of skating lessons first, she was genius for that. So I started actually playing hockey when I was 6, but I was ahead of all the kids in the little Mighty Mites league. You got these kids that are like can't skate and like falling over, and I'm like a bigger because I was just the size of a kid that should. I'm 6'3". My kids are bigger right now. They're just bigger than they should be. I was almost all of when I was growing up, I was the size of a child 2 years older than me. Super weird. Anyway, I played hockey from when I was 6 until 18. So I had this outlet. I've always been a little bit zen. Like, yeah, it's fine. Because I had an outlet for masculine violence to do things. And I was an enforcer, man. My mom still tells me stories about things that I didn't know that were happening back when I was a kid about other parents yelling about, get that mother lover off the ice, talking about me like her kid. And because, you were
scary.
A little bit violent also. Yeah.
You and I skate bullies.
So the funny thing about that is, then we go up, we get a little bit older, high school and things happen. And then I went to college. All right. I went to college for a year and then did like a year of community college, but then 9/11 happens. And so, hey, I haven't played hockey and oh no, we can't. I haven't played hockey for a couple of years now because I quit when I was 18. It was just a discrepancy with the teams in the high school and bullshit. They wanted me, but it was that's outside the scope. So 9/11 happened, and then oh no, what do we do about this? And I honestly, a recruiter contacted me and it was a mistake on his list. And I was like, oh, yes, no, this is what I do now. Things? Well, the funny thing is, you remember that movie, not Waterboy, but In the Army Now with Pauly Shore?
Yep.
Okay, so the trick that the chick, like Tank Girl, in that movie, she said, hey, I joined the army to be a water purification specialist because that's going to put me near where action is because they're going to need water purification in any sandy environment, obviously. So I test well, and I'm not going to say what I did in the ASVAB, but it made them ask me to take the D-Lab, which is a language test, which I also, did pretty. I didn't ace the D-Lab, but I got pretty close. But that's all based on grammar, which is rule stuff, not memorizing vocabulary. So the idea became, hey, same thing. I was all up in my head about, let's go do. Oh no, they did some towers. Let's go do some special forces stuff. That was kind of where I was at the time. However, I'm not good at speaking other languages. I can speak like 7 other languages at a barely toddler level currently. Like barely. I mean, good luck. So that was the idea. I joined the Marine Corps with a contract only to be an Arabic linguist with a giant ass bonus that I never got, and the $50,000 bonus on the college fund. The only job I joined for. So I get to the language school and they're like, "Oh well, no. You see, when you join the Marine Corps to do a language, it's not actually what you signed up for. It's at the discretion of the Marine Corps. So you're going to go do Korean." Excuse me? What? No, that's not what I signed up. That's this seems like a what? And which I failed out of. Sir. No, I would have failed out of. I would have failed out. Like it was a bad idea. This was a poorly thought out plan in my juvenile, adolescent, whatever mind. Like I want to go do things. I want to go. Like no, they did towers. I'm going to go do something like big monkey. And they. Yeah, it's I failed out of like, yeah, I'm just not that great at languages. Memorizing the vocabulary is the worst part. The grammar, I'm great at rule sets. So grammar and grammar tests, 100%. But memorizing vocabulary, nah, that's not my bag. So I rocked out of language school and then went to comm school in 20 Palms. And so from there, then we go and do Marine Corps stuff. What was hang on? I think
I was waiting patiently. No, it's okay. I was enjoying the conversation.
What was the premise of the question?
The question was, why did you join, bro? And ultimately, it was so I could go beat shit up. But the other question was, were you patriotic going into it, or did it make you more patriotic?
I got crayons.
Jokes aside, bro, I'm being serious. Like, did you do? Were you patriot? Did you join out of some?
I went to boot camp in November of 2001. It was I put my feet on the yellow footprints November 11th. It was the day after the Marine Corps birthday of 2001.
There you go. Okay. So it was out of a patriotic sense of duty.
Yeah, it was. Well, it was about patriotism and violence. Like,
you wanted to go.
I didn't have I mean, I'm not a great person, and yes, I've enjoyed violence in my time.
Yeah.
I picked the right branch apparently, but oh no, please don't get it twisted. The Marine Corps is definitely 100% a cult. You can't get out unless they tell you you're out. It is a cult.
I thought you can never get out.
Well, no, if you're dishonorably discharged, then you're out.
No.
Yep. Yeah. No. Yes.
I thought once it's in you, it don't get back out.
No, if you're dishonorably discharged, you are out,
to
sir.
Have it in you anymore?
You're disgraced. It's like you remember Sons of Anarchy? You best black out all that shit on you, or else you're gonna reap the consequences.
What if they get out and then they do that appeal thing and then they get it upgraded to other than honorable?
Then they did a technicality that gets them no respect from anybody, and
still beaten.
probably get beat up by anybody in real life whenever it comes up.
Re-enlistment.
So just real quick, I want to throw this out there. I don't know if y'all saw this in my chat, but Grand Design's enjoying her. Appreciate you. Apparently, according to this, and I haven't verified it yet, but if anybody out there wants to double check it, U.S. is currently sending B-2 bombers to the Pacific right now. B-2 stealth bombers appear to have taken off from Missouri. 8 tankers are in flight, headed in the same direction, refueling the B-2 bombers over Kansas. Audio confirms, et cetera, et cetera. So,
Horseradish, you want to know the meme on this? Because I've seen it already. Everybody thinks they're cool until the sky starts getting pixelated.
I don't know that I get that.
The B-2 bomber, if you look up at it, it's like very square things looking like.
Yeah.
Until the sky starts getting pixelated, everybody's a badass until the sky starts getting pixelated. That's the meme.
Yeah, no, I got that. Yeah.
But also, yeah, I'm not trying to be Billy Badass here, but yeah, I definitely did join the Marine Corps to be violent.
So it's not a Billy Badass thing.
Correct.
Again, if you were going to join a branch for that reason, it would be the Corps, right?
So for sure.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Again, I think I made it clear that I desperately wanted to join the Marines. I share in many of those traits, is all I'm saying. So
it was made very clear very early on. Forget the whole notion of being a warrior professional. You are a minister of death praying for war.
If there's any D&D class, it's all just barbarians. Everybody's barbarians. No, there's no clerics. That's Navy. Navy got the clerics. Navy got the healers. Navy got the religious.
Does that mean the Air Force has the bards?
All just barbarians?
No, they're the clerics. They're the clerics because they've got the best medical, and they do magic from the skies. So no, so I told you I have hung out with many a Marine. I wouldn't say a many, but several. And one thing that they actually told me whenever I've discussed this with them, several of them, and I would not probably have been cut out for the Marines, not because of an intolerance for suffering. I'm fucking Polish. We're made for suffering, but actually, it's because of the fact that I am so anti-authority. Like I have this thing that's, I think they call it, it's borderline oppositional defiance disorder, ODD. That's what it's called. Where like I said earlier, I believe that their UFOs were real till the government said so. Like a perfect example for me was during Corona. Whenever I'm kind of a germaphobe, so whenever I'm like, oh fuck, people are getting sick, I should probably wear a mask when I'm out in public. So I was wearing a mask until motherfuckers told me I had to. Now hold on, motherfuckers, that's not cool. So again, I probably would have been a bad fit in the Marine because I don't fall in line very well.
No, dude, I agree with you on
the shit beaten out of me for it.
I agree with you on all that shit, except I don't think there's like, it's not like that's, I mean, if there's one like neurodivergent thing that I don't think is a thing, it's the one that's like anti-authority. That's like,
I approve.
I don't know about that.
Thank you.
Everybody who says I wouldn't have fit in the military because I would have punched my drill instructor.
Well, I wouldn't have punched him, but I would have pissed him off until they punched me.
Short story for you. So
that means you're Horseradish. That means you're a troll, and you're on my team now, buddy.
Yes, sir.
So I'm just the short story. The short story goes like this: my son went into the Marine Corps, but prior to that, he had been diagnosed with oppositional defiant disorder. He decided to go in, and he said, I don't know, Dad, should I really do this? Because, you know, I'm not the best with rule following and And I said, you being in that environment will do nothing for you but improve you learning how you can operate in that environment and, you know, and then transition that out into something else. Now, the other thing that I had to point out to him, I said, you know, so if you think about a lot of these special teams and whatnot, they actually have done some research. And interestingly enough, the individuals in these outfits, you know, there's an inherent ability to uniquely solve problems on their own. They didn't learn that in the military. That is an inherent trait within them. And also, many of them also fall into that category of oppositional, defiant, or not agreeable to authority, or not easily agreeable to authority.
That's a better way to say it, because if you sell me on it, I'm going to be your best I'm going to be your warrior, right? But you can't just expect me to say because I said so. Nah, that's not how I roll. So, no, I like that, and that gives me. But again, the ship has sailed. It doesn't matter. We'll never know. Maybe I would have. Maybe I wouldn't have.
I'll give you an impromptu. You know, me and Grump will come visit.
No, thank you. No, thank you. I do not want that kind of boot camp.
Just three guys sitting in a hot tub, 4 feet apart,
blowing bubbles. Yeah, we're inviting Bubbles, right?
Blown bubbles.
Anyway, no,
I
so
hope so.
Wobbly was the one who was going to blow bubbles. He said so. Anyways,
Not from where you think he is.
You should sniff them when they pop.
It's like yeah. There's like they call it the boat vagina, right? Or the Navy vagina. No, was it like there's a word for it? Anyway,
I mean, no, you're like, I want to hear
You're
what
on
you
the
got.
right. It sounds like he's on the right track.
Let him cook.
I'm just
boys.
repeating
Like,
what I've
what's
heard,
going on
sir.
here?
I'm
Go
just
ahead.
repeating what I've heard. I don't know from
keep
personal
going.
anecdotal
Keep
evidence.
Probably let him cook.
Yeah.
What? Please, horseradish. What? Navy vaginas do what now?
No, that's where he was blowing bubbles from. I thought. That's what I thought you were saying.
It's life support for Democrats.
Oh, that's it's like
I think when you register, you get a straw for that, don't you?
Yeah.
Okay.
In a straw poll. Yeah.
just
In a straw man argument.
Yeah.
You straw poll the strong man. Yes.
There
Horseradish is like, shut up, Jixer.
No, there's a few more down that rabbit hole. I can't chase you because of TOS. So, but no, don't
You
shut
wanted
up.
to. All right.
Don't shut up. Just don't do that.
The
to
powers of kick.
Yeah, no, but I hear you. Again, this is where I started, and this is all I know, and I'm stubborn. So I've been convinced that I'm actually going to go to YouTube, but I know that's probably going to blow up in my face.
Well, see, that's the thing. That's the
Oh
thing.
no, that's the best move.
Is it? Because I
100%.
was wondering if that, because I hear
Yeah.
they are a little even more sensitive about certain words.
Exactly.
Well, hang on. If
How
you
was I
want
to
to
know
get,
cinnamon biscuits was soft?
if you want to have more viewer, because I've been mixing it up, and if you want to get more viewers and get monetized better, yeah, YouTube is the place. As much as I hate Google, like I viscerally hate Google as the
Actually,
biggest of the big tech companies.
I hear what you're saying. I really do. But Kick, I keep 95% of the subscriptions.
I've heard that. How
Yeah,
many of them?
that's fine.
Subscriptions you
And
actually get?
I'm only like about 28 away from 1,000 followers. So I
Nice.
may get monetized. soon,
Yeah.
so.
Wobbly, the thing about live streams when you're on YouTube is like super chats and just
There's
money.
other
I know.
ways
Comes in.
I know, but
to
He
wrap
doesn't
your
care about money,
his
so
lips around
that's
that.
not a
capital.
thing
Because
for him.
everything I get, I
Yeah, no, I
donate
know he
to-
doesn't.
I donate it
But
all to the
I'd
American Legion
recommend
Legacy Scholarship Program.
Also, Wobbly, come to YouTube. Also, there's a giant community that is friendly to like us.
So
And
what does
I've been-
us mean there?
I've been mixing it in here.
Huh?
What do you
Well-
mean by us?
Well, for A, veterans, but then B, not lib. Wait, hang on. I don't want to. Not lib
Well,
cucks, I guess.
Okay. No. You know
the
what?
way to say
Actually,
that.
I don't remember who it was. I wrote it down and I wanted to ask this question. I don't remember who was it that said that we were talking about the Overton window. It might have been Jixer, but about the fact that the left seems to be getting more left. Who was it that said that?
Yeah, that was me.
That was you. Okay.
That's
So
true.
so I'm sure you're familiar with the concept of the Overton window. I'm not gonna like go off on it, but Mike, what do you consider the left? Because this is a thing that I have personally learned, and this is even within, this is kind of a thorn in my side, that age-old scary word, communists, right, or commies, like even that is not exactly a cohesive word. There are so many shades of that and different levels of that. Like, again, is anything left of you? Because I'm considered a classic liberal, right? Yep, go ahead.
Just Jixer, before you answer, just my experience has been actual Marxist Leninists. They call themselves MLs. I've had way more in common and have a lot more to talk about with them and agree with them so much more than like I'm a socialist Democrat. Those people. I'm a mod in like at least 3 of those communities. And it's like, I like pew pews, and
So do
I
they.
don't like.
Yeah.
It's so weird how that ends up working.
No,
out.
but it's that's called the horseshoe theory,
my
and
bad.
everybody tells me I'm wrong. But you're absolutely right, and I watched it when I first started this.
It's like I disagree with what you. I disagree with you on this, like, you know, one or two things that are the most important things. But then, other than that, like, we're both, all of us are like, these nerds are. Choose a slur.
Sure. Well, no, okay. So again, whenever I first started the stream, I had a.
I didn't mean to interrupt you, Jixer.
No. Well, I had a communist, an anarcho-communist transgender person, and a Gen X, MAGA.
No, I know who
MAGA,
it is.
But no, this was you. Anyway, but the point is that the three of us would stream together. Basically, me in the center, a person as far left as you could go, and a person as far right as you can go. This is what informs what I was saying earlier about how I wish we could deal with the shit that overlaps. I found that both of them were equally pro-gun. I found that both of them were anti a lot of the same shit. And it's like, okay, see, we're getting somewhere, right?
It's funny where the overlaps come.
It is. It 100% is. So anyway, so back to my question to you. What do you consider the left, Jixer?
Oh, well, that's kind of complicated, but I'll give you my best shot at it. So I hear is that wobbly? I'm hearing an echo now. Do you hear? Oh, it's probably his fans kicking on. He's got server racks.
I'm not hearing an echo. I thought I heard a little bit of wind, but I thought
that's what it's like. Yeah, that's what it sounds like. It's like a.
Oh, hang on. He's oh, muted. Okay, just in case.
Yeah, that was it. You can unmute him.
He can unmute it. He can unmute himself anytime, or.
So the short version goes.
Wally can unmute himself anytime.
Oh, okay. The short version goes ready. Along the lines of left is typically going to be bigger government. It's going to be more rules, more regulation. They're more prone, I'm not saying exclusive to, but more prone to government owning property and means of production and devaluing of the individual as far as their own personal rights to property, self-defense, and freedom of speech. I know a lot of people would say, oh, well, that's not true. They love freedom of speech. And I'm like, well, but there's certain words you just can't say, right?
Want me to say them?
Well, so it's interesting. It's interesting you say that, because that was a big part of my personal flip-flop and will continue to be. We're all Gen X again, well, except for Grandpa down here, but the rest of us are all Gen X.
Grandpa.
Great grandpa. I rest my case. So anyway, we came from the era of putting labels on my music, right? And I was angry at the Republicans as a child for trying to censor at that time. Then later on, whenever I grew up older, and it was the left who started censoring, and then I watched as the right started censoring, and then I watched as the left started. I want none of the censorship. Or how about we at least agree on what is or is not censorship, right? I'm not going to litigate what it is now, but that right there, that particular thing of the censorship and being careful about using certain terms, et cetera, et cetera. But on the same token, I'm going to say that I have recently been educated about the validity of the term dog whistle. When I first heard that term, I thought, oh my God, this is the new fucking buzzword, eh? But then I looked in, I literally got dog whistled and I saw it and I was like, fuck, you manipulative little bitch, right? Because again, as I mentioned earlier, I am of Polish descent. And so I have a special place in my hate book for anybody who considers themselves a neo-Nazi. Right now, that said, there were several. I had people show up in my Discord channel and were trying to be reasonable with me and trying to persuade me, right? And the thing is, I'm not persuadable, but I'm also open-minded. I'll listen to you. I'll show you why you're a fucking idiot, but I'll do so politely. That said, anybody who comes in, I'll hear you out, tell me what you think, and I'll tell you why you're dumb. The thing is, they were intentionally using fucking literal code words. They were using literal speech, like euphemisms that if you're not in the know, you don't know, right?
I use euphemisms like pegging.
I love euphemisms and colloquialisms, sir. I collect those like I do Steelmans. But
Horseradish just said he loves pegging.
I do love that phrase, indeed. So, dude, my wife has been begging for 20 plus years now. Literally 20 plus years. Before it had a term, before they called it pegging, my wife was like, so I'll let you if you let me, right? Anyway, and she like kind of pushed for that.
You said yes, right?
That's none of your goddamn business. So anyway,
that's confirmation.
That's none of your goddamn.
That's confirmation bias, sir.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's okay. Love it. It's what I'm here for. So, again, I'm
fucking no.
I didn't realize.
Lubrication. That's all I can say.
I'm for colloquialisms and I'm for euphemisms, but what I'm not for is intentionally cloaking the content of your speech so that people who don't know the special secret handshake don't realize that you're being openly racist. You see what I'm saying? Like, and
that crosses into a territory, and maybe I shouldn't. But I was going to say, do you have a specific example of the word?
Like I said, well, I'm not going to give them because they were neo-Nazis who were using phrasing that is, again, it wasn't just words.
I mean,
multiple things. Some of them were images. Like,
I think I have an idea, but
one example that I can, that's TOS, that I can bring up was that one of them was using for their Discord icon a symbol. It was a nifty looking symbol. I knew nothing about this symbol because I'm not in that sphere.
Yeah, you're not.
But
in
it
that
is a.
clique, yeah.
I'm just going to say it's a specific rune that is associated with a very specific group.
I got you.
And so, if you don't know what the fuck it is, you don't know what the fuck it is. But if you do, then you know. You see what I'm saying? And there were verbiages that were used, and like I said, literal code words that if you don't know, you don't know. But if you do, so again, like I said, I had to deal with this, and that was the first time I was like, fuck, so that's what a dog whistle is. I get it now. Now I think that term is used for things that aren't sometimes, but I also think that that's the gross and slippery part of the dog whistle. Is the whole point is you can be like, nah, bro, that's not what I meant. I meant this. Why'd you take it there, bro? You're weird. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's cooking it up for a dodge. And so that's what makes it really gross. So
kind of like wearing a Star Wars shirt.
You've inspired me to say something, but
are you to dog whistle?
It could be considered one. Brett Kavanaugh. It was a
Darth Jar Jar
3-pointed shape, and Satan was involved.
I don't know about
down
this.
Triangle.
Devil's triangle, perhaps.
Okay. Well, so interestingly enough, real quick,
wait, no,
let me drop a different kind of dog whistle then for you, because my one of my mods, Koida, was actually saying this earlier. I didn't want to interrupt the conversation, but on Flag Day, the White House posted 2 very pretty obvious photo or pictures of the Russian flag in their Happy Flag Day. Maybe it was an accident, an oversight, but it's pretty clearly the fucking Russian flag twice on that little brochure. So again, is that a dog whistle? Should we be concerned about that?
It's pretty bullshit, even if it's not a dog whistle.
I concur. But again, like that sort of, I'm sure that we're going to be told it was just an oversight, but that's how that works. Oh, dude, bro, that was just an accident. Why'd you take it there? We didn't mean it by that. What are you talking about? But again, the white, the blue, and the red, I think it is. Yes, sir.
Horseradish, Mr. Abe Dinkus joined into my chat on YouTube just a moment ago. He was the one that kind of confirmed, but he's he said he feels weird about it. I'm not trying to call him out, but
no, it's fine.
I've said that this isn't even a debate. This is like just an interview about conversation with veterans from a guy who
that was
kind of wanted to be a veteran, but respects
that makes me a
all
wannabe.
of
That's
us.
gross, bro.
Yeah, just
Don't
shut
do
up.
that.
I'm trying to get him to join. Like, he has the link.
For sure. For sure.
Just FYI.
Yeah, no, 100%.
This is it's not a safe space, but you mean you're good here, dude.
Yeah.
It is a space.
Yeah, it's a challenging space, but it's a space.
It's not a safe space, but you're fine.
As it happens, I'm actually I gotta grow up in the morning and do big boy jobs. So I do have to actually call it up here in probably the next. I know 5 minutes. I might push it to an hour and be irresponsible and just do my job fucking sleepy. So because I'm enjoying the
going
conversation.
to bed sooner than that.
All right, cool, good. Then I don't feel bad about folding up shop. I'm surprised Wobbly's still awake down there. I'm wondering.
Oh,
you on oxygen, man?
No, Wobbly already slept. He's now up. He's going live in like 2 hours.
Life, bro.
He's like Albert Einstein, and he sleeps for like 3 hours at a time, and then he works for 6 hours, and then he sleeps for 3. He frequently forgets his pants. I'm not supposed to say that.
His trousers are optional.
His wife really helps him to remember to wear clothes in public. But so the question is, when you're a Mensa level genius, yes, yeah, okay, I created it for him. He doesn't know about it.
Hey, exploitation of the elderly, man. Like that.
Well, I told him. I told him you got to be careful, even in Discord, because somebody might, do a screen grab and then post that to OnlyFans. But he's like, well, who would do that? I trust you. I said, okay.
I remember that conversation.
Yeah.
There's a special website dedicated to these, man. What are you talking about?
Anyway, when it slaps the knee, you might as well be free.
He's the reason they stopped making those really short 80s shorts. You remember, like the gym shorts from the 80s?
Larry Bird shorts, we call him.
He's the reason they quit making them.
In the biz.
So fun anecdote. I worked in a gentleman's club for several years, and those 80s shorts were my favorite thing to see walking in the door, because they would come in literally in like a button-down Oxford shirt and those shorts. Like, they plan to get their money's worth. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, bro, really? Like, you're here for lunch, man. What the fuck? Really? So anyway.
Wait, was it a free lunch buffet?
Yeah, absolutely. You fucking betcha.
I have a story.
It was included in cover charge, but yeah.
I have a story for you on gentlemen's clubs when I'm not on stream sometime.
Oh, I have 1,000 stories about this.
Mr. Horseradish.
It's one I think you would probably identify with. You could tell me a few of your own, but I think it would be good. I think it'd be good.
Yeah.
I have somebody that I have another friend that you might want to meet. His name is Don't Be Offended, DBO. He worked in a gentleman's club for like 17. Yeah, I don't know how many years. I don't remember how many years.
That's more than me.
But yeah, he did a lot. He's not doing it currently, but
no, this has been a long time ago. This is before I was married. This was in my youth. This was in my 20s.
But I'd like to make the introduction between y'all, so you can.
Sure. Yeah, so unfortunately I only have, because I have like I do other jobs too, like not just the day job, but I also do voice work for independent animation, and I record audiobooks. So it's like I've got so many fucking ADD projects going at any one moment. I'm only allowed to stream 4 hours a night on Friday and on Sunday mornings. So beyond that, it's like yes.
Can you forward me any information about getting into like voicing, like doing voice work at all?
Absolutely. 1,000%. Anytime you're ready.
I feel like that's something that I should be doing for stuff that actually gets distribution, not just my channel.
Sure. Yeah. So when
not even for the money, just for, because it'd probably be good.
I'll give you the short and sweet story how I got into it personally, because I'm interested. So I was a theater kid, right? I was also into, which was why I wanted to get into special forces for what it's worth. No. I was a choir kid. I was a theater kid, but I was also the kid that got into a lot of fights because of those things. So I was also the smart kid. So I was a lot of that kid. But anyway, the point is that I went to school for theater, like that's and specifically in improvisational theater. And so I have that in my background and public speaking, right? So that was why I was like, whenever somebody suggested to me to do the Twitch thing, I was like, you know what, fuck it, let's try it. Actually, they suggested for me to do a podcast, but I didn't know what the fuck that meant. And one of my tech bro nephews was like, oh, he means streaming on Twitch. But I don't play video games. I suck at it. So, well, I mean, I play them, but I suck at it. So nobody's going to watch that. So I'm like, well, what do I talk? So that's how I started this. And so many people were like, and I fucking hate talking about it because it makes me feel all gross, but people say that I've got a sexy voice. And I'm like, oh, thanks. And they're like, you should do this and that and the other. And one of the things that they talked about was ASMR. So my wife was like, yeah, no. So, okay, you know what? The one ASMR video I've ever done, I read the Constitution in this voice right here. And it's like, if you want to rub one out to that, bro, go off. I ain't going to stop you. That said, other people were like, do you do voice work? I was like, I don't fucking know how you get into that. I would love to. That sounds dope. And I have the studio for it. Like I have the mic, I have the fucking soundproof.
Yeah, same. Like I got the setup for it.
I got the shit, right? So
how do I get in contact with people that want this? Other than like, wait, do I sign up for like Fiverr or what?
Like I said, I've only barely started getting into this myself, but I'm at the point where I'm going to get an agent.
I'm going to give this to you're about to finish. I'm going to. Can you hang on? Hang on. Nader Hunter, friggin' DM me on Discord, nerd, so I have it right at the top. Yeah, I mean, I know you're in my Discord. DM me so I can send you the link, so you can join. This is another Marine. This is
I know who Nader is. Nader was the
Harrier pilot that.
Yeah. No, I know. I used to deal with him in I'm the Boss's stream. I've spoken with him a few times. He does not like me very much. I'm not sure why.
Oh wait, TB, yeah. No, I was kind of in charge of TB's mods.
I think that might actually be how I met you, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I was kind of running.
Okay. I always kind of got the impression from you, Nader, that you didn't like me. I'm sorry.
Okay, no, Nader, friggin' DM me and I'll send. Okay, there you go, freaking nerd. Yeah, you're gay. There you go. Join the friggin'. Okay, so now you're obligated, Horseradish. Sorry, to ask him like a few questions.
No, absolutely. I wanted any and all vets, but
none about his penis.
No, here's the funny thing. Because I have spoken with Nader. Go ahead.
Abe Dinkus, come on, dude. Like there's nothing threatening here. It's not scary. It's just a few questions to see where you stand because you're a vet also.
That's what it was. He had a problem with the UAP conversations, which again, like I said, I kept telling him that I really only listen to the military people who talk about it. That's the only people who have my attention, and I feel like those are the people we should be listening to. But that's neither here nor there.
So again, another conversation to be had about pegging.
Oh man, no.
Regarding Nader?
Twisted is an expert in this. On I'm not going to say which end. It's up to him to tell you if he.
Gotcha.
No, you won't in a sec. You do it right the fuck now because Horseradish is trying to get off. Dude, he's trying to end.
You, baby.
So you now or
finish me in a second.
No, you got to stop pouring the scotch and get up now, or Horseradish is done, and then it's going to be just degeneracy.
I do have to work in the morning, Macho.
This is like we're still kind of doing a somewhat professional stream here, like an interview process.
I've definitely come to realize I'm going to have to edit up this one a little bit for us. But
this part, definitely has to get cut out.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I've been awake since 6 a.m. So I'm at what 18 hours.
Twisted, I gave you shit. Like no, I don't.
4.
Need to send it. Like.
You want some
Twisted? Flyboy, get off your own shit. You tremendous slur face.
So back to it. What I was saying there.
He just thinks he's better than us because he was a pilot.
I will send you the link.
Flyboy is going to be Flyboy. It's fine.
I will send you the links.
We're friends,
One of them is to a website where you can get in contact with people who are. A lot of it is free and a lot of it's bullshit. But what I did was I got good at auditioning, right? Like I practiced and like doing different characters and shit like that.
Yeah, no, I'm interested in that.
Yeah, you can choose which projects you want to audition for. I probably auditioned for a dozen, maybe a dozen and a half before I finally got somebody who was like, "Hey, yes, please, we want you to do this." I have there's been a couple of things now. There's one that's actually a pilot that's supposed to come out later this year. I'm super fucking excited because that's going to be like a reoccurring thing. I assume you meant a grumpy bear because of the thing. No, my radish is not. I'm the radish. Anyway, but yeah, but also once you have enough auditions, you can put together your own audition tape, which you can submit to agents, and that's how you get the big shit. That's where I'm at now. I have enough different auditions that I can make.
I'm on the track of right now of like, hey, because I want to kind of get into that. Hey, do I just start doing like redoing the voiceovers of movies or things? I'm thinking,
do this. Do this, I promise. Like I said, because again, the other people are doing all the other work for you. You get to just come in and do the voice. That's what I'm saying. They're going to do all of the editing, like because some of it is that.
Horseradish. I'm talking about as far as like building a like voice acting portfolio is what I've seen is just like once or twice. It's only one guy I've actually seen it do it, but he's been doing like redoing the voice. Like he'll play the movie in the background and then redoing like him doing the voice, like with the entire scene muted, and him doing the voice of the character for Transformers in this case. Because
there's an entire genre of movies that need that kind of voiceover work. Exactly. Most of them are manufactured by the CCP and need to be translated into English.
Oh my God. So here's the other thing I was going to say.
Wait, are they going to pay me in rubles or can I?
No.
Why?
Don't you know what they get? Yes.
Can
they get paid in China?
No, I would assume they would pay me in Russian money because that's what transferable.
So real quick,
not China money can't transfer. Yuan can't transfer. Your yuan can't transfer.
Do you have any huge problems with Amazon and or Jeff Bezos? Will you take Jeff Bezos' money?
Yes, but capitalism doesn't know like ethics.
Okay, cool. So Amazon created a program where independent authors can self-publish and sell their stuff through Amazon. That said, those people are able to contract with independent content creators who create and record and produce audiobooks for them.
Oh, the audiobook. Yeah, no, yes. I want to do that.
I will get you in touch with it. That's what I'm currently on.
Yes.
I'm doing a contract right now. I've got one other one that I've finished so far, and it's a way.
I keep getting feedback about people want me to do like ASMR or some shit.
That's that was where I was saying that was with the Constitution thing. That was how it got to me too. Was somebody was like, "Hey, you should try this," and then they got me to this, and I'm like, "Oh fuck!" And this one, I'm on my second book now. So, and this one you actually get money from quicker than independent media. You know what I'm saying? I was doing the website that I'm going to get you is a place to get a start. Like I said, to be able to get some material for a audition reel. But the audiobook thing is where the actual money is, because there's way more books than there are readers. And so you will find, with your voice and your sound, you will find books. And you can do self-help books. You can do fucking how-to books. You don't just have to do fiction. I will say that I get a lot of feedback.
Just on my channel, I was doing like children's books. I was reading like Goodnight Moon so I could record it like on my channel so I could record it for my kids when I wasn't there.
Yep. Again, you can make money doing this. I'll send you the link later. So
please, please and thank you. Yes, 100% grateful. Thank you, Horseradish.
Welcome in, Mr. Nader. Long time.
Here we got it twisted. This is the Flyboy, dude. Friggin' Harriers, really?
They do that up and down thing,
really?
Right?
That was your introduction. This is the other Marine here.
Up and down thing.
I started out like, hey, let me Horseradish asked me, and like apparently it was just going to be me. So I said, hey, let me put feelers out. It was actually Twisted and Wobbly that I missed because they weren't in my DM list on Discord. So I missed both of them. I missed both of y'all because you weren't in my DM list on Discord. That I don't know why either.
We just need you to confirm that red is the proper color for crayons for Marines.
Nope. Purple.
See, this is gay pilot shit. Flyboy, get out of here.
No. Okay, I'm sorry. Blue
so you ask him questions.
No. Because
Horseradish, if you could, like you had questions for other vets, Marines. Now keep in mind,
I do, but
Marine pilot.
Yeah, no, I know it's a different thing. Well, here's the other thing, and no disrespect, Mr. Nader here, but the fact is, I've spoken with Nader enough times, and I've heard Nader speak enough times that most of these questions I could probably answer for him and get pretty damn on the nose. It would almost be a fun exercise to try that, but I will actually get to that. But first, I need you to give me context on the crayon.
I do a lot of memeing. I do a lot of memeing in non-serious conversations. For sure. Takes over in the Boss's channel may not have been my real outlook.
Fair point. So like I said, I'm still gonna ask you all three of the questions, and I'm still gonna want, but I need to hear the context of the crayon thing. Like, please tell me what the fucking crayon thing is about. Is this some sort of like inside guy code? Did y'all get hazed? Did someone touch you with a crayon in a way that made you different?
No, crayons are food, not writing implements.
Crayons are friends, not food.
Explain to me the etymology of this joke. Of this joke. Do y'all know? Is this?
Oh no.
I know. I don't know that. I don't think he knows.
Okay. So is this like the Masons? Like, you're not allowed to tell me?
Like to call Marines crayon eaters because we're supposedly dumb.
Oh,
which is entirely untrue.
Right. No, I always heard jarheads. That was the word I always heard. Or what was the other one?
Y'all play, have fun. I'll be right back.
No. Again, so so it's basically
it's inter-service rivalry. It's just inter service rivalry, kind of prodding each other back.
Sure. Chair Force. No, I'm well aware.
We've
had plenty of it on tonight. So all right. Well, now that I know the context, like I said, I never heard the crayon eater term before, but that makes sense now.
Or they 5,000 men on a ship with a guy called a rear admiral. And they call each other seamen. I mean,
yeah. Nothing's gonna get weird here, boys. All right. So just to kind of prep you, the three questions that I'm going to ask you, and I'm probably going to ask a whole bunch of expanding questions. I'm going to challenge, but I'm not trying to debate you. I just want you to know I'm just trying to understand your perspective, right? Because you and I, we don't have to agree for it to be interesting to me. That said, the three questions. Number one, how do you feel about the Military Day Parade? And do you feel that it was beneficial enough to justify the expenditure? Question number two is going to be, I don't want to skip number two. Number two is going to be, how do you feel about the deployment of United States Marines to potentially have to enforce or help enforce
see, this is why I came in twisted
laws on the road,
but I didn't get asked that question.
I'm sorry. Yeah, it's been a long night, my friend. I didn't mean to overlook that. I'll hug you later. So boots on the ground, deployed on on American soil to police citizens. Do you think that is right? And a sub question to that is, at the end of the day, is your oath of office, which I know you probably still, or I assume you still hold dear, do you prioritize your loyalty to the orders of the president or to the Constitution more? And then the final question is going to be, do you think that we should be actively involved in what is going on between Israel and Iran? And do you think that we are acting in Israel's best interest or in America's best interests in regard to Iran right now? Now, we'll start with that first one. In general, what was your opinion of the parade? Do you think it was a waste of money? Do you think it was worth it? Do you think that there was better ways to spend that money?
I don't think it was a complete waste of money. I think that it wasn't a whole lot different than, for instance, an air show, where you have a lot of military aircraft demonstrations during the air show. I think the issue was when he, instead of it being promoted as a parade for the Army's 250th birthday, he also threw in there, it's my birthday too.
Cheers to that.
That made it a little bit cringe, because if it was just the Army's 250th birthday parade, yeah, I would get behind that. That can help with recruiting, show off the cool equipment, helps with recruiting, and recruiting's down. So we need to do things to inspire people to join, right?
But it feels a little dear leader whenever we're celebrating.
Yeah, a little bit. Like I said, if it had been strictly about the Army's 250th birthday, I would have been behind it 110%.
Couldn't change
as it
birthday.
is.
I mean, come on.
As it is, 90%.
Day.
Yeah, but he announce it as something to do with his birthday too.
I think more
he associated it. Well,
the
media definitely reverberated. They didn't let that shit slip by, but he did. And it's also, I believe, I don't want to say for sure, because I'm not going to fact check it right now on the fly. So I don't want to say, I don't want to talk out of turn, but I do believe that Nader's right. He did say something making it might have just been an implication. I don't know for sure, but yes, I believe that he made it seem like that was part of it. Or he at least included the fact that it was his birthday. I think maybe that's what it was. He was like, which just happens to be my birthday, or something like that, or also my birthday.
Right. Which is, yeah.
But still, why would you associate? Even if it does just happen to be that coincidentally.
Against it, yeah. But I'm not thrilled with that framing.
Sure.
But we all know Trump steps on his own dick a lot of times and has sound bites that blow up in the media a lot bigger than that. Because 99% of the time, I heard him promoting it as the Army's 250th birthday parade. Right. Yeah. But it got a little, yeah.
Sub question there. Do you think it should have been the United States military parade instead of just the Army, considering the fact that
because it was the Army's 250th birthday
of the Continental Army before we even had the United States? And so again, all of the branches, except for the Marines, sort of kind of diverged from that tree. So ultimately, if you're going to track it back before the United States,
the Navy did not. The only ones you could even say would be the Army and the Air Force. But the Air Force really, that doesn't even count for the Air Force, because the body that was from the Army was the Army Air Corps, which no longer exists.
Okay. Next quick sub question then. How did you feel in general about corporate sponsorship of our military parade? Did that feel kind of equally cringe to you?
Not at all. Air shows are corporate sponsored. I had no problem with that whatsoever.
Okay. All right. And now, next obvious question. Do you believe that it was worth the cost? Or do you believe that perhaps we should be using that money to help reinforce and maybe pay our soldiers more, maybe replenish all of the stocks that we gave to other countries and or have been dropping on other countries for the last...
No, we didn't really give away our modern stocks that we would be using.
Okay. Still, wouldn't war guns and bullets be better than a parade?
Not necessarily, because again, there's more to it than just, hey, we're doing a parade. There's the drive and recruiting, the amount of people that were over there looking at the equipment. I mean, you could get a boost of recruitment out of it. right?
And just a general boost to
guns
patriotism as well.
guns and bullets do no good unless you have the men to man that equipment.
Sure. Okay. Now, second question then. How do you feel in general about, first of all, and I'm going to give you the same caveats that I gave the other gentleman earlier. How do you feel about the deployment of the United States Marines to reinforce, to protect the federal property and employees in the conduct of their duties? The caveat being that I personally agree full-heartedly about having them on the ground, as Grumple said, like embassy duty, to have them there to protect the actual the federal building.
Buildings.
Yep, all about that. That makes total sense. But using the phrasing of number one, the execution of their duties means that it's very easy for us to expect to see the Marines escorting ICE out to do raids, in which case there's an almost inevitable chance that the United States Marines are now enforcing the laws against United States citizens. So we all universally can probably agree about the defending our federal buildings, but the rest of that, how do you feel?
I feel like there needs to be, just like with any kind of law enforcement activity, there's an escalation of force. There's the use of force continuum. And if you expand that out to this scenario, then you have LAPD. If they get overwhelmed, now or LAPD, the sheriff's department, whatever it is, LAPD, the locals, they get overwhelmed. Okay, let's call in the guard. The guard gets overwhelmed, then you need to start thinking about using military boots on the ground. But it's going to take a lot to have the guard get overwhelmed.
But we're talking specifically about, in the verbiage, the Marines are allowed to be used to protect ICE agents,
right? And
in the execution of their duty.
I feel like there needs to be that.
So you don't think that should be okay?
Continuum. I think
and that if it gets to that.
Yes, exactly.
Okay. So real quick question about that. And this is because I think we now have 3 Marines in here, although the other 2 seem to think that because you eat purple, you're not a real Marine, or you're not as much of a
boy. Friggin' purple,
not
super
as much
weird,
of a Marine, so you're not a
His
real
logic doesn't even make sense. It's been retarded forever, but we still he am us. So
real quick question: do you believe
we technically
that
fuck with him?
If what you're saying is true, do you think that the first people, because I'm pretty sure that all of the Marines just told me about how a core part of their ethos is a level of brutality and a level of instant triggers to violence, and making that concise and succinct violence, that you are taught how to end a situation, with the exception, I will concede, of perhaps the military police. But in general, Marines are taught a specific way to end a confrontation. Is that not true?
That is true.
And so perhaps that's probably the worst people you could possibly, unless you're looking for it to escalate. Right?
Well, I mean,
because
the truth is all branches. That's what the military does, right? Military,
but the Marines do it different, bro.
But just the basis of your question, though, the worst of the options of one option, which is military what the president has at his disposal.
Oh, that goes back to what you said earlier. I'm sorry, I did overlook that fact.
Yeah,
that you said
the president can deploy them Marines for 72 hours for like anything,
because they are an emergency first. They are the first responders in a military sense. So that's that's the one in his disposal.
Exactly, but
first to fight.
Yeah, I was about to say, first to fight. Isn't that like one of y'all's mottos, bro? Like they're the first boots on the ground. But they're the ones that get thrown into to like sacrifice. like I don't want to use that term, but it's like they're the ones that are to see how scary it is for everybody else.
But yeah, I mean, any military, you're going to have that,
I can't.
They're not fucking tough.
I just got to jump in here. Look, I'm like at ground zero of all this that happened. Shit. Drug enforcement went in to when all this started in Los Angeles. Drug enforcement went into a workplace in Los Angeles. They were to arrest some money laundering and drug use, and it got blown out of shape. It just got blown out of shape.
Mhm.
Immediately, the media misinterpreted what was going on. That ensued with the very first protests, and it turned into a riot. Sharon Bass, and I personally think that Governor Newsom was involved in it, told LAPD to stand down. Literally, just stand down. Do not cooperate. And it's their obligation as mayor and governor to pursue these bad guys. Then they were taken on federal property because several of them were foreigners. They were not immigrants. They were foreigners. One of them was Chinese. One of them was Russian. They took them to an ICE facility in Los Angeles. Suddenly, a crowd of about 1,000 people shows up. And remember, Bassett told LAPD not to cooperate, to stand down for 12 hours. So, President Trump goes and looks at this situation after a lot of people were asking him to step in on X, on all different platforms, because we were watching this start to formulate for 12 months before this incident started here in California. For every one that ICE would capture in another state, literally a dozen would head towards California. Okay, National Guard gets called in. 1,000 troops show up to protect the ICE facility. And right away, the political leaders go, we have to protect our immigrants. They're burning cars. They're flying another nation's flag. They're looking at maybe 20,000 people on the streets at that time and growing. And from Friday afternoon till Saturday, there were literally buses and buses of these people coming from up north and other states to get involved in this.
Mm-hmm.
Literally
protesting,
rioting, protesting.
I'm going to step in for just a second, and I'm going to say a few things here. Number one, please do not attack Wobbly and say for a vet he sounds un-American, because he doesn't.
Wait, who did that?
So
Bubba Feccini.
So real quick.
Bubba Feccini, this is your only warning. Don't do that.
So
I'm not anti-free speech. This is a pretty free speech zone, but
yeah.
Don't talk shit about
the National Guard never ever really left the federal property, that facility.
No, it's not a safe space. Just don't talk shit about Wobbly when you don't know what you're talking about.
Until the looting started a couple of days later. And they stood way back in the crowd. At that time, finally, because of pressure, Karen Bass says, okay, we're going to get involved. So now you've got National Guard on the streets, but they're not doing anything except standing there. Literally yards and yards and yards and yards back behind everything. It was totally LAPD's scene at that particular time. So Trump goes, all right, we're going to bring some Marines in. And what do? They sit and stand outside that federal facility as a literal barrier to keep the rioters from burning the place down. I cannot find any fault in the actions that were taken by President Trump and his advisors, but I can find fault after fault after fault of Mayor Bass and Governor Newsom.
All right.
If he cares more about people that have been sucking off the American people's dollars for all this time, he signed a law in California that lets these people get driver's license, get Medicare, Medicaid. They're scraping off Medi-Cal, which is paid in by state employees and teachers. They're just literally trying to bankrupt the state of California.
Well, I think we all agreed that using the Marines to protect the facility
thank you, Nader. I was being
Yes.
I was being patient. I was being polite, wobbly, letting you get it out there.
Yeah.
So
I
here's
think we
the
all
thing.
are in agreement
Number
there.
one, I led with the fact for you. I was listening, hoping that you were going to say something that we hadn't already kind of like established. There was a couple of things in there that you said that I would challenge, but in general, the narrative, I was very clear. I understand that the Marines have not at this point been involved in ICE raids. I'm saying that in the wording of the press or of the executive order that Donald Trump released, they are allowed to, and that they are in fact tasked with doing so. So
only
again,
on federal property.
Here I have one really important question that I need to hear you answer there, Wobbly, because this actually came from one of my mods, and it's a pretty valid question. How do you feel about states' rights? Because in general, Trump supporters were very big on states' rights like just a second ago. But
look,
now,
okay, I'll answer.
Well, hang on. Let me finish my answer. Let me finish my
rights.
question, please.
But we
hang on
don't
1 second.
have a
It does
functioning
Newsom,
state
please
in
let me finish the
California.
question, brother. Please let me finish the question. Just 1 second. I'm going to finish it. I promise. Does Newsom not have to invite the National Guard into the state? You just said that you don't like that Newsom hasn't, but he has to, right?
No,
And
I
so-
don't
Not
like
if
the
they're
fact
federalized.
that Newsom sat back and made it a political thing against a opposing party rather than taking care of his citizens. That's
Okay,
what
so-
I don't like.
Nevertheless, he was the governor, and there is a democratic process for us to
He's
get rid of
not a
him if he's not.
governor. He's only
He's not? He wasn't
parades
elected?
around with this.
You might not
thing,
like him as a
but
governor,
he's
sir, but
not
he
a
is the
governor.
elected governor. You might not think he's a good governor, but he is the governor. Like I said earlier, if Californians watch their governor get frog walked out of the Capitol, they should be fucking in the streets. That is literally the federal government overturning states' rights. And that should be, as any good libertarian knows, the
I'm not a
absolute worst.
libertarian.
Fair point. So I'm sorry. It should be obvious to any citizen that
I
the
am a
federal
citizen
government
of this
overturning.
country, and I'm pro-America.
And do
And
you
I'm
think?
going to tell you right
Hold
now
on.
that Karen Bass and Governor Newsom is not America.
Okay, so do you think that states' rights is America?
Yes.
Okay, so then if the
Wait,
states,
hang on. Just to clarify, did you mean 10th Amendment? Also, Horseradish,
yes, sir.
when you're done with your tirade in between, please
sir.
check Discord DMs. But did you mean 10th Amendment? Was that what you
I believe
that what-
so. I would have to Google
is
it
that
right
what you're
now.
talking about there?
I would have to Google it right now to know for sure. But yeah, I do not know. Probably read about or tell me the gist of it. Just remind me. I think it is. That's
Is
the
there
one where
anything
this-
not explicitly covered by the Constitution is in the scope and purview of the states? That's
Correct.
what the 10th Amendment essentially says.
Correct. Well, it's also a certain level of, I guess, theory of autonomy of the states that was kind of part of the founding fathers, right?
Or autism of the states, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Nerd.
So real quick, I'm trying to be as focused as possible, but I'm also running out of time, and I want to get Nader's. I was trying to get specifically Nader's take on it, and we kind of walked across it. Can you go back, Nader, and just kind of give me? We all agree, as you said, that they should be defending the buildings, the federal buildings, but that you were saying they should not be out there enforcing the laws.
Well, no, I didn't say they should not be out there.
Okay, I'm sorry. Please, yeah, go back to where you were. That's where you were.
I said that there's a there should be an escalation of force. LAPD's not handling it per Wobbly. Good. Let the guard deal with it. The guard doesn't deal with it or can't deal with it, then you unleash the Marine Corps. You don't go straight.
You don't want that.
But
you don't want that.
They're states' rights, but you can't just refuse to enforce a federal law.
At what point does it become neglect of their office and their duties?
Exactly.
In chat, Kanaya, posse comitatus, that's been like the crux of the argument the entire time. That
and how do we
have been talking about? Yes.
How do we hold in our minds both ideas that
look? I have to tell you this.
Shoot.
I do not want to see military.
Horseradish DM.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm looking at it now. Sorry.
Anybody else does, but we have a failure of leadership in this state across the board.
But the point
it's been so obvious for years and years and years now. I keep telling people that we're building the wall in the wrong place. They should build a wall between California and the rest of the country. But wait until I get out of here.
Well, to go to the posse comitatus thing that was brought up, once the guard gets overwhelmed and you need to declare and you need to deploy the Marine Corps, that's reached the level of invoking the Insurrection Act.
And then you had the president of Mexico saying that she's going to stand with the rioters, her people.
You mean AOC?
No, I'm talking about the president of Mexico. And then the cabinet member came out and said that California is not truly the United States, that it's actually Mexico, along with.
Let them come and fucking try and get it.
I mean, California never actually declared independence or nothing like Texas did. Just saying.
They want Texas too, you know.
Yeah, Texas already declared independence one time. Good luck with that. She
actually almost came out and said she was willing to send in Mexican army into Southern California. I mean, this is bullshit.
Well,
I mean, also on that, like, good luck with that.
Biased about everything lately that it's really hard to get all the facts out, but I've managed to collect it over the last couple of weeks, and that's part of what I've been doing in my stream is trying to pick apart all this crap. There's way too much misinformation.
If the Mexican army crossed into Southern California, that would be the end of Mexico.
Quite literally.
The cartels have got to protect their money.
Yeah, no, the cartels are a separate thing. If the like uniformed Mexican army crosses into U.S. territory uninvited.
ABC literally puts.
You know what? That might be the best thing.
On there.
Let them do that, and then like we just go take care of the cartels, and then deal with everything else.
If we don't get all the drug money into the United States, we're all gonna starve.
What about my roads?
Runs that as an article. Give me
my roads. My roads.
I can't imagine. Wow, I can't imagine that she would actually say that. Did she actually say that, or was it an implication?
An implication.
Okay.
So she didn't act. Okay.
She said it, but it was during a speech.
I thought you said she said it, but
yeah, she said it.
Wobbly.
But she was indicating that she would send troops in. to protect her people.
To the United
They
States.
have so much to lose. They literally have so much to lose.
And like it's a sending troops into the United States borders is an actual meat grinder.
I don't remember who it was. It might have been Glenn Beck on one of his programs pointed out the fact that if we deported all these people, Mexico would lose $1.9 trillion in remittances that the illegals here in this country send back to Mexico.
You know, Wobbly, we can get that. Wobbly, you know the cheat code? We can get that done by preventing Western Union from sending any money to Mexico.
There is already I think it's 3%, and Donald Trump was talking about raising it to 5%.
Tax the money going out of state.
And the media came unglued over it.
Tax, I mean, it wouldn't be a tariff because that's on imports, but yeah, tax the money going out of state, and it'll get close to that, and also raise money, but then that money is going to go into the federal government, and then that gets redistributed.
Been living in ground zero here. The ice raids are getting closer.
Wobbly, I swear I'll come out there and fucking pick your ass up and fly you the hell out of there like a fucking evac.
Dude, I was gonna call you a few months back when the wife needed to go to California for a funeral.
Oh, really?
Her flight got canceled, and there was no other flight available to Colorado. And we looked at private planes, and the cost was so expensive.
And all right, so I'm sorry, I got distracted there for a second. Nader, back to you. So last question, because again, I really do have to get up for work, and I gotta fucking fold this up and take my marbles home. And I'm pretty sure that Jixer said earlier that he had a pretty hard bedtime as well, and I'm sure we've broken that. So the last question is
bedtime.
Well, it's a hard girthy bedtime.
Also, I responded to your Horseradish just with a quick message, but
word up 10-4, appreciate you. So again, the most important question I think is, do you believe that when we are, if the reports that we're hearing are correct about the B2s on their way currently, that do you believe that we should be involving ourselves in Israel? Do you believe that is, or excuse me, in Iran? Do you believe that is us doing America's best, or do you believe that we're doing what's best for Israel?
I think that being involved in Iran through airstrikes, yes, we should. And the reason is it's both in America's interest and in Israel's interest, because having a nuclear armed Iran is in nobody's interest. They're just that we should have intervened before North Korea got a weapon. And now we have the opportunity to intervene with a even more unstable country before they get a weapon. And I feel like that needs to be done. Not only for protecting the West from a terrorist bomb, but it also is going to drive a nuclear arms race in the Middle East. If Iran gets the bomb, next the Saudis are going to want it. They're going to go for it. And then Qatar is going to go for it. You're going to have a region of the world with a long history of violence and terrorist activities now be nuclear armed. We don't want that. Should we go boots on the ground? Fuck no. But
I mean,
airstrikes, yeah, I'm good with airstrikes.
Okay. Well,
boots on the ground to clean up after the airstrikes. I'm sorry.
Well, no. So here's the
mind.
questions. Well, so I've got a bunch of questions about this, right? Number one, do you agree, or how do you reconcile the fact that our director of national intelligence was just saying that we are far, 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 far away from Iran getting to a nuclear armament?
Incorrect. And the reason I'm going to say that is it is widely acknowledged that they have at least 60% enriched uranium. And while it's true that they're probably months to a year away from an implosion bomb, a gun type nuclear bomb, such as that was used on Hiroshima, the little boy bomb. If you can make artillery, if you can make an artillery gun tube, you can build a gun type bomb, because all it is two subcritical masses of uranium in a gun tube, literally inside the bomb.
We're not giving out the recipe or anything here, people.
No. You set up gunpowder, you drive one into the other, and what do you get? You get Hiroshima.
So just to be clear, we're saying that the director of national intelligence, who has access to, well, our national intelligence, was wrong about the actual threat in Iran.
Yes, because like I said, and the media is focusing on this, and a lot of other people are focusing on this.
And we know this because Israel said so.
If I may interject just for a moment.
Hold on.
If I may just interject just for a moment. Give me just a second.
Energy
You've been having a good conversation. Give me just a moment. If I may interject, I'm cutting in on this dance.
Cut along.
Okay, I just saw I want to pull it up, but I didn't save it where I have it on the quick draw. But so Israel has been saying that Iran has been between 6 months and a couple of years away from having a nuke
for like 30 years
since the 80s.
Yes. But here's the piece of information.
That's all. I mean,
International Atomic Agent.
Greatest ally is probably South Korea. But
the IAEA, the International Atomic Energy Agency, UN's nuclear watchdog,
please continue,
has acknowledged that Iran has a large stockpile of 60% enriched uranium, which means 60% uranium-235, and they have enriched as high as 86.3%. You can use 60% enriched uranium.
That's only good for dirty bombs.
No, that is untrue. 60% uranium 60% uranium, enriched uranium, can be used in a nuclear bomb. It's going to be relatively weak as far as a nuclear bomb goes, and it's also going to be very wasteful. It's going to be very inefficient.
So wait, hang on.
You start getting into 80%
effectiveness of that 60%. The most effective thing with that, it's good for a dirty bomb, but
no, actually, uranium is horrible for a dirty bomb.
It's too clean.
Or better, hang on, better for a dirty bomb than a conventional explosion.
No, entirely
with a 60%. Okay, maybe. So I'm a simple monkey. I'm probably retarded.
Entirely untrue. Uranium, no matter how highly enriched it is horrible as a dirty bomb.
Okay,
you wouldn't use it. But with 60% enriched uranium, you can build a bomb. And they've enriched as high as 83.6%, according to the IAEA. A gun-type bomb, literally, you could build it in your garage if you had the material. It's that simple. There's nothing to it. Subcritical mass at one end of a gun tube, subcritical mass at the other end of a gun tube. One's shaped like a slug, one's hollow. You fire, you set off
Barrel.
gunpowder, it drives it down. They mash together, they become a supercritical mass.
Okay, so we are giving you the recipe. My bad.
You got a boom.
Yeah, let's
I mean,
not.
Yeah, let's not do that anymore.
This
Barrel,
information
but-
is widely available on the
Sure,
internet.
sure. No, I'm being a smart.
Yeah, but no, hang on. Twisted, a lot of us are live on places, including YouTube, which use AI and will be violent in taking shit down and copy striking or just
true story. So anyway,
anyway,
let's not do recipes.
About an implosion design bomb that is efficient, easier to miniaturize, put on like a warhead of a ballistic missile, that kind of thing. Yeah, they're a ways away from that. There are certain things they need to do. There are certain
so if they were
devices involved that are export controlled that you can't get on the open market.
If they were actively involved in negotiations to not have nuclear, like I don't know all of the receipts on this, but I guarantee you somebody in chat can drop it.
There are very few.
They were compliant, is all I'm saying. They were compliant, and Israel isn't.
They're not compliant.
So
there are very, very, very few reasons to have 60% enriched uranium. It's not used in power plants. It's not using the only thing that you use that for would be bombs and for naval nuclear reactors, and they don't do naval nuclear reactors.
So I have one last quick question for you then, sir, before I do really have to go to bed, because I got a long drive in the morning. Does that not sound remarkably like the WMDs of yore? Do we all buy into the WMDs story when they told us that song and dance?
The difference here is you have the UN is saying they've got 60% enriched uranium.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
They've got 60% enriched uranium.
Good sir, if you could you drop a link of that into the chat for me? Because I would really like to read that.
Horseradish,
yes, sir.
It's under the IAEA, the UN's IAEA.
Okay, so I'm sorry. What was your answer again?
This is the UN's IAEA. This isn't just the U.S. intelligence agencies or Israel intelligence agency. This is the UN body, the nuclear watchdog.
Thank you, Koina. Atomic Watchdog says Iran not complying with nuclear safeguards. This is from the United Nations UN News. Okay, appreciate you there, Koina. Development follows serious warnings from the head of the International Atomic Energy Agency earlier this week that inspectors, this was when? 12 June 2025. This was just now. Okay, so this sounds pretty fucking legitimizing, I guess. Okay, interesting. Good. Thank you very much for that. Okay, so that is enough evidence to you to believe that the WMD song and dance this time is real.
Yes.
Okay.
100%.
All right. Well, I will definitely read over this.
And like I said, keep in mind the difference between the implosion design for a bomb and the gun type. The gun type is much simpler. The implosion type, you've got to have special timing for setting off these.
We're not doing the recipe, man.
No, you have to have certain timing, and that timing is done through circuits that are not readily available on the open market for that reason.
Speaking of recipes, Nader, real quick, what is heavy water?
Heavy water is water that has some of the hydrogen atoms replaced with deuterium, which is an isotope of hydrogen with a neutron.
Yep.
Okay.
So you have hydrogen is a proton and an electron. Deuterium is a proton neutron with an electron, and then you have tritium, which is a proton, 2 neutrons, and an electron.
Gotcha.
So it's water. It's got extra isotopes because that's what plants crave.
What it does is because it has that neutron, it becomes a much better neutron moderator. in a nuclear reactor. And in a nuclear reactor, you need a moderator because the fission product, the neutrons created by fission are what's called fast spectrum. They're moving at relativistic speeds. You need to slow those down to thermal speeds in order to have neutron capture by the other uranium atoms. Fast works great if you have high enriched uranium or heavy water, graphite moderated. There's a lot of different ways. But for power reactors, you're going to use low enriched uranium, which uses light water moderation most of the time. So yeah, heavy water is going to give you the capability to do breeding, basically.
Well, thank you, somebody, for
you can breed plutonium in natural uranium.
So, just out of curiosity, and this is an honest question. I thought you were a pilot.
I am.
Okay. Yeah, he has a degree in nuclear or quantum something or other.
Nuclear physics.
Okay.
Yeah, he's the real deal.
He's turbo gay about it.
Gotcha.
Well, see, that's the thing that most people don't realize about veterans is we have other fields that
Samantha, I'm on YouTube.
Well, I had to go to college before joining in order to become an officer.
And I got my master's and just
so I did my degree program. I never really used it, but it was my fallback career as well.
When you fall back on nukes,
any number of things could have knocked me out of the aviation.
You ought to see what I can do with electricity.
Problem, blah blah blah, whatever, right? So I had that as my backup career, right?
Samantha, turn off your caps lock. I'm gonna.
I would have gone into some sort of nuclear work, whether that's weapons or power or research. I don't know, but yeah. Now I drive in tornadoes.
Right on. That sounds like the kind of shit that a dude who used to fly planes straight up in the air would do. So, all right. Well, I'll tell you what, gentlemen, I've enjoyed the hell out of this. I stayed up way past my bedtime because I was enjoying this, but I do have to go be a grown up in the morning. And I'm not fucking lucky enough to be retired yet. So, anyway,
working on it.
I appreciate every damn one of y'all. There's plenty of shit that I disagree with y'all on. There's plenty of things, but I enjoyed the insights. I enjoyed hearing y'all talk, and I enjoyed hearing. You gave me plenty to think about, and I'm sure I'm going to be sword fighting in my Discord tomorrow about this whole conversation. So I'm very excited about that. So,
we all know you like the sword fight, though.
I do. Grumple and I were touching tips earlier, so
just don't cross the.
We
shafts.
rubbed them even, but we were still just two guys sitting in a hot tub 4 feet apart. But somehow,
Wobbly was blowing bubbles.
Your knees.
Don't forget, Wobbly was blowing bubbles. So.
When did you rename yourself Bubbles?
Space Doc.
Yeah. All right, gentlemen. Thanks again, and y'all have a great night.
Good night.
You too.
No, you. Oh man. No, Wobbly, tell me really how nuclear was that fart?
Which fart?
The one he was talking about earlier that Mr. friggin' Horseradish mentioned before he left. Wobbly, tell the story. I just want to know how bad it was.
4 guys in a hot tub, and all I wanted to do was fart. French fries and asparagus. Yeah, there you go.
Oh, that sounds either wonderful or disgusting, one or the other. I'm not
At the
sure.
same time, yeah. It just surprises me how many people are so ill-informed about what's going on here in California because they've been watching all of this media that really doesn't cover things right.
Well, the only place I get really truly accurate information is when I talk to you about it, because all of the other outlets are either mainstream media or leftists saying, "Yeah, fuck ICE,
Yeah.
go out, burn
Even
that
Fox was
car."
very sympathetic to it. And now Fox is leading the charge towards war too. And I'm going, oh my God, no, please stop. Think about what you're doing.
Yeah, like I said, I certainly don't want any boots on the ground. But also,
Especially since Israel seems to be doing quite well on their own.
yeah, they really do. I mean, really, the only thing we need to help with is hitting that Fordo, that deep underground facility, because they don't have the equipment to do it.
So there was a report that almost all of the material has been moved out to other locations, though.
The material may have been, but you still have all the centrifuges in there. So you still want to destroy the capability to make more.
Well,
Israel
can
can
get,
find
get
the
those
rest of that.
centrifuges offline.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
let Israel go
more
find
and more
the
and
other
more.
crap, right? Let Israel handle finding the uranium that's already made, that's been moved. Let's get those centrifuges, take those out of commission.
They seem to know where everybody is at. You'd think they'd know where all that stuff is at too.
Yeah, I don't know. But the only aircraft that's capable of carrying the GBU-57 is the B-2. So if we're going to hit that underground facility, it's got to be us. Nobody else can hit it.
B-52s can't carry it?
Nope, only the B-2. If it was a B-52s, I'd say let Israel have
dropped them there in Afghanistan.
No, those were Moabs. That's a different weapon.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's a different weapon.
Was anybody else sad when, I think it was in 2017, when the last Daisy Cutter was finally dropped? I think it was a training exercise too.
Not really, not with the advent of the Moab.
Yeah, but I mean, so no, Daisy Cutters were the biggest one that was self-contained. Moabs are not self.
Yes, they are.
Wait, hang on. Are they self-contained?
Sure, they are. Yeah, they're a fuel air explosive.
Yeah, but no, I mean with the air contained inside it also, right?
Well, the Daisy Cutter was just a high explosive. It's different than a fuel air explosive.
Hey, just so you know, we're not all vets in here. That's a direct quote.
Wait,
not
what?
all vets. Not all.
Well,
I put it in the private. Chat. I put it in the private chat on the side. Crumple.
Oh.
I was kind of like, really? Because we all know each other pretty well.
Right.
I think we'd know. I think we'd figure it out by now.
Wait, Kanaya. Wait, whose chat was this in?
It was over on the side. I don't know whose chat it was in.
Yeah, it makes it a little bit confusing. Yeah. Kanaya. Yeah, everybody on the panel right now is vets, and
hey, Grumple,
most of it's Marines.
I don't have any idea how to do this, but can you remember Samantha Savage?
Yeah, no. Samantha is in my chat right now.
Samantha would like to join the panel. I don't have.
Yeah, no, I'm aware, and I messaged, but or wait.
He didn't like.
No,
my
Abe
idea.
Dinkus is invited to this. Samantha is. I mean, maybe. It's Marines here. Samantha, what are you trying to do? Samantha, DM me. Maybe I'll give you the link.
Billy Wayne is looking for a link too on YouTube.
Billy Wayne Norwood. Oh yeah, Billy Wayne. Wait, hang on. I don't remember. Are you a vet also? Are y'all okay with bringing some non-vets in here to talk?
Yeah, I don't care.
I don't I don't care. I'm going to bed soon, though, so.
Okay.
I said.
Nicholas.
I said the thing twisted about Iran.
What's that?
I said the thing about Iran. People
Which
didn't
thing?
like that.
Bomb, Iran.
Yeah, something like that. You know, glow in the dark.
No, Samantha, you forget.
Why are you using StreamYard?
A convenient platform to merge chats.
Yeah, the whole merging chats across multiple platforms with multiple streamers it was a thing for tonight, and I'm trying to figure out how to do that while still using OBS, and I haven't figured it out yet, but working on it.
I'm using OBS right now.
Oh,
Samantha, go to your hey friends and start or find a conversation and type grump, and maybe you'll see me. But I did wait. Hang on, I might have you blocked on Discord. I'm not sure.
Oh,
it's
man.
been a minute. Try that. See if you do. Because if I still have you blocked, I mean, yeah, not too bad. So we're gonna do
tired,
YouTube over here.
I am. I need to go to bed. I got places to be. No. So my only thing, and this is just me.
3090 Iran.
Glow in the dark. Yeah. Make it shiny. And it's like, well, that's a whole lot of lost human life. And it's like, yeah, but it's the only thing I know that is 100% guaranteed to kill all of the terrorists.
Oh, here we go.
True.
Good evening, good morning.
It's
Wayne.
morning. We're in Austin, Texas area, and it is morning. How are you doing, Mr. Grumble? Still skiing.
How you doing?
Living a dream, man. Hey, can you turn your mic up a little bit? Because I'm trying. It's a little
Yes,
quiet.
sir, I will turn it up. Just give me a second. I understand
can.
how to do that. Yes, sir, I can. And thank you for letting me know that because. Okay, let me ask you that. Is that better? Is it too loud?
That is better.
That's
No,
a
it's
lot
not too
better.
loud.
Okay,
That's
not too loud.
that's
Good.
much better. That's right. I think that's right on par.
Well, I've been lurking. I was lurking earlier. Before Wobbly got in here, and before Twisted got in here. You had the other guy in here.
It was a planned structured stream that
Horseradish was in here.
Horseradish approached me about. He asked me to be on. It was his I was just hosting the platform for it. It was his idea, and he wanted to do it. And he wanted to have veterans, and he hit me up, and I said, yeah, I'm in, and I was the only one. And I hit up my friends, and 100% Wobbly and Twisted. Y'all weren't in my friggin'. I was scrolling down through my list of hey, who do I want to get?
You should have told me you were looking for some, and I would have asked you if you made sure you asked EOD and Wobbly and.
Well, EOD
Twisted.
can't because Twitch. EOD can't.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah. That's unfortunate choices on his.
Come on, no Cam.
Anyways,
I mean, yeah, maybe, but.
Anyways, I was looking on you guys, and it's pretty darn interesting. The topics you were talking about, this whole Iranian thing. What do y'all think about it? The whole Iranian, is this going to lead to World War III? Because even Putin just said today, he's like, he is fearful that this was leading to World War III, and he's the guy that's fighting Lindsey Graham on the ground in Ukraine. It's just crazy.
I don't think so. I think that
Taiwan would be a bigger
if we went boots on the ground in Iran, then we might be looking at something. Airstrikes to take out their nuclear weapons manufacturing, nah, not nearly as big a deal.
But do we need to put boots on the ground in Iran? No, we don't. We just
we
hammer
don't.
them. All we have to do is hammer them like we hammered
Exactly.
Iraq.
Samantha, I had you as a friend until you like DM me pictures of dicks and allegedly your dicks.
And the other thing is if you really look at it, neither China nor Russia, they've kind of both abandoned Iran at this point.
No.
They're not supplying them.
Sir,
And-
listen to me, sir. Can I say one thing real quick? I just read a report.
Go ahead.
Real quick, I read a report that said that Russia and China are going to back Iran. This is leading to World War III because if we don't back down, and if we don't
Only
back
because
down,
you promised crayons and you're on a hair,
Russia's
trigger
not
to get
capable of backing Iran at this point. They can barely handle Ukraine.
Billy, just also so Donald Trump.
China's a
Donald
big
Trump,
boy.
hey, just Billy. Donald Trump has said,
China
"Hey,
is
the United
is a bigger
States'
deal.
posture is on pause for 2 weeks."
So they say.
That's a great
so
move.
They say.
The
so they say.
the China is a little bit bigger threat than Russia. Russia's not a threat. But the reality is China's a regional threat. They're not a global threat. Aside from their nuclear ICBMs, they don't have the capability to project force. They don't have Navy.
They don't have a willing military either.
They don't have a blue water Navy. They have a brown water Navy.
No, hold on. I think you're
So
underestimating.
they are 100% a regional threat. They're a big threat to China, to Taiwan, to Japan, to Korea, you could even say Australia, Northern
They're a
Australia.
threat to us.
But
And I'm going to tell you
they're
why they're a
not
threat to
a
us.
military threat to us.
No, but they are an economical threat to the United States of America. And I can tell you why. They own multiple trillions of dollars of our bonds. If they decide to go ahead and sell them off, it's going to drop. It's going to drop the dollar down.
It's also going to screw their economy.
Of course,
too.
It'll screw them too.
It's going to screw both. I mean, and that's why they're not going to make that move.
I hope they don't.
Well, gents, I'm going to bed, so I do appreciate the conversation.
GSXR, I have to ask you because I was lurking earlier. Do you have a GSXR motorcycle?
Yes. Yep.
That's what
sure
I thought.
do.
I knew it. I knew you probably had one.
Actually, on my
What do you
second, it's
1,000? 1,000 cc?
No, 600. Everyone always asks that, and I always tell people I'm gonna be level. Be honest with you. Unless you're in a state that has extremely straight roads and has no speed limit, you have no need for 1,000 cc sport bike.
I'm way too old to have 1,000 cc.
Hey, I still have.
You're
my,
not gonna max it out anyway.
Man,
I still have
agree
my
with you.
$12.99 Pennagal, so I still have.
$12.99. Oh my god, that's a monster.
It's a Ducati $12.99 Pennagal.
Samantha. Oh wait, it's scrolled down.
I don't do track days anymore though.
Hi,
Oh,
Samantha.
My old body's too beat up to do track
Samantha, you're
days.
on like a hair getting banned out of here trigger. Just keep that in mind.
Can you hear me?
Nope.
Yes.
Can't hear a goddamn thing.
Hey, Grandpa.
What's up, kiddo?
Nothing. So Russia can't help Iran. Russia is barely able to fucking throw rocks at
that's what I just
Ukrainians.
said.
Yeah.
That's what I just said.
Excuse
All right,
me.
gents. Good
That's
night.
not the case.
That's
That
what
is
it,
the
like
case.
no. Russia was depending on Iran to supply them with ammunition and other munitions because they didn't have enough
Russia
of their
is
own.
no. Hold on.
Actually, they're depending on
You're
North
absolutely
Korea.
backwards on that. There's no way Russia's dependent on Iran.
Yes, they are.
for any
They're
missile.
Russia is dependent on Iran for drones.
I don't know where you're
and
hearing
on
this,
North
but that's
Korea
not
for
true.
ammunition.
I'm hearing this from like still getting DoD briefings.
I'm gonna tell you the truth. You're hearing the wrong thing. Of course, they're gonna lie to you in DoD briefings. You're gonna lie to the public. Of course, they're gonna.
Oh,
Billy
you're one
Wayne,
of those. Okay.
Don't. Samantha, why are you still getting DoD briefings? Is it because you're on a board of a company in China, or
I'm not on the board of a company in China. What the fuck?
you said you were at one point?
I never said I was on the board of a company in China. That is never ever left my mouth.
Maybe somebody else said that about you. Maybe I'm just retarded.
I was like, no. That's a good one though.
Yeah, no, that was. I thought it was funny too at the time, but I'm pretty sure you said that. But
No.
I'm probably wrong.
No, that is 100% not true.
But yeah, Russia is buying.
Why do I think that?
Shahid drones, they're making some.
Oh, I did work for an anti-Z, like a Hong Kong newspaper, but they're anti-communist party, anti-China. They're like separatists based out of Hong Kong.
Did you maybe exaggerate one time, and that's what I'm remembering?
No, I would never say I was on the board.
Or in a boardroom.
It's from China.
No.
Okay.
That is way above what my level was.
No, I think I have you blocked on Discord, but you can hang out. Just know
No, it's
that
all good. It's all good. Yeah,
I
you're
got the
fine.
remove button like on a hair.
I got
trigger,
you. I got you. Yeah, no, but yeah, Russia is or was dependent on Iran for munitions.
Primarily drones. They're getting a lot of their bullets and artillery from North Korea.
Okay, so you know what we discovered during World War II is the United States of America was actually making weapons for Germany, their army, right? And so we were playing both games. And guess what? I have no doubt that we are doing that now.
Oh, so currently who's supplying Russia with ammunition is Belarus, Iran, and North Korea.
Well, in World War II, Switzerland was also like the go around to make weapons. Like,
yeah, well, I'm saying as of right now,
Solothurn. I was replying to Billy. Just like the Solothurn anti-tank cannons were manufactured in Switzerland for Germany, essentially, but because Germany couldn't manufacture them themselves. Or wait, no, was it right after?
Well, that was prior to our entry into the war.
Oh.
Yeah, and then as of right now, Iran has supplied at least 300,000 artillery shells to Russia. North Korea is believed to have shipped the equivalent of around 3 million 152 millimeter artillery shells since August of last year.
Sounds about right.
Oh, nice wobbly. I have cats too. I love my cats.
It's my watcher.
Good.
Yeah, they don't have enough to sustain what they're already doing, let alone support Iran to fight the U.S. That's near definite suicide for Russia.
Russia's really a non-factor in this, other than being bluster and a blowhard. China again. They're China's the bigger threat. But I'm going to throw it back to militarily. They're really not a threat beyond regional.
I got a thing for my kids. Wobbly, you'll be interested. Maybe everybody else will. I'll be right back. Just keep Chad entertained.
To be fair though, China and Iran are not official military allies.
No, they're not.
But
they're a trading partner and an investor. They're an investor in the energy sector and a trade partner, but not.
But are they not? But hold on now. It could be BRICS, right? BRICS. Now they are a part of BRICS, right? The new world order. They want to make themselves known as the main trading partner. like how the dollar controls.
Can't even settle.
Yeah, but
So
one of our
BRICS-
military allies is in BRICS though too. So like they're not going to try to turn
Which
BRICS
one is
against
it?
us.
Which one is
India.
it? Which one is
India.
India
India
is one of our
BRICS.
major military allies.
BRICS. The I stands for India. Exactly in BRICS. You're definitely right.
Yes, I'm aware.
Do you think that there are allies? To be honest with you,
No, okay, where are you getting?
They
where
have the
hold on,
largest
where are you getting your
population in the
information
world.
from? Where are you getting your
In
information
my
from?
opinion, they have the largest population in the
opinion.
world.
Okay.
But I'm gonna tell you the truth, man. I can give a goddamn shit about them, dude.
You don't. However, India is like dependent on us to keep Pakistan at bay, to keep India alive.
Who gives a shit about them fuckers?
No. Yeah, I get you're
That's
going
what
off
I'm
with this
saying.
retard who gives a shit. I don't give a shit or whatever. I'm talking in the world of geopolitics on the bigger stage when we're trying to keep like things in order, like things like this
Things are
coming to
not
play.
in order, sir. They're not in order, and they're never going to be in order for probably until we pass away. And then, once we pass away, maybe in 100 years, things will be in order, right?
Okay, hold on. You understand things don't have to be in order for people to play cordial, right?
The cordial is an act. Like
No. I asked the question. Yes, it is, but
it's
it's playing nice, right? It's like what I'm doing with you right
You
now.
can only play nice. You're only gonna play nice until you don't play nice.
No, yes,
right?
but the point is play nice and then try to prevent people from not playing nice. So like we use
All right,
not
go.
gonna
like
ever
we use
work.
India.
It's
Yeah,
never gonna
it does work.
Savage.
It does work. It does work.
No,
It does work.
history has proven it never works.
It
Never
does work, and we're seeing it work more and more. You just have two
Oh,
people.
look
You
at
have
little
two
kitty,
angry
Coco.
people, right? You have Putin, who's like near death, like he's dying of old age. Well,
Putin
he's
is
getting
not
My dog-
near
my
death.
dog keeps
he's
trying to
near.
eat this
He's more
one.
near death, right? He's more near
He's
the
not
age of
even
dying than
close
he is
near
the
death.
age of living like a big full
He's
life.
not
Okay,
even close
he
to
wants
it.
to see the rebuilding of his like big bare country borders
Russian
before he
Empire.
goes.
The Russian Empire is what he literally
no,
said.
Russia is
Yes.
not the enemy.
No,
Pause.
Russia is the enemy.
Pause,
You are
nerd-
on crack.
nerds.
Russia
Pause.
is by far one of
Russia
the
is not
enemies.
the enemy.
This. I'm gonna
Yeah.
pause it. I'm gonna mute.
Let's check
This-
out
Got
Grumble.
news for
Let's
you.
check out
Critter.
Grumble's
It
cat.
is an enemy.
This is just an 8-week-old kitten that my dog keeps trying to eat. So I'm trying to like.
Oh, you better
Remove
keep it away from that
Holy
dog.
shit. Way drunk.
Trump finally
Christina
got
dog
himself
ever.
a pussy.
Yeah, no. This pick this up for my kids, and they love it.
Calico. Very
Yeah,
beautiful cat.
fluffy calico. Never seen a pattern like this, but the last one didn't last so long. So we'll see how long this one
Well,
lasts.
you better keep it away from your dog. And if you don't, I'm
No,
gonna
no,
call
it wasn't.
you,
It
I'm
wasn't my
gonna
dog
find
that ended the last one. It was a rocking chair at the in-laws
you.
house.
And it was your fault? Oh my
No.
god.
It was a rocking chair at the in-laws house.
Oh, somebody else. Oh no.
Yeah, and somebody else,
no.
and then she felt
That's
horrible too.
horrible.
Please
Horrible.
continue. Yeah. So yeah.
Okay, so please explain
this thing
this
like sitting on my
wild
shoulder.
logic of Russia not being an enemy.
Russia. Okay. So let's begin with this. Russia was our ally during World War II. Russia was our
And they
ally.
were
Was it
our
not?
mortal
And Japan's one of our
enemy
biggest
for-
allies right
So
now,
was
but they were one of
China.
our
40
biggest.
years.
Hold on.
Hold on. I haven't
Japan was
finished.
one of our biggest enemies during World War II. Now they're one of our biggest allies. So this whole once upon a time shit doesn't fucking matter.
Hold on.
Especially when
Russia
you
and
consider
China
the
were our-
duration of the Cold
were
War for
our-
40 years. For 40 years, Russia was our mortal enemy.
No, that's what they wanted you to believe.
Oh my
Oh,
god, you're
God.
actually you're
Oh my
actually
God, the
fucking
Cold
batshit.
War didn't happen.
Our mortal
The
enemy.
Cold
No,
War
no.
never happened. The Cuban Missile Crisis
That was all
never.
fabricated.
The moon
Yeah,
landing
it
was
was
fake.
all
Hey,
fabricated.
Billy,
The
is the
Earth
Earth
is
flat?
flat.
Hey, is the Earth flat, Billy?
Sick him.
No, the Earth is not flat.
Okay,
Did we land
are
on the moon?
birds real, or are they just
Oblong.
government
Earth is
surveillance drones?
Did we land on the moon?
Okay, wobbly.
Did we land on the moon?
There's literally a documentary about landing on the moon, and it was directed by Michael Bay. Okay, and then they found the Transformers on the far side.
We never landed a human being on the moon.
Okay,
we never landed a human being on the moon.
That is absolute truth. We never.
No, we found the pylons
and the Earth is flat. People all over the globe say so.
Okay, so I'm gonna.
That was a documentary.
To clarify. That
and it was
people spouting the shit like Billy does right now is why people like Billy believe the shit that Billy believes.
I understand why you're an older man like my father. My father's 70, 80 years old. He turned 80, right?
I literally have family.
Guess what?
That
When I tell my father that
no, you don't. Okay, just said that never happened.
We did not.
Oh yeah, I forgot. It didn't happen.
He just laughs at me just like Wobbly did. But the fact is, we never put a man on the moon. It's all fabricated, dude.
You cannot say that is fact. You cannot say that we didn't put a man on the moon, and that is a fact. You cannot say that. That is categorically untrue, ontologically incorrect.
So Neil Armstrong lied to my
defective.
face when I met him.
Several times over the past couple of years.
I want to believe it. I want to believe it.
Some rather big telescopes at it.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
And where the landing
Sammy, he can see it. Hey, Wobbly, you're
Apollo 11
right now.
landing site sure does have a
Wobbly,
the base of a lunar
okay.
lander on
Yeah,
there.
it's still,
Hold
there's
pause.
still
Everybody
hardware
pause.
there.
Wobbly, you're coming in very.
Right.
Yeah,
Hold on,
everybody
Wobbly.
pause, please.
Yes.
Wobbly, you're very muffly right now.
I think it's just because everybody's talking.
Yeah, it is.
Oh no, you're okay. You're good now. It was like I couldn't tell what you were saying, but I'm also hard of hearing. But you're good now.
Okay.
There's literally photographs from telescopes of the base of the lunar lander sitting in the sea.
And you don't take
Grumble, there's 4 people in here that are hard of hearing.
AI didn't exist back in the
4
fucking
people in
70s
here.
and 80s.
There are 4 people in here that are hard of hearing veterans, and then there's one guy who believes that the moon landing never happened and Russia's an ally.
I'm going to tell you the truth. That is the truth. But
no, stop saying I'm going to tell you the truth. Stop saying truth and stop saying fact. Those are 2 things with the shit, the diarrhea that is coming out of your mouth. You can't say truth or fact anymore. You're grounded.
How can you prove that we put a man on the moon?
You can get go get a telescope. Go be a non-brokey. Go buy a telescope.
You can get a
point it at the
telescope
moon.
and,
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Japan
wait. Hold on. Hold on. Wait. Billy, yes, you buy a telescope, you point it at the moon, you can see the marks from where we landed. Now, I want to say, like, real quick, are you going to say that there is no, like, atmosphere, there's no moon, where you live within a firmament, and there's just a projected image of a moon on the sky? Or do you believe that we can point a telescope into space and see things that are definitively in space?
I agree with I think we did. We have put the Hubble telescope up. We put these other telescopes up.
Okay, no. I'm saying you could. Okay, you as a normal average Joe can go to Walmart and buy a fucking telescope and point it at the moon and see.
No.
Yes, you can.
Yes.
These are things you can do.
You can.
Really? Okay,
Yes.
let me ask Wobbly. Wobbly's shaking his head yes. Wobbly, have you ever looked through a telescope in your own eyes, sir, and seen like a United States flag sticking up or something?
Hey, Smoking Spaceman, yeah, yes. Also, and I think it's pinned already. Yeah, and it's open now. It's an open panel. Is
it truth, Grumple? Do you think that we landed on the moon? Do you think the United States of America landed on the moon with the Apollo mission?
I already told you there's a Michael Bay documentary about it, and I don't understand why it's contentious at this point. That's where we got the pillars, you see.
So you agree that we landed a man on the moon? Is that what you're saying?
No, we pulled back a transformer and the vital pillars from the moon.
Okay, so
there was a documentary about it.
Okay, look. If you agree with that, if you agree that the human being, NASA, and all these guys put a man on the moon back in the 1960s.
Could you put a man on the moon?
1969, July 11th.
Okay, so
you know what?
Okay,
hey,
so what
like
happened to the
conspiracy theories.
technology?
This is great. No, this is wonderful.
Nothing happened to the technology. What happened?
Okay, all of a sudden we don't know how to go. all of a sudden, we don't know how to go back
This is
to
an
the
argument
moon.
that I
Oh
hear
my
from
Wait,
you
we do know
deniers all
we
the
do know
time.
how to go back to the
It
moon.
is
We don't
not.
have to, and we've been back
We
to the
did
moon.
not
We don't
lose
care.
the technology. We lost the funding and the drive to do it.
No, the
No, we
funding
lost-
is there.
The funding is not
$50
there.
million
No,
a
no,
day.
no. They
The funding
no,
is there.
they defunded NASA.
They defunded NASA. They canceled
Also,
the
we-
Apollo project.
They
Sir,
allegedly
you're wrong.
lost all the
Nixon
math.
canceled the Apollo project.
So NASA
They
is funded
defunded
$50 million a day.
Okay.
$50 million a day.
Okay.
And also, we lost the funding to go to the moon.
Yes.
Okay, hold on.
Yes.
Wait.
It's a
Hold on.
boondoggle, man.
You might not understand this being like low on the wage gap
A
here, right?
fraud.
Hold on, let me explain this. Do you know how many employees and how much equipment NASA
I'm
has?
sorry,
How much
Grumble.
do you know how much it is costing NASA to just run their facilities and have their employees?
Not
per day?
much, not
Hold on.
much, because it's a fraud.
A whole
They're
hell of a lot.
Oh my God.
embezzling money off them
Oh my
fucking
God.
I mean, NASA's a
American
fraud.
people.
Oh my
Hey, wait, hold on.
God.
I want to
This is
explore
really
other
what's going
conspiracies
on.
real quick. Hey,
That is the
have you,
truth,
wait, I want to
brother.
explore other conspiracies real quick since you're one of these people. You notice something's
Samantha,
like
why
Oh,
is
wait,
it so much
The
better now?
truth shall set
What
you
happened?
free.
Hold on. Okay. Have you seen all the bruises and different things going on in Trump's body recently? Do you think his skin is falling
You
off?
think I give a
Since he's a
shit about
skinwalker?
Trump?
No, I just
Trump
want to.
is
No,
nothing
it's not
but
about
a
Trump.
fucking
It's not about
puppet,
Trump. It's not
dude.
about Trump. Okay, I'm talking about him being a skinwalker, right? Do you
He
think
ain't a
he's shedding
skinwalker,
his
dude. I've
bodysuit?
been watching him since he was in his 30s, dude. He ain't a skinwalker.
You've been watching a projection. None of us are real.
I'm a simple monkey.
We're all real, dude.
No, we're
I
not.
don't know what,
We
I
are
don't know what
living
the
in a
fuck
simulation.
You're smoking, man, but we're all real.
Okay. I'm smoking something, but the moon landing never happened. Okay, and
Yeah,
Russia's an
it did.
ally.
It did
Okay, got it. Cold War didn't happen. That's all fake propaganda brought to you by the Jews and the mainstream media. I get it.
Hey, well, Samantha, hang on. Just be aware. I am live on YouTube right now, so
I'm a Jew.
that's fine. But you got to be
man,
very
I love
aware of
Jews,
things that
man.
you say on
Jews are
YouTube because it's just AI that does shit automatically. And
Oh,
if you
fair.
jeopardize my channel, you're just never
Got
going
it.
to come back.
Yep, that's fair. Yes, the conspiracy theory that people like to spout where the Jews are behind everything. Are you one of those people, Billy?
No, sir. I
Okay,
am
lizard
not.
people?
No,
Lizard
sir.
people at all? How do you
No,
feel about the
sir.
word adrenochrome?
You know, I've heard about that.
Oh,
but
God. Jesus, fucking kill me.
Listen to me. I've heard about it, but I'm
Yeah.
not a big.
You're not a big, you don't do it.
This is
But
getting
Hillary
close.
does,
I
doesn't it?
don't
What about
do it.
Pizzagate?
I'm not
What about
I'm
Pizzagate?
not the Illuminati. I'm not
I can't.
Illuminati.
The one that really stuck out to me was like the Cuban Missile Crisis was fabricated, and the Cold War was
Yeah,
fabricated.
yeah.
That was the
It could
the
have been.
big.
It could have been. It
No,
could
you
have
said
been.
it's
an
interesting.
interesting-
It was fact.
I
So-
never said.
so
the
do you like
Cuban Missile
communists?
Crisis
Do you like
Like, who
communists?
benefits from that?
Yeah. Do you
if
like
it's
communists?
fabricated?
Look,
Right?
Okay.
Was-
Okay.
was-
Wait,
hold
hang
the
on.
only-
Savage,
Samantha, stop.
only point-
Stop with Billy for just a moment.
Okay.
Let's engage in the idea. Who benefits if the Cuban Missile Crisis was fabricated?
Nobody?
That's what I love about Grumple. No.
Nobody?
No, it's always follow the money.
Illuminati.
Who benefits?
The Illuminati
Nobody.
benefits.
Oh God.
The
Yes.
people in
So it does
power.
lead back
No,
to.
listen. No, he was asking. I think the people in power benefit from that because they use.
Who are the
fear
people in power,
to
Billy?
control us.
Billy, do you do shrooms?
Billy, is it this cat that's in power?
Billy, who is the Illuminati?
The
Are you
Illuminati.
gonna say?
I
No,
actually
wait,
love Grumple's
Stop
cat. I love
dogpiling
your
Billy.
cat,
Okay,
Grumple.
let's.
I'm not
We're
stockpiling
not
Billy. I'm
just
stockpiling
gonna
his
dogpile
ideas.
Billy. We're not going to just dogpile Billy. Okay,
Okay.
but I do want to
Anyway.
know if he thinks that this cat is the one in power.
Okay.
Right now, I think
It's
he's in
8
power
weeks
over
old.
you.
Russia
Over you right
is
now.
not
You know
an
why?
ally. I just
Because
Oh
want to
you-
no. The power is that I'm preventing my dog from eating this cat.
Exactly. So you are actually in power.
Knowing
right now,
control,
that
not
cat
in power.
Is
Oh, look at that.
crawling on the back of your fucking head.
The only
sitting
time
on the
that Russia
red.
could have possibly become an ally was right after the fall of the Soviet Union when they wanted to join NATO.
Yeah.
Hold
Yeah,
hold on now. We supplied
That was before
weapons
Putin.
to Russia and China during World War II. That is a fucking
I'm not
fact.
talking about
Yes,
it.
but
I'm
post
talking
World War
about
II, post World War II,
post-World
we
War.
had a massive falling out with Russia. Do you remember
No,
that?
Twisted was very specific about what he just said, and it's pretty accurate in my opinion. But I
There was
mean,
a massive
I'm pretty
fallout.
dumb also.
There was a
So
massive
what
falling
do you
out
think?
between the United States and Russia after World War II.
Hello,
And
cat.
why? And why?
It
Why
actually
would you say?
started before
Because
World War
we
II
dropped
even
the
ended.
bomb on Japan. That is why. We
No, the
dropped
problem
the
is
bomb.
we didn't drop
we
enough
dropped two bombs.
We should.
Yes, we dropped a portable sun on
dropped them
Japan and a second
Russia.
one just to show them that we were willing to do it twice.
We dropped Fat Boy. We dropped Little Daddy.
Nope. Little man,
Okay.
Little
boy
man.
and fat man, little boy and fat man.
I know.
Fat Man
I
and
know, I
Little
was
Boy.
trying to
Yeah,
remember.
Twisted was the first one to get it right. It's Fat Man and Little Boy.
I knew it. I knew it. I already knew it.
Fat
But
man
here's
was the
thing.
implosion device using
Okay.
the plutonium-239 core. Little boy was the gun type device using uranium-235.
Yeah.
They were both
And
gay
was
and very
second.
weak nuclear weapons, but they still unleashed the power of the sun for the first time ever.
They weren't gay.
And-
Everything,
and-
every nuclear
No.
weapon since then has been a lot stronger than either of those, and the world
Okay.
does
Well,
not
and a
want
lot
to
of
see
smart-
that
and
happen.
and
Not
and a
all
lot
of them.
smaller and a lot smaller. There are tactical nukes that are much smaller.
Oh no, tactical nukes are not like that's not what I was talking about at all.
even
Because tactical nukes are
are
Itty bitty.
are about the same.
Well, depending
nation.
on them, I do know that there
Well, it
was
depends
some.
because you
That,
can have dial yield.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
B-61 has dial yield.
yeah.
tactical nukes. I mean, well, as far as I know, no modern nukes are
Ten
going to have
megatons.
the same
I
like the
think
same
it's-
fallout or anything.
Tactical nuke is going to be
At
small.
all.
It could probably do
but
like
nukes
1-2
aside,
miles.
Russia hasn't been an
1-2 miles
ally
like that.
since
No, they
1947, 48.
I would say even before then. Really, the Cold War was starting up before World War II even ended.
Oh yeah, it did. Yes.
It's really weird when I see like a lot of like people sit there and simp for Russia. Like
I'll bring my cat.
I'm
gonna
fine
bring
if my kid
cat.
is gay, but if my kid ever grows up to simp for China or Russia, I have failed as a parent.
Hey,
Yes.
everybody's simping for this little.
I don't have a kid, but
8 weeks
you know,
old.
if I did and they sent for Russia or China, I think that.
Twisted, I'm working on child number 5.
Well, I didn't.
How
want
the fuck-
kids. I don't.
No,
I don't
we're not
have
going to talk about
kids. I
that,
never wanted
Sam.
them.
We're not.
So-
We're not talking about that right now.
No, I still want to talk shit
I'm
on Russia.
perfectly happy not having kids.
Twisted, why are you gay?
Why are you gay?
Have you seen yourself? I'm only gay for you, Gumple.
I'm telling
No,
you
I mean,
this.
hang on. Based on what you just said, no, yeah, maybe I have seen myself, and I mean, you're only gay for me. That's fine. That's fine. But I mean, you know, whatever. No, I have 3 boys, and I might be done. I'm probably done, but
I have 3 boys
I'm
and
not
a
sure.
girl.
No, Samantha, it's like it's gonna turn it into a gay conversation, and
They're all half Asian.
no.
I'm
Wait,
doing
are they
my-
Dinobots?
No, Dinobots. The only thing that could have been better than Dinobots were like, are they Bionicles?
I used to watch the Bionic Man. Who
Wait,
ever
are-
watched the
are
Bionic
they the-
Man?
are they the-
my
sludge?
girlfriend is not Asian or half
No,
Asian.
they are
She's
human.
Samantha,
They're-
are they
they're
sludge
really-
or
no,
sludge
they're human.
adjacent? Because sludge was a tragic story.
No, they're
Of a
they're very
Dinobot.
they're very
He's the
human.
Brachiosaur or whatever.
They're very
Brontosaurus.
human.
My girl is half Colombian.
It's
half
a very
Italian.
human design. Samantha's kids.
Very human design. Very, very like Hillary and
Very
like
human.
Trump's skin
Like
suit.
Hillary, yeah. That lady, she's an evil lady. We love her a lot. And, me as
No,
Trump,
we don't.
I was there and I told them, we love you and let's all stand up.
If the
and
VA could
praise
only
the
give you
Oh
the
Clintons."
no, hey
drugs.
Melissa,
that
you're
was
welcome
Trump,
up 100%.
and that
If
was-
the
Also,
VA
yes,
could,
I
if
wanna-
the VA could just give me the
I
drugs
wanna
that
drive
Billy's
that
on, I would
Megatron
not ever be
and
depressed.
do the roasting.
Right.
Like that's
right?
I
VA
could
hook
do
it up.
that.
I'm sorry, Wobbly. I probably blew your ears out there. I'm sorry, brother.
We don't have eardrums left, okay? All of us are in like war zones.
But he told me he's the
Huh?
one that told me to turn my fucking microphone up. But
Well,
anyway,
Twisted was a pilot, so his ears are pretty like dainty at this
No,
point.
my
so-
ears are fucked.
Hey, Wobbly,
Oh, Harrier,
hey,
dude.
Wobbly,
come
you're a
on.
Vietnam vet? Wobbly, are you a Vietnam vet? Man, I'm
Yes,
gonna tell
I
you
am.
the
Melissa,
truth, brother.
you're welcome in.
I would
Flying
like.
jets for
Okay, can
22
we
years.
talk
My ears
about?
are fucked, Grumple.
Please, and I know. No, Grumple, can we talk to Wobbly about his Vietnam? He's a vet of Vietnam War.
It's okay, Twisted. I have my set of
Dude.
Oticons right next to me.
The reason
You
is
had-
because we're talking
Hang on,
about
so
it.
Billy, you have my permission to ask him, but do it at your own peril.
I already asked him. I said, but okay, Wobbly, let me ask you a question, sir. What year did you go to Vietnam? The war, you know, all that sort of thing.
1969.
Okay.
In the summer?
The summer of
69?
69.
No, actually, it was
Ironically, the same year we
1975.
landed on the moon the first time.
Oh, Wobbly
Okay,
was
we're
on the
not
moon,
gonna.
obviously.
We're not
That's
talking
what
about
that
the
means.
moon. No. Let's talk. Get back to Wobbly. Well,
Hey,
Wobbly,
you know
what
what's
is
a
that?
what's a good tidbit here to add in? Hey, if Russia was our ally, they would have been fighting alongside of us in Vietnam.
But they were
True.
fighting against us. They were
And in
helping the
Korea.
Chinese. They were
Yes.
helping the
Yeah, oh,
Chinese.
wait. That would point out that they're not, and we're not our ally. Thank you for correcting yourself, Billy. Thank you.
But hold on now. You know,
Nope.
these. You ever heard of the World Economic Forum? Now these guys are the
Oh God,
world
no.
leaders.
Now you're actually going into
And
Jewish
guess
theory.
what? No,
Yes.
well, it's not really Jewish theory, but guess what? These people who are in leadership roles throughout the world, guess what? They are.
What are their names? Who are they? Name them.
They are.
Klaus Schwab.
Okay.
Gross.
Not
Oh,
Charles.
I-
not
I think it's
Charles.
Sorry,
Hold on.
Billy. I just gave you
Not-
Billy. I just
not
gave you a
Charles
cheat code.
Schwab.
Grumble. I want to hear the. I want to hear.
I just
the
gave you a cheat
conspiracy
code.
theorist
My
do it.
bad. I
Hold on.
just
Name
that
them.
reaction.
What
So
Charles Schwab is Klaus Schwab. Klaus Schwab. Not.
I said Klaus. Did
Oh, you
I
said
not say
Klaus?
Klaus Schwab? Am I retarded?
No,
No,
you
you
said
said-
the other.
I
guy.
know I'm
You said
retarded,
the
but
other
I'm pretty
guy.
sure I
No,
said
you
Klaus.
said Klaus.
I don't know. I thought I heard you
After
say
this
the other
conversation, I
Schwab,
think
but-
we're all going to
I
be
thought you
retarded.
said Charles.
I think I
Anyways,
feel
Wobbly,
my
I wanna
fucking
hear
brain
what-
cells leaking out of my ears right
I
now.
want to hear what Wobbly has to say about his Vietnam theater. What happened?
Why? Hold on. I want to ask you why you think this is a smart idea.
To ask him what happened in Vietnam when he was there? I think
Okay.
it's a great idea.
I think that these types of questions are some of the stupidest questions you could ask vets.
No, because
He's
you know why?
nodding he's nodding in agreement. I'm giving you fair warning
Okay,
from a
but
GWAT veteran.
hey, brother, man, I'm a veteran too, man. But listen to me. I
Wait,
would
Billy
love
Wayne, I
to
don't
hear
remember
from-
What was
where
your
you
branch?
was.
Hold on, branch and MOS.
Yeah, I don't remember hearing that. Billy.
Army,
Mm.
11 Bravo 1 Papa.
11 Bravo 1
Basically,
Papa. What
I
unit?
was a private in the airborne unit.
I don't even know what the fuck a one papa is.
I served under the Texas Army National Guard unit of the 143rd Infantry LRSD unit off of the 49th Armored Division
You
at
were-
Camp Mabry.
Wait. Hold on. You were
You
infantry
said-
under.
you-
Hold on. Wait. Let me
You
decipher
just said you
this.
were National Guard.
Hold on. Let me decipher
Yes,
this.
I did.
Hold
Yes,
on. Let me
I
decipher
did.
this. So you
Okay,
were
So is that a
waiting on a
problem?
remembering now.
Is
Hold
that
on,
a
you were
problem?
infantry. Hold on,
Is that
you're
a
infantry. Hold
problem?
on, you were infantry under an armor unit, but airborne. But you were in a long range surveillance unit.
Correct.
And also National Guard at
Okay,
the same time.
this is not tracking.
Well, I mean, look, when I served in that unit, it was 88 to 91. It's a long time ago, brother. You
Wait,
probably weren't
hold on,
even
let me look
born
at-
yet.
Look, I was definitely born, honey.
You were like about 3 years old, 4 years old, 5 years. How old were you?
No,
In
hold on.
88. How old were you in 88?
When did they get rid of LURS? Because LURS was in.
I wasn't in a LURS. I was in an LRRP unit, long range reconnaissance.
Yeah,
patrol.
long range recon. That's
Oh,
what we call.
oh,
Actually,
LARP unit?
my unit.
Wait.
Now that's what
Yes,
we do.
you
a
said no.
LARPing unit?
Stop, because you said
long
LRSC.
range
No.
surveillance detachment.
Okay,
I was in
so
a
for,
long
no.
range surveillance detachment.
Now you changed it because first you were
No,
LRSC, then you were LLRP, right?
No,
what
well,
were you?
yeah, that was pretty much what we did, but
LRS, long range surveillance. That's
we
literally
were
what that
long
is.
range surveillance detachment of the 49th Armored Division. Okay, truth.
So
You
you
can
were
look it up, dude. You can look it up online right now, and you're gonna find my unit, dude. 143rd Look it up online right now. 143rd.
I usually say don't dox yourself, but
that's fine. I don't give a shit.
it's not chat.
143rd Infantry, Airborne, Long Range Surveillance.
With its only active battalion under the Texas Army National Guard.
49th Armored Division.
And you haven't done anything since World War II. Okay.
I ain't lying to you. Why would I sit up here and say all
No, the unit, the structuring doesn't make sense, but it is National Guard, so it wouldn't make sense to me because I'm active duty. I worked.
It's the truth.
You aren't currently active duty, Sam. Come on.
I said I was active duty.
You said you
The
are.
Guard has some weird.
Oh,
I went on active duty.
sometimes.
Yeah.
I went active duty a
Like you
couple
did.
missions.
Nerd.
There was 2 missions I went on in the National Guard down to the Texas border. Okay, because I'm based out of Camp Mabry, Austin, Texas. We were tasked by Governor Williams back in the 1990 to go down and basically watch the border.
Okay, cool. Now let me clarify, since you're a National Guard veteran who watched the border. Okay. So when talking to people that were in actual conflicts, let me ask you something separate
That
from
may have
any army
kittens on
thing.
their shoulders.
Yeah. How many doors have you kicked in?
Thank God I had never.
How
had
many
to kick
kids
the
did
door.
you?
Lot.
How many kids did you fucking turn into orphans?
Never had to. Thank the Lord.
Okay.
How many times did you bust your friggin' ankle? The freaking
Like
Never
trying to
had.
get
Now,
your dick
now,
right.
I hurt
How
my
many-
ankle. I hurt my ankle on the
how many of
jump when we got
your
jumped
friends?
in.
How many of your friends did you watch not come back?
Never had to see that. Thank
Okay,
God.
so
Thank
when it
God.
comes to veterans that were in conflict zones, this is gonna sound like pussy
Okay.
shit, right? But you could be bringing up shit
Yeah.
they don't want to fucking talk about or think about.
Listen, brother, man. I know what you're saying. Okay, I get it, man. But I'm asking Wobbly if he wants to talk about it, and everybody's telling
Let me
me.
jump
Hold
in
on.
here. Let me-
Everybody's
let
telling
me-
me, well, we don't want to hear it because, oh my
No.
God, you've never been in that
No,
situation.
Yeah,
let
you
me
haven't.
jump
Never
in here real
kicked in the door
quick.
in.
Let me
No, just
let me
Billy,
jump
some of
in
us
here
have
real
just lost
quick.
friends.
Yeah, why don't you
Let me
fucking
jump-
at ease yourself,
No,
Billy?
let me jump in real quick. Close your sock hole. I don't see any problem with the question being asked, with the caveat that if the question is asked and it doesn't, and the person does not want to answer, you do not push
But
more
Wobbly
pride.
has never.
Hey!
Hold on, dude.
I'm not
Hold on,
done talking.
dude.
I'm not done talking.
Look at him talking
to
You're
you, I'm not done.
boundaries.
I don't have any goddamn boundaries.
You're overstepping your boundary, dude.
What you gonna put?
No, Billy,
boundaries on me?
you're out of your
Don't
depth here,
bitch.
sir.
No, can I speak? Wobbly, we asked him a question.
You've been
Where
doing
you
Never got
nothing
to-
but fucking
Hold on.
speaking.
Hold on, dude. Wobbly never got to answer the question because all you assholes come up here and try to stop him from answering it.
Billy, this
You ever
is
think
my
about that?
space here. You're gonna respect every single person here.
And I do.
Or you're
I
gonna
respect
not speak.
everybody. Hey, look, just because I'm getting hard on them doesn't mean I don't respect them. Okay. That's
Well, the things that there's kind of a pecking order, and what you're saying
listen,
you did.
dude. Listen, I want
isn't-
to hear Wobbly speak.
I'm not trying to judge you what you did or nothing. Just however
I
you're
will.
It
National
ain't
Guard.
about me, man. It's about Wobbly.
I'm just being
And
polite.
let Wobbly speak. Grumple, I love you, man. You're a great fucking man, dude. I've been watching.
You're
you,
a
been
poor judge
looking.
of character.
Okay, so you're not a great man. Okay, whatever. Anyways, you're a soldier, you're a veteran. I love you, man. You know what?
Don't call me a soldier. If you want to get kicked out super quick, call a Marine a friggin' soldier.
Okay, Marine. We love you, Marine.
Yeah, this is at least a little bit ago. This was like all Marines all the time.
I'd call you a leg, but you're not the.
Right.
You weren't in the army.
You ain't
But-
shit, fucking leg, fucking. Do you
A
got
leg
Halo
is
wings?
somebody that
Oh,
wasn't airborne in the
honey,
army.
you're talking to someone who is literally an Army Ranger. I know what a fucking
No,
leg is.
really, Savage. Really, you were an Army Ranger.
Second Battalion,
Okay,
75th,
what
Fort
year-
Lewis, Washington.
What year did you graduate Army Ranger School?
I didn't go to Ranger School. I went to RIP first. I didn't go to Ranger School till after I was in regiment for about 4 months. I went to Ranger Indoctrination Program, passed peer evals. I was recycled in second phase.
Okay.
Like,
oh, you got recycled in second phase, huh?
Because gay. The recycle happened because gay.
Time, you know.
No, Ripple, you were there for this one. You were there first. I got a no-go. We were doing the practice ambush, and I accidentally threw a grenade uphill because retard.
You threw a
grenade uphill?
It was it was sim munitions. So I got instantly no-goed. RI is screaming, I'm dead. My friends are dead. We're all dead. I got recycled and then started over again at phase 2.
I mean, that makes sense.
Hey, Savage, man, I'm going to be honest with you. If you graduated Ranger School, man, I have nothing but respect for you because...
October 2003 is when I graduated Ranger School.
Okay, so I graduated... Hold on. I graduated infantry school in 89 and airborne school in 89. But I never had the chance to go to Ranger.
I went from basic in 2000 to infantry school right after that to jump school.
Where? Fort Benning?
Fort Benning. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I served. My infantry school was 3rd. Okay, I was Echo Company, 3rd of the 32nd Infantry Battalion on Sand Hill. Okay, do you remember?
Well, yeah, everybody went to Sand Hill.
Yeah. The starships, the buildings.
Were you 197th or 198th?
No, I was in the Texas Army National Guard, man.
Oh, I didn't know if you went to.
I was in the most. Listen to me, sir. and all of you guys that were active, dude, on it, you always want to like laugh at us, but no, stop.
Yeah.
But the fact is, the fact is, I was in the most elite unit in Texas.
No, the fuck you weren't. Hang on, were you in the Texas State Guard? Because that's the only way you get respect right now. Is if you were saying
Army National Guard.
If you keep saying National Guard, no. But if you're saying you were in the Texas State Guard, which is the actual Texas military, you notice the flag from me. You'll get props for being Texas military, and you get a pass on like never doing anything.
I can't say I was. Look, okay, the Texas State Guard, whatever you want to call it. Look, here's the thing: is
wait, no. So which were you, Texas National Guard, Army National Guard, or Texas State Guard?
When I joined, it said Texas Army National Guard. That's what it said. So I don't know.
Okay, then you weren't Texas State Guard.
And the
I was in the most. Okay, so I was in the most.
No, you weren't. 1st Battalion, Alpha Company, 5th Battalion, 197 Special Troops Battalion. They have special forces in Texas National Guard.
Yeah. So we are bad.
You were not special forces, dude. Oh my God, I'm gonna fucking kill this guy. You were National Guard.
So,
there's nothing badass about being National Guard.
I have a need to jump and just grab throat.
I want to choke fuck this guy.
A friend of mine sent me a joke. Want to hear it?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, so I.
Okay,
so listen.
It says, I was at Barnes and Noble earlier, and I asked the clerk if they had Donald Trump's new book on how to deport illegal immigrants. She immediately said to me, get the fuck out of here and don't come back. And I said, yes, that's the one. Do you have it in paperback?
Oh my God, that's badass.
That's great.
So any all of my Twitch friends. So this is StreamYard. If you want to share anything, just click the present button, and then I can bring it up. And then even videos or like anything. It's friggin'
at this point with this dude here. Somebody send me back to Afghanistan. I'll do it solo.
Oh gosh,
I have enough rage built up.
Okay, so
I'm getting there.
Listen, I'm trying to explain.
I'm the most ever
in the military. I operated in a 6-man
Anyway, how you been, Grumple?
LRT team, long range surveillance detachment team. We operate in 6-man teams. Our listen to me.
Lur's team is a 4-man team, but okay.
Oh, you keep it around me. That means no respect. So you don't respect.
I don't respect.
Listen to me. Listen to
If
me.
you
You don't
stop
even know me,
talking
dude.
for a minute for other people
No,
to
I'm
talk,
trying
you
to
wouldn't have to be
explain,
interrupted.
Twisted. I'm trying to explain, dude. Like, listen to me, man. I worked in a 6-man team. Okay, our objective was
To watch the
long-range
border.
surveillance. Long-range surveillance. We operated forward up to 50 clicks of a 49th Armored Division. Do you understand?
Watching the border, man. You were a fucking mall cop on the border. Woo.
Dude, you know, your disrespect. I don't even believe you were a Ranger, dude. I can't even believe it. Dude.
I mean,
I think,
okay.
You know what I think? I think you're a liar. That's what I think you are.
Okay,
How
buddy.
about that?
My DD-214's been made
you're a
public.
liar.
That's fine with me.
Yeah, make it
Billy
public.
Wayne,
Let's
just
show it to
FYI,
them.
Billy Wayne. So, like, I can doubt Sam.
I
You
doubt
are
him.
dubious
I doubt
at
him.
doing that.
I doubt him.
My DD-214 was made public. I've been doxxed.
Dude, I
and
can
they
show
ate
you-
their words quick.
I can show you proof I was in the military.
That's I don't doubt you were in the you. I don't doubt you that you were in the
Nobody's
National Guard.
doubting you were in the National Guard, dude.
Nobody's doubting you were that.
What's happening now?
But you're trying to talk like you were badass for
I'm not
staring at
gonna
a fucking
show you.
desert line, okay? Like
No.
Nobody's doubting you were in the National Guard.
Nobody.
Nobody's doubting that.
Okay.
Fucking
So
a dead
you know what?
squirrel
You
can
know
get
what
in the
really
National
pisses
Guard.
me off? Hold on. You know what pisses me off?
What pisses
These
you off,
people
Billy?
like
Being
you-
gay?
No, listen. No.
Does that make you mad that you're
guys-
gay?
No, listen.
Does your mom know you're gay?
You just got to learn to accept yourself, brother, man. It's okay.
It's okay. You know, in the real military and
Still love
full-time
you.
active duty, we're all a little gay.
I mean,
Well, I mean,
there is a
some of us
reason
more
that
than others,
Marines-
like Sam.
Marines.
Sam is
So-
really
hold on,
gay.
hold on,
I'm pretty
hold on,
And you
hold
got
on.
Marines on the
So-
panel here.
We do tend to
So-
drop dicks everywhere.
True.
Okay, hold on now. Because you believe that because you joined active duty that you have something above me, like you're a better
Yes.
No.
Yeah.
Not only because
Yes.
I did active duty, but I did have active duty during a time of conflict. I have 7.5.
and I was in I was in
I
the
have
guard
7
on Desert Shield.
No,
I
no,
was
I
in the
did-
guard
I
on
did-
you were
Desert
watching the
Shield.
border.
So
You said you were
what?
I did 22
Yeah.
years
You're
active.
And
deployed.
the
I
border is
did
a
20
fucking war, dude.
No,
I
my
did
God, oh my
22
God, the
years
border-
of
Hold
active
on.
duty
Wait.
during time of conflict.
Twisted, 1 second. You said the border is a war zone. How many of your friends didn't come back? How many people do you have to?
Nothing to do with my service, dude.
No,
That
it
has
does.
nothing to do with my
No, you
service.
said the border's a war. Tell me,
No,
tell me
no,
the
no, no,
horrors
no, no.
you saw in your war.
You know what?
Tell me the horrors
This
you
is
saw.
a personal
You guys run out of
club you
lube while
have
jerking
with
each
your
other off. Your
brain,
little
dude.
fucking
This
back
kind of
Savage.
sounds like,
Savage.
hey, Sam, this
Yeah.
kind of sounds like Sproutacus deploying to, what was it, Minnesota?
Oh, yeah, no, it was to Wisconsin. I remember this.
Yep.
It was his National Guard deployment.
It was
to
so hard,
Wisconsin.
guys. This was like I've heard better fucking quote war stories from the people that were deployed to Operation Desert Fox, where they sat in Kuwait for 60 days and did nothing
man.
but jerk off in tents.
Listen, man, you ain't nothing to me, okay? Let's put it that way.
Oh, that's
you
fine.
call yourself a ranger.
That's fine.
You ain't no ranger
No,
because no,
no,
way.
Melissa's here.
Listen to me
I'm
right
sorry,
now.
Melissa.
No
The
ranger
DOD.
is
Billy Wayne,
gonna
shut the
put
fuck-
down another army man.
Oh no, 100%
No
we
way.
do. We do that all the time.
Billy Wayne, you're muted.
Yeah.
Everybody
Yes,
shut
you
up.
do, yes, you
Everybody
do.
shut up. Billy Wayne will
I
unmute you.
heard it.
We
We're
really go
saying
off on
good
steals.
evening, good morning to Melissa.
Good evening, good morning, Melissa. We absolutely
Hello?
talked on other
Melissa,
troops.
how you doing?
Melissa, you are welcome in anytime, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yeah, we don't just
Hey,
discriminate
Melissa,
National
let's
Guard.
just start over.
We really talk shit on the SEALs.
Hey,
We
dude,
talk
we're
shit
not
on the
listening to
Navy.
you anymore
We
because
talk-
you're a liar. So let's go to Melissa.
You
Let's
can
go to
cry me a
Melissa.
river, National Guard.
Dude, you're a liar. You never were a ranger.
Honey,
you're
you
a
believe the
liar.
moon landing was
You're a
fake.
liar. Go to Melissa.
You believe that Russia's an ally and the moon landing is fake, okay?
I think you're a liar. You never
I-
were a ranger.
I was one
Billy,
of
there
the
are a
You
few
never
people here-
were a ranger, dude.
Billy,
I
just saying, there are a
guarantee
few
you
people here qualified to check Samantha that maybe doubt Samantha, and you're not one of them.
I'm going to tell you right now, I think Rumpel is right. You're not a ranger, little Samantha, or whatever the fuck you
That's
call
not what I
yourself,
said.
man.
I don't
That's
think
not what I said at all.
Grumble said that.
That's not at all what I said.
But Grumpel, you were really saying that you didn't trust
No, no,
him.
I said there are a few people here who maybe can check Samantha on Samantha's credentials.
And you did.
And
And
you're
you
not.
checked?
You're no.
And you-
You're not one of them.
Okay.
You're
so
not one of
is
the
he a
people
ranger?
here who can.
Grumble, is he a ranger?
I don't know.
Is he not a ranger?
I have no. Samantha and I have an interesting past, and I have Samantha blocked on Discord currently.
Right.
Good.
We've had an interesting past.
I
sent him pictures of penises with flowers.
He's a liar. I think he's a complete liar.
I'm not sure if I'm going to unblock you. Maybe, but
that's fine.
You know,
I understand.
Anyways, Melissa's here. Melissa,
right? I mean, you can't hold that against.
I'm not holding it.
We got Melissa here.
Have I been animalistic towards you in any way, or mean, or hurtful, or whatever?
You've been
no,
a
not
liar.
you, Melissa. I'm talking to Grumble. I'm talking to the cute guy.
Well, no, you've been blocked, so you couldn't do anything.
No, in our interactions
certainly
here,
seems a whole.
You've been Samantha. You've been very pleasant tonight. Like, where was this? Like all of forever.
Yeah, I was dealing with the death of my dad. I just took rage out on everybody for 4 months.
Oh no shit.
Yeah, no, 4 months. That's not what I'm talking about. Man. Like for
that's what rangers do. They just take it out on everybody for 4 months. Get the fuck out of here! You ain't no ranger, dude. Rangers don't do that. You understand?
Billy, you got one more time saying Samantha's not a ranger because, I mean, I could check Samantha on that.
Have you proven it? But you
probably could check Samantha on that.
I have
Twisted could check Samantha on that.
Shit.
Melissa, maybe I'll even get. I'll back up Melissa if Melissa wants to check Samantha on that. Not you. You're not checking.
Okay,
you're not checking
fine.
Samantha on Ranger.
I'm gonna lay it down. I'm gonna lay it down.
You know what?
Yeah, stop that.
Fuck it. Hold on.
I'm sorry.
My uniform's
I'm sorry,
in the
but
other
the way
room.
he speaks against me, it's horrible.
You just turn your camera on with your fat ass overhead, nerd.
Well, I have a giant monitor. Sorry.
Your mom's a giant monitor.
My mom is a fucking giant monitor. It's totally accurate. You didn't get me with that one. My mom's a fucking bitch.
Your mom's so dumb she thinks Nickelback has changed.
True.
I mean, that's also true, though.
I think it'd be even dumber to think that Nickelback's a good band.
No.
That's why it's better that way.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm gonna just listen for a little bit.
Yeah, it's probably best.
Nah, shut the fuck up.
Crimea River.
That's where Russia went.
What, Crimea River?
Crimea River.
Our
ally, how dare you disparage our allies like that, okay, Grumble?
What do you think about Ukraine, Savage?
Oh, no, it wasn't me. It was the cat. I didn't say that.
I like them more than I like Russia.
Why?
I don't like Ukraine.
They're more of an ally than Russia, and there's more to benefit from being allies with Ukraine than there is Russia, because Russia only cares about Russia.
But why? But what is it?
I don't.
Russia.
It's not that I like Ukraine, but I like that they're dismantling Russia's ability to conduct warfare.
I like them right where they are.
You want to know the real reason? Okay, so 100% the only reason, and this needs to happen, is because I decided that I need a 30-06 Vepr in my life. So a Vepr, V-E-P-R, is a Ukrainian-made friggin' AK. And they happen to make them, one of the calibers they make them in is 30-06. And I decided I need that in my life. So I decided that like 3 months after that the friggin' Ukraine-Russia kerfuffle kicked off. So they're being all kinds of gay-tarded. And I mean,
Ukraine kind of needs those right now.
It was a $1,200 rifle, and then it turned into like $3,000, but you can't even get them anywhere.
Yeah.
So I still don't have one.
Aww.
I want a 30-06 AK. It's a Vepr. It's. I mean, sorry, it's better than a Garand because you can mount glass on it.
Now we're talking
You
about
know where
weapons.
they have those?
And get 23-inch barrel.
Example, they have them on the moon.
Oh, wait, hang on. Fly me to the moon, Twisted.
I don't have that capability. You'll have to talk to you.
Dude, wait, Twisted, you remember when like the whole when the Muppet in Chief was doing like the worst pullout in history that wasn't a couch? We were planning to go and like, hey, let's go get some of this shit
Yep, I remember.
It was so close. Man. Because
Okay.
they left 4 C-130s, and you can hey, you get the C-130, I get an MRAP, you get an MRAP, and then whatever else I want to load in there, and then we're all good. That was our literal plan when Biden pulled out. We just couldn't quite get the.
Can I say something real quick? Can we go around the horn? Can we go around the horn? Real quick, can we go around the horn and say, what year did you go to basic training? It could be Army, Marine.
I didn't go to basic training.
Whatever.
I didn't go to basic
well,
training.
if you didn't go to basic training, you don't answer. But
I
Grumble, what year?
I went to OCS.
Twisted's an ossifer, sir.
Yeah, I went to OCS and then TBS after I graduated from college.
Wow.
Who's speaking?
2001, right after 9/11, November. I think I actually went over this tonight.
That's
Okay.
Grumple right now.
Oh yeah, Grumple did say he joined right after the 911 deal happened in 2000.
In November I went to. It was literally the day after the Marine Corps birthday, November 11th.
How old were you,
is when I
Grumple?
went.
How old were you when
20.
you went to basic training?
I was 20.
Okay, in 2001.
I'm humoring you right now. You're on thin ice, though.
But guess what?
I went to OCS in the summer of '98. After I graduated from college, I was 22 years old.
Okay, my turn. I was.
No, it's not your turn yet. You said go around the room.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna be last. Okay, sorry, Melissa. Go ahead.
Yeah, you asked the question. You go last. What the fuck is wrong with you?
I was not in the military.
Yeah, Wobbly or Samantha.
Savage, go ahead. Tell us when you went to the basic.
2000.
Okay. I am the oldest man here that went to basic. Wobbly, maybe he's older than me, but I went to basic in 1988 at Fort Benning, Georgia. Summer of 1988. I went.
Did you say maybe Wobbly is older than you? Are you bad at math?
Okay, Wobbly is most likely older than me. I'm 54, so I don't know.
I'm
49.
I'll be 59 Sunday.
Okay, then I'm not the oldest person here, but what I'm saying is, oh, look at the little kitty, Grumple! Grumple! Oh, she's a cutie. She loves you, Grumple.
Yeah, I don't. I'm just trying to prevent this thing from being food for my dog.
Officers don't go to basic. Don't go
right.
to camp.
Officers go to OCS.
That's
it's called
what
officers.
He said that.
I'm aware.
He literally said this. Yeah. And then TBS, which is the basic
Marine
school.
OCS and TBS at Quantico, Virginia.
Wait, hold the fuck on. I don't remember. Did we talk about this before? Twisted.
Yes, that's where they keep the lava monster.
Did you? You got to fight the lava monster?
Yes, absolutely.
Motherfucker. Yeah, that's they lie. It was the best recruiting ad ever. Wait, did you win? Or does it reset after time? Or did
okay, hold on. I'm gonna take my name tape off real quick.
Did you have to vanquish it, or did you have to kill the lava monster, or just fight it for a while?
Just had to kick it in its lava balls.
It has a lot
all right, no. This is wait, can you hear me? Cool. This is my uniform as it was last set up, my last unit, where I was in 255th PIR.
Yep.
That's my Ranger tab.
Perfect.
This right here. Do you know what unit that is?
I love you, bro.
You know what unit that is?
That is
That's Gay Boys Incorporated.
That is Special Operations Command.
Yeah.
That is my deployment patch.
Special Forces. Yeah.
No, it's Gay Boys Incorporated.
True, unironically.
Yeah.
Hey, Savage. Hey, brother, man.
What? Fuckface.
Thank you.
Yeah.
For your.
I hope you step on a Lego.
Listen to me, man. You are awesome for your dude. Mm-hmm. I am looking up to you now.
Eat shit.
But like
Billy Wayne, don't be gay. Billy, stop it. You're losing respect.
His
don't
voice,
be gay.
If you listen to his voice, it would never have signified all that. But guess what, man? It does. It does.
Being a kiss ass and win you points, guys.
Yeah. You wanted to be an asshole, just continue being an asshole. I'd have more respect for you, but now you look like a fucking pussy.
Savage, I can prove stuff too. Okay.
Yes, you were National Guard. Nobody doubts you were National Guard.
No,
Nobody cares.
it just wasn't National Guard. I was in the most elite unit of
I know
Texas.
somebody who had one of the most
talk
There
about
were
elite
only
units.
two National
weird ass
Guard
high
units that were
voices.
airborne.
No.
One of the
It doesn't
best
matter.
pilots in the
It doesn't matter. What'd you do? You watched the border.
Billy Wayne, nobody cares.
You're sitting here saying you were in the most elite unit to somebody who just showed you they deployed with Special Operations Command. I want you to shut your fucking mouth. Thank you. Fuck. Learn some respect.
No, I saw your tats, man. I see you, man.
Yeah, that's my husband.
That's your
Samantha's
husband.
actually Gay Boy.
Yeah,
Incorporated.
actually gay. My husband was killed in
man,
March
I ain't got
3rd,
nothing against
2011
gay people,
in
man.
Afghanistan sniper fire.
No problem, man. There's no problem, brother. I have no issue with that. No issue. I'm actually really happy.
Anyway,
Hey,
Russia's not an ally.
Hey, man.
And then it happened.
Okay, so when did you go to airborne school? Out of
Right,
Fort
I went
Benning?
through the fast cycle. So like right after I graduated basic, it was
What year?
2000. October
Okay.
2000, I graduated.
So I was
basic.
way before you, dude.
That's fine.
Wait,
You were
I went
asking a
to
question. Okay.
89,
Nobody.
baby.
This
Okay,
wasn't
what
part of the question.
company?
You
You asked
What
a question, you got an answer.
Oh my God! Can you shut
Calm
up?
down.
I'm asking what company in airborne school did you go to?
I was Alpha Company 179th.
I was in Charlie Company.
Okay. I went straight like
At
when
airborne school?
they joked to us
Yes.
with the basic training because we were doing OSET, right? So like, hey, you're graduating, you're going to your next unit. They walked us around the company and they just walked us back to right where we were, and they said, "Welcome to your infantry school."
Okay.
It was all the same people. Like,
Okay, now you're intriguing me. You're a former Ranger. Now you said it took you 2 times, and listen.
Yes, I got
was
a
in a
no-go,
unit-
and they recycled me.
wait.
Recycling
Okay,
is
so
very
Samantha,
bad.
listen.
you might have a new bottom
Don't even
here.
fire. Okay, so listen. There were people that went to Ranger school out of my Texas Army National Guard unit because my team leader was a former Ranger.
Okay, hold on, but you didn't
Hold
listen to me.
on.
No,
All of our
you're-
team Rangers. Can I finish my sentence?
But because you're going in with misleading information. No,
sir?
you're going in with something. You said something that was untrue. I didn't go to Ranger school to become a Ranger. I went to RIP. I went to Ranger Indoctrination Program, which is like Ranger school, but at the end you have peer evals from other Ranger units selecting you for teams. Then after I was in regiment, I was at 255th, I was in 2nd Battalion 75th over at Fort Lewis for about 4 months, and then they sent me to Ranger school.
I don't know a whole lot about Army shit, except I know that you can go to Ranger school and just have a Ranger tab and not.
But you're not a fucking Ranger. You're Ranger qualified.
True. You have to
just
because
you have the tab doesn't mean shit.
Yeah.
Just like a lot of dudes say,
Ranger,
I was in recon in Marine Corps. That's like the equivalent for us.
Yeah,
is like people
you
saying,
can be
I
attached
was
to recon, but you're not a recon
when you're
Marine.
attached, but you weren't
But
recon.
Grumple, I agree with you what you're saying, but when you attain that tab,
nope,
that means a lot.
No, stop.
It means you went to the school.
The tab means you
graduated
you graduated school.
No, okay, but the school is irrelevant. The school means you're Ranger qualified, okay? So the thing is, like I said, that's set up to the last unit I was in when I was doing my fucking what do they call it? Terminal leave, right? I was doing my last part of duty at 255th PIR over 82nd. So I downgraded from my scroll, which is the scroll means you were a Ranger. That means you're in regiment, and had to downgrade. I had to downgrade to wearing a tab.
How about that, Ranger boy?
So in exchange, that's fucking mid.
Well, you got to calm your shit down right now.
Yeah. So I downgraded from my scroll to the tab because the unit I wasn't authorized to wear the scroll with the 82nd patch, and then so I opted to wear the SOCOM patch as my deployment patch. But I'm authorized to wear deployment patches of my scroll from 275th. I'm authorized to wear a deployment patch under 255th PIR from 82nd because I was there on my first deployment with 82nd. And then I'm authorized to wear a SOCOM patch because I deployed with a couple of ODAs.
So the SOCOM one, that's in the shape of a strap-on, right?
Yes, 100% dildo fucking.
Strap on.
The freedom
What?
strap, okay?
It's green.
Oh my
It's green though.
God.
It's
Freedom
green
strap.
True big green weenie.
We had one that had a red one, and we only got to wear the red one if we went 30 days
Welcome
without a
back.
DUI.
That's, I mean, challenge impossible.
You know the unit, the big red one, right? First Infantry Division Army.
Of course.
Yeah,
yeah.
Okay,
J1.
So in ACU, everything, dude. So it's a black one inside of the little shield shape. If they went 30 days without a DUI, they got to wear the red number one. So they had 2 patches on them at all times, so they could wear the bigger. And I've watched them have to go out to formations and then change their patch and take off the red patch and put on the black one, because DUI.
Because somebody got a DWI. Oh, fucking.
And
That makes
so
sense.
We had that at SOCOM too. So we were authorized to wear the red
That's
patch, but
funny.
if we had a DUI, we had to wear the subdued patch.
Mm.
And we got to wear the red patch, I think, for like 4 days once.
Is there
That
That would have been
drinking
like
and
a
driving?
celebration.
Yep, that means we went like 5 days or 34 days without a DUI.
Okay, so here's the thing is, and that's a really big deal with the Army, because when I was in the Texas Army National Guard in my unit, we were the most elite unit in Texas out of
God, I hate you.
infantry.
No, I'm gonna.
Hold on. You
No,
shouldn't hate
I'm-
me. But my captain.
Make it
every-
quick.
Your
every
captain or your
weekend,
commander?
Our captain of our platoon.
A platoon leader?
What he was a captain. Listen. So
I'm
you know
having an
what?
aneurysm.
So
Call 911.
his mantra.
I already came in like into my own neck.
So his mantra,
My
y'all are
brains
being
melting and
disrespectful.
leaking
You're
out
gonna
of my
talk to me
ears.
about being disrespectful, and all y'all can do is disrespect me. That's some fucking bullshit, dude.
No, there's
Anyways.
like kind of a pecking order, and you're not on it.
And
Fuck
I'm at
you,
the top.
man. Stick a picking order up your ass.
Actually, I'm gonna say that Grumple's or no, not even Grumple. I'm gonna say Twisted is at the top because he acts like the most
You're
old
not
grumpy
gonna let
asshole
me
man.
finish my fucking
planet.
thought. That's
Wow, they
wrong.
know you so well, Twisted.
I know, right?
Okay,
Jesus.
you know,
Holy
I love
shit.
Rumble because Rumble is actually cool. He's actually
What a
cool.
kiss
He'll let
ass.
me finish my thought, but let me finish my
We all
thought.
think
not
you're
cool.
retarded. I hope you know
Y'all
that.
were talking about DUIs, right? And all that. Guess what? You know
How many of
what?
you
We
had?
got before we got this
Key
in.
lime? I've had a couple key
Hold
limes
on.
in my day. I like key lime
Y'all
pie.
a bunch of assholes. Listen,
No, I meant how
before
many
we got
DWIs
this
has Billy
in,
had?
Oh, I've
he
never had
would
one.
say, if
That's a
you
lie.
drink, hold on, and Wobbly's the only one being respectful. If
He's ignoring
if
you. That's not
the
respectful.
captain, no, our captain said,
Your platoon leader.
said,
Yeah.
if you're gonna drink, don't drive. That's what it told us. He said, if you drink, don't drive.
Yeah.
And
They tell
if
you
Well,
that.
you got a
every-
safety
Hold
brief
on,
one
hold on,
time.
hold on.
Watermelon
See,
crawl.
So, hey, dude, man, shut the fuck up and let me finish my
My
sentence.
first
If you
sergeant
drink,
raced us
don't
home
drive, do
drunk
the
once.
watermelon crawl.
We
is
did
this
stuntman
possible?
shots with first sergeant at my friend's wedding reception, and he's like, "Okay, we're in married housing, so it shouldn't take you more than 45 seconds to get home." And then we all drove drunk home on post.
Okay, and the second thing he said was, don't get caught. If you
No,
drink
but-
and drive, don't get caught. That's what he
Yes,
said.
plausible
And he
deniability.
said it
Welcome to the military.
Every time we left for that weekend that we had to serve for a weekend every month.
Yes, it's called a safety brief. We
Now,
get that every
that
Friday on
Sunday
active duty.
night,
Is this
he
the-
told
wait,
us,
is
if you drink,
Billy, is this
don't
the only
drive.
safety brief before a weekend or like a 72 you ever got? Because this is like
No,
Yeah,
he
we heard
was
that
very
every
Dev-
this. It's
Hold
like
on,
But I can give you, I can
Every-
give you, I can give you the
every-
five here. Don't add from the population. Don't subtract from the population. If you're gonna,
time he
if you're
would say
the
the
fucker,
same
go home,
double,
fuck your wife.
double
If you
rabbit
drink,
before you tap it.
Don't
Yeah.
drive.
Yeah.
No.
Wear protection,
never
and that doesn't
talked
mean
about
fuck your friend's wife
sexual
wearing a
things.
Kevlar.
No, he never talked about sexual things, but he always said if you drink,
Oh,
don't
so he's
drive.
gay.
And he said,
Reggie.
no, and
don't
if he
care.
said, if you do drink, do not get
Did
caught.
your captain tell you that the moon landing never happened too?
No, he didn't. No, he didn't.
Good.
Y'all are so wrong.
Okay, so anyway, yeah, we got a safety brief
Well,
every
listen,
Friday.
tell him to shut the fuck up, please, for me.
Man,
How about you stand
up
for your-
people
Not my
all over the
platform.
globe tell me so.
You know,
Little
I'm
Savage thinks he's a ranger.
It's really funny because he went really respectful when my uniform came out, and now he went right back to bitch.
You ain't no ranger, buddy. I tell you,
it's so cute. This guy has like the most real-time bipolar I've ever seen in my life.
Dude, do you know?
You're not a ranger.
Jesus Christ! It's like talking to a fucking 2-year-old retard.
Does he remind you of somebody?
Milwaukee.
Yeah, dude's named Kyle. He punches drywall. Very big in Monster Energy.
Fuck you, Dad.
He's just making Milwaukee Part 2 right here.
Yeah.
All he needs is cheaper beer.
Hey, listen, how dare you disrespect him? He served in the Army National Guard of Texas. Okay? Put some respect on that National Guard.
How dare you?
Fucking
Billy, you are disrespecting Texas right now.
He's disrespecting humanity.
How's that? Because I'm drinking an IPA? The hell out of here.
Well, that also. Okay, let's add that on to the list.
Yes.
Hey, listen, he's allowed to drink an IPA, okay? It's Pride Month.
All I gotta say is, Grumple, I'm goddamn glad I poured that glass of scotch before I came on here with this shit show.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad you did that also. I wish I would.
I'm just stoned.
Hey guys, I'm here to entertain, and Grumble let me up. And hey, you know what? He is petting that cat right there. And guess what? That's why I love Grumble, because he.
Billy's a good example of why modern population hates white people.
No, I said Grumble gives a shit. Grumble actually gives a shit about people.
People see people like Billy and go, you know what? Fuck it. I hate white men.
Yeah.
Oh my god, dude. Dude, I think you're
really. I hate almost everybody.
That's what I think. You're a troll, Savage. I think you're a troll. I'm just telling you. You can claim you're a fucking ranger all day long.
Sam is definitely a troll.
Ranger, but I don't believe it.
I'm not
Sam is
tonight.
definitely a troll, but Sam is not trolling right now.
You think
this
he's
is not Sam
he's a ranger? I saw his little tabs, but that can all be manipulated. Anybody can get a
Oh my god! Oh my god! I'm actually gonna have your fucking aneurysm.
Really? I hope you do.
No, turn your cam on if you're gonna do it though.
I'm not gonna have an aneurysm, but I swear this guy's giving me hemorrhoids.
No, Billy. No, Sam has like legit ranger tab.
Okay, then I believe, and I really suspect he did because he showed us. But if Grumple says he does, he does. So I believe.
And also, Sam is like the gayest person that you've ever met, and on this.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you the truth. There's nothing wrong with being gay. Okay, not that I'm gay, but there's nothing wrong with being gay.
Son of a bitch.
Nothing wrong at all. I've never had the asshole. I never put it in the asshole.
Okay. Hold on. I currently have Sam I have Sam blocked on my Discord. However, I allowed Sam to come up, so it's
we all know what this is.
We're all just
right?
having fun here.
We all know what this is.
What is it?
Hold on, you should know this. You should know what this emblem is.
It looks like an iPad. It looks like an iPad or something.
That looks like an iPad.
Oh, it's a military document.
Yes.
Wait, is that a promotion warrant holder?
Yeah,
they put it for all awards. Do you just get it for promotions?
Yeah, it's
an award holder thing. Okay.
There's a bunch of memorandums.
Ours are red.
Crumple, I would have believed you
Marines
more.
ones are red.
I would have believed Crumple more if you would have respected me for my airborne infantry and all that, man. And
you ever stop
Wobbly, would you ever start talking?
If you would stop for a minute, he might say something.
I'm old enough to know that
Billy, you're really close to just not being here.
Saying.
Okay, then I'll shut the fuck up.
Where's Megatron?
You can just have fun, but just stop trying to shit on people. Come on, dude.
Look, are you kidding? I was being shitted on by all of you, man. Are you kidding?
You're National Guard trying to talk shit.
So
if
you're prior service military If you're prior service military, you should be used to getting shit on because we all shit on each other.
Yeah, we do.
Primary specialty,
Okay,
11
fine.
Bravo,
Fine.
7 years, 2 months.
Fine,
Primary
fine.
specialty, 68 whiskey, 6 years,
Yeah.
7 months.
I
love
shit
you,
on
Savage.
Grumple. He shits on me. I shit on Wobbly. He shits on me.
Right,
I
that's
shit on,
medals
shit
and
on
words.
Sam.
Okay,
He
fine.
shits on me.
Okay, now I understand what's going on here. We're all shit on each other. Fine, I get it.
There's also respect at the same time.
And at the same time, I respect each and every one of you for your service. That's the goddamn truth.
I don't know. You keep telling me I'm lying about mine.
No, I actually said I believe what Grumple said. He believes in you, and I believe in you. You showed your
No, the fuck.
tabs and everything.
I believe in
My
Harvey
D-
Dent.
my-
No,
my-
Samantha's not Harvey Dent. Get the fuck out. What are you talking about?
14's right here, and those are just extra memorandums. But yeah,
No, I'm
you know,
just
did
thinking
my
of,
job.
like,
I earned my
okay,
shit. I got my
okay.
scroll.
Let me ask you a
I got my
question.
passion. I'm good.
Let me ask Savage a question.
I'm not going to sit here and take some fucking lip from some dirty,
Okay,
fucking,
okay,
nasty,
okay,
disgusting
okay.
National
Let's
Guard
talk about
half-ass
Ranger
soldier.
School.
Couldn't even full-ass anything. That's why you're single, isn't it?
I know a little bit about this. Let's talk about Ranger School. Okay.
What
How
would you
many
know about
jump-
Ranger School?
Wait, did you go to Ranger
No.
School?
I know a lot about it. Okay, so how many jumps did
No,
you make
did
in
you-
Ranger School?
That'd be like me saying I
we
know
made
about
2.
the field.
We jumped into second phase. And we jumped into third phase.
Okay, and
Not
where did
everybody,
you
not
jump?
everybody, not everybody jumped because like some people weren't airborne qualified at the time, and so people that weren't airborne qualified could like opt out of the jump.
Excuse me.
Hold on.
Excuse me.
You want a
Excuse
question
me,
answered, or do you want to
excuse
just
me.
fucking spurg?
You have to be airborne qualified to go
No.
to Ranger School, sir.
Nope.
Yeah, you do,
Nope.
because there are jumps required in Ranger School.
You can
are
opt out.
absolutely off the
Rangers.
chain.
Rangers' primary mode of entry is what?
I don't know. Tell me. You're
Do you
a
think
Ranger.
the Rangers' primary mode of entry is an airplane with a jump,
The-
or do you think?
the
Hold on,
Rangers-
or do you think
wait,
over the
no,
past
Samantha, I
40
got
years?
this.
Hold
Oh,
on.
yes.
Do you
The
think over the
Rangers'
past?
primary
wait,
mode
wait,
of
wait.
entry is anal.
Thank you. Over the past 40 years, they've been phasing out airborne
You're
jumps in
welcome.
favor of something else that is much more effective for the environments that we're fighting in modern day times. Do you know what that is? There's another whole school built around it.
The funny story is it's also anal.
They vibrate so bad the earth rejects them.
Crumble. I love you, man, for the funny.
They vibrate so bad the earth rejects
Yes,
them.
it's called fast roping. We do it at Blackhawks. You might have seen it in a movie called Black Hawk Down, where
I
Rangers
was
fast
trained.
roped.
I
That
have
movie
been
pisses
trained
me off
to
every
fast
time I
rope
watch
out
it.
of a Blackhawk.
So do
And
you
in
do you wait?
fact,
Do you
I
have
was
do you
trained
have
to do it, and
air
I've
assault
done it.
wings?
I've done
Do you have
it.
air assault wings?
No, but I've trained.
Yeah, no,
I
I don't want
even
to. No,
was
shut the
trained to
fuck.
do it.
Fucking. Oh my god. Fucking. I hate you so much.
If you're not at facing down, I don't think you've ever fast roped either.
I have wings.
You do it face down.
I've definitely fucking repelled it. I've repelled out of a fucking.
No, it's
wing.
not repelling. Fast roping is different. You're trying to get down as fast, like it's fast. You're trying
Okay,
to get.
I've never done that. I'll be honest with you. So I'm speaking truth. I never.
Wait,
fast
hang on.
roped,
Am
but
I messed up on this one?
Okay,
Because
per,
it was over
per,
20 years ago
hold on,
for me.
per. Okay.
No, I
listen,
never fast
per,
roped.
shut up.
I know what
Per-
it means. You come
hold on.
down like
Shut
straight
up.
on your face.
Shut up.
I have
Per-
wings, but it's
per the
not
school-
jump wings. 'cause,
Per the
yeah.
school's information
Don't
on the
jump.
website, per Ranger School, as of today. Okay. No, you do not need to
Why
be
don't
airborne
you show
qualified.
your face?
You do not
Savage?
you do not need to be airborne qualified to attend Ranger School. While airborne training is encouraged and many Ranger students are airborne qualified, it is not a prerequisite for the course. Students are
nails
encouraged
is
to
like
attend
a little
airborne school
baby
prior. You do not need to be airborne qualified to go to Ranger School. That's on their website. You can go look it up right now,
Okay.
buddy.
I want to see your face. Show us your face.
God, this guy's in love with you, I swear.
Look at his nails.
Yeah,
He's a gay.
Samantha,
He's a gay.
Samantha, you
Look
got
at
a
his
new
nails.
bottom in.
Yeah, like,
in
I don't
training
dispute
here.
this. I'm a gay.
No,
And
no. Yeah, he's gonna be the bottom. I'm gonna be the top. I'm gonna fuck him right in the
oh,
ass.
it's really gonna
be-
fuck. It's really gonna fuck with you now. I'm married to a tiny Asian lady. She's the bottom.
Anyways, look.
Oh, you married her?
Fun.
Hey,
This is all fun.
congratulations.
This is all
Oh,
fun. Wow.
yeah. Congrats.
When was the wedding? Why didn't I get an invite? You
Why didn't
tremendous.
you show your face like me and Wobbly and Grumple?
You're so we're.
I like how
no,
you're so
I'm-
focused
I'm
on me,
like
but not
everywhere.
Melissa or Twisted.
Yeah, because we're talking to you, dude. We're talking to you, man.
Okay, but every time you say something, I have like disproven it, and you still have this fucking tirade.
You see that? You see that right there? You see that right there?
What?
That doesn't stop.
See that 11-inch
pilot? I
want you to kiss it. I want you to kiss it.
Y'all see that 11-inch python right there? Come on.
Okay, that will not stop 6.5 Creedmoor. I'll tell you that.
Billy, what the fuck was that?
What?
It's his dick sucking technique.
Oh.
What? I mean, what? I mean,
That motion you just did after showing your 16-inch
what?
python.
Well, I was smoking a cigarette. What are you talking?
Dude, just if your bicep isn't bigger than, if it doesn't if it
I
doesn't
know
get
you're
bigger
like 6'4".
between your shoulder and your elbow, maybe
Dude,
don't do that.
Okay. Why I love? Okay, do you guys want to know why I like Rumple? Because he's a former military veteran, and I'm not gay, and I like him because he loves cats. And this
No, I don't.
man is.
I'm just trying to prevent this one from being food for my dog.
But this man is good looking, and he has a deep voice. He's a guy on YouTube.
You know that
and
cats are walking emergency reactions.
I didn't get to finish. And guess what? He's got guns.
Yeah.
That guy right there's got guns that are like 4
He's
times.
got the guns. He's a sexy man.
Rumple,
that deep voice. Show.
Rumple, do
he
it.
Wants to see your, he doesn't want to see your, he wants to see your anaconda.
Billy, I don't take orders from gay boys. Sorry.
I asked you. It's not the word I asked you.
Show your anaconda, Grumple. He wants to see your anaconda.
Twisted, listen, Twisted. Come on. It's not about pornography or anything like that. The fact is,
Billy, you got to calm the fuck down.
It's
okay.
OnlyFans.com/.
I'm sorry, I got a buzz.
Billy, I don't even curse much anymore because I got kids. I try to set an example. You got to calm the fuck down right now.
I'm not cussing.
OnlyFans.com/GrumpleStiltskin.
Anaconda.
Oh no!
I might have made it where it has pictures of like my
Savage,
dog.
you're a lady. You're a lady.
Told you I'm a super gay. So did Grumple.
You are
so gay. I went gay twice.
Former Ranger. You're a former Ranger.
God,
why
do you not remember that one of the people?
Samantha's an ultra gay.
No,
one of the people that killed Bin Laden in
so...
Team 6 is also trans. Wow.
But what happened
not
to you,
uncommon.
man? What happened to you, man?
This is a lot of lip from somebody who was a National Guard soldier. You
yeah, but look, I've actually got some fucking.
Please stop pulling out your biceps, dude. It's not impressive to anybody.
It really is embarrassing. You don't have.
You're embarrassing yourself by doing that. Just don't do that.
It's okay, Billy. Billy, what's your front squat? My front squat right now is 475.
You know, the only thing I like about you, I'm gonna tell you what I like about you.
Why do you measure front squat?
Because I like front squatting because most people can't do it because they're weak on the quads.
You know what I like about you? Your freckles.
I mean, it's weird balance.
No,
yeah, my wife calls me her little tortilla.
Savage. You know what I love about you?
You are so bipolar. I hate you. I love you. Fucking liar.
Yeah, I love you.
You are a
Savage,
ranger.
thank you.
Wait, no. Hey,
Savage.
no. Trans nerd. Fuck. It's Katy Perry. Katy Perry.
Now I know why I love Savage.
Hot and you're cold. Yes, you're no.
Savage now.
Yeah.
Savage.
Samantha.
You're a ranger. You know what I think? I love you even more now. I love you even more.
See, no, Sam, you got a new bottom here.
Knowing that you're a lady, a man lady,
so,
I love you even more. But you got fat. What happened to you? You got fat. What happened to you?
Oh,
I got blown up in Afghanistan, retard.
What? I didn't know that.
Okay, my 13 and a half years. How many people that you know serve an odd number of years in the military, especially like a half year? There's reasons for that. Yeah.
Right.
Well, I served
like
4 years
7.5.
and 30 days. They held me over.
Yeah, I mean they can hold you over, but like it's not common to hear like a 7 or a 13 year or something, right? You're gonna have like 4, 8, 12. You're gonna have 2, 4, 6 or 6 or 8. You're gonna have usually.
Well, I round to 22, but it was like 21.
You retired though.
Yeah, you retired.
Yeah,
I got medically discharged.
So yeah.
They literally couldn't find anybody to replace
22
me,
close.
No, I was.
No, I don't even bring this up
A
usually.
medical discharge is an honorable discharge. It's not a other than honorable. It's not a general. It's a medical discharge.
Yeah, medical discharge is not honorable, but it's not dishonorable.
No, a medical.
No, you're fucking stupid.
is
It is
honorable.
100.
It is
It is
100%
honorable
honorable.
discharge.
Honorable discharge.
Yes,
It can be depending on the circumstance.
99% of the time in the
No,
military,
you
if you get a
are
medical
actually
discharge,
retarded.
unless you get like a
honorable.
discharge for being pregnant medically, that will just be a general under honorable conditions.
Right.
But
That's
a
an
medical
outlier,
discharge
yeah.
from an injury obtained during the line of duty is going to be an honorable discharge.
Yes.
That makes
I got
sense.
blown up. It's not a general discharge. I got blown up by an IED. It is a honorable discharge. I did not have the capability in their mind to continue doing the service that I was doing at the time.
When did it happen? Was it in Iraq, in Afghanistan? Where did
I
it
just said
happen?
I just said it was in Afghanistan. It was in Korangal Valley.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay. Does anybody do you know Restrepo?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what happened after
Oh, he works at that
Restrepo?
club.
Yeah. After the story of Restrepo, right? That whole unit that got fucking damn near wiped out. Okay.
Yeah,
Mhm.
They sent in special forces and rangers to walk one end of KV to the other end and just kill everything that was moving.
Oh,
Okay.
wow.
And that didn't work out very well. A valley is a very, very hard thing to fucking take.
Love it, boy. Look, man. Listen, man. I got fucking freckles all over me, brother. I love you. I love you, boy.
A lot of JNAMs
Love
were
it,
dropped
boy.
in that valley.
Pretty
Love you, boy. Don't
That was
ever. Listen,
what?
man. I respect. I believe. Listen, I
Valley.
believe you're a
I
ranger.
can't hear
I
you.
believe you. Listen, let
I
me
can't hear
speak.
you over him.
My bad, dude.
I believe Savage is a
I
ranger
believe
now.
I can fly.
I believe I'm
But-
going to touch this guy.
I love you, Savage, for what you did. For the
I
country.
believe there was.
Anyway,
men
what
on
were
the
you
moon.
saying,
love you, boy.
Sam?
I love you, big boy. I love you.
Wasn't that really R. Kelly? So I believe I can pee.
I don't know where the fuck my dog went.
I say that every morning.
Yeah, find
I
your
have,
dog.
I have an
Find
angry.
your dog.
My angry fur missile is missing.
Here's the thing: is,
Oh, I
you
got
guys,
my puppy.
and I get it.
Oh no, I have
get
a
one.
Malinois. I have a.
That's what
fucking-
I got a
Oh.
Malinois puppy.
Oh nice.
He
Oh.
chases with me.
Fur missile.
He
twins.
Okay.
goes on all my
Yeah.
storm chasing with me.
Yeah, mine's
No, you
Riley.
cannot eat it.
Wobbly, we haven't heard from Wobbly. Wobbly, let's talk about your service, sir, if you don't mind.
I think he's done with your shit.
No, I think it's not about me. It's about Wobbly. I think we all want to hear about Wobbly. What do you think, Wobbly?
Why?
I've known Wobbly for
Because
years now, so I know quite a
Dude,
bit
you
He
about
can't
said
even-
why.
There's nothing you can compare it to. Nothing at all.
Okay.
There's nothing
but
I could
would
compare
like
it
you-
to.
Okay, so my
Yes.
father. Okay, so stop.
It was,
My
I think
father-
both of us could say it was kind of like shitty, but like your shitty versus my shitty is different type of shitty.
So every
Just
time I
understand it was
call
shitty.
Savage, hold on, Savage, let me speak. So my father served in the Air Force from 64
Oh
to
wow, he was in the
68.
corporation. Wow.
My dad also served in the Air Force. He flew F-100s and F-4s.
My dad was too busy jumping the border from
Who
Mexico
said
into the
that?
United
Who
States.
said that? Twisted said that?
Okay.
Yes, I
But
have a
we're
long
asking
history.
Wobbly. What do
I
you
have a
think?
long history of military aviation in my family, going back to 1980.
Okay, here's the thing: is now we're going to talk to Twisted. Twisted,
Don't get it twisted.
I want to ask Twisted, have you ever served in the military?
Billy Wayne, you try and direct what's happening on my channel one more time, and I'm going to fuck slam you.
Wait. I'm going to answer him here. I served 22 years in the United States Marine Corps. I flew the Aviation Harrier, and I retired as an 05 Lieutenant Colonel.
Fuck yeah! Get them!
Melissa, that's a great call.
What would you know about
wait, hang on. Yeah, wait. Everybody. Hang the fuck, Billy. Shut the fuck up. Hang the fuck on. Wobbly and Twisted. Do y'all think Billy is Milwaukee Part 2?
I already said that.
Yes,
I do.
I don't even know who Milwaukee.
Melissa said it.
Can we just call him Zach?
Look, guys,
Yeah,
I don't know
Zach
who that
now.
is,
We'll just
dude.
call him Zach. Got it.
Come on, man. Give me
Shut
a
up,
break,
Zach.
dude. I don't know who that is. Here's the thing is, you know what? Here's the truth. The truth is,
I told you you're not allowed to say truth anymore.
I respect, listen to me. I respect everybody here because we all have served in the military.
No.
We have all went to
No.
basic training.
No.
Except
me.
Melissa. Melissa
No,
has
Andrew.
I didn't go to basic training.
Okay, but Twisted, you just said it.
No, he
went
went
to
to OCS. He was an officer. You
Okay.
I went
fucking
to
drunk.
OCS.
That's
If you
what
talk
I'm
about
saying.
shit from
That's-
if you talk about shit from boot camp, you're not allowed on like no, we're not doing boot camp stories.
Okay, we're no more boot camp stories, but Twisted.
No more. Did you do one already?
Yeah,
I didn't hear
that's
that.
what I
No, I
just
didn't.
said. I retired as an 05, which is what rank is an 05?
Captain.
Light
No,
bird.
Oh my God, Captain's
No,
in
it's
03.
Lieutenant Colonel.
Captain.
Lieutenant
Yes,
Colonel.
correct.
05 is
Correct.
Lightbird Colonel, you fucking douches.
Well, dude, I know I'm an Army. 03 is Captain. 05
What rank
is
did you
Lieutenant
get
Colonel.
out? What rank did you get out, Billy?
Private first class.
Yeah, it's showing. It is showing.
Yeah, it is what it is.
Okay, I'm
But I
gonna need
also
you. To,
got-
I'm gonna need you
I
to
also
fucking
got-
at
Billy
ease.
Sergeant G
I
is gonna get the fuck out of you
At
forever
ease.
now.
At ease.
I also
At ease.
acquired degrees
At
in
ease.
private first class.
At ease.
And E2?
E3.
E3. I was E3 when I got out. Yeah.
E2.
Samantha, we don't
Oh,
even
okay,
we don't
yeah,
even
yeah,
do
yeah,
at
yeah.
ease. We just like push.
At
That's not
ease. Okay, so at ease is you put your hands behind your back
Oh my God.
and you sit like this. You sit
Okay,
like this.
how about you just get in the front and leaning rest and do push-ups until you fucking die?
No,
You
you,
know
no,
what?
hey, no, Samantha,
will.
again,
Get
you
your
fucked
front
it up.
leaning rest and do
fucked it up.
push-ups until I get tired.
Fucking beat your face. Beat your face.
No, Samantha, it's you push until I get tired.
Exactly.
No, I
You
didn't say
push
push
till
until I get tired. I wanted him to
push it
push
out.
until he
I'll
died.
push it out. I will push it out. You know why? You know why I'll push it out? Because you are
One, two, three,
one.
1, 1, 2, 3, 1.
In cadence.
No, I'll do it. You want
This
to
is
see me?
Marine
You
Corps
want to see
push-ups.
me? You want to
I
see
will
me?
count the
Let's
games.
go.
You count the
Let's go.
repetition.
1, 2,
Uh,
3.
we will
1,
do this
1,
4-count
2,
exercise.
3, 2. Let's go. Ah!
1, 2. Okay,
His
I will
butt's
count
in
the
the air.
games. You will count the
What?
repetitions. We will
What
do
form
all
is
of them.
that? Zero.
I'm putting
Zero.
hands-
Zero.
That's a zero.
That's a
That's
zero. That's a no-go.
1,
Zero.
0,
3,
Zero.
1.
0.
No, I'm judging him on
No,
Army
see, the
standards.
funny thing is,
That wasn't
one
even a
never
single
stopped being
push-up.
one.
No,
No,
what?
he can't do more
He
than
never
like
made it
3.
to one.
So
He never made it past
No, I
zero.
did 4.
I wasn't even watching. Wait, did he? Hang on. Did he actually do
Oh,
one?
I'm old.
He did not
Yeah.
actually do it. His
Ass.
ass was in the air.
Your ass was so high up in the air that you looked like you were
I got
ready to
4.
Sam.
No,
He's
I got
definitely
4.
a bottom.
I got
You
4.
have no
I got
idea
4.
what
and I
Billy
got
Wayne,
4.
were you like trying to be a Navy lure or what's going on?
Your
Hey.
ass was so far up in the air that Sam was getting excited.
It
okay?
wasn't. My ass was done. Well, maybe
So was
it was.
I.
I couldn't see it. I
It
couldn't
was
see
kind of
We'd
cute.
have to play it back. Grumble, can you play it back? It'd be funny
His
as hell.
pre-mission checks are hands,
You know,
eyes,
Wait,
ears.
Hair.
I'm
You
heavy.
You can pull up
I'm
my
a
stream
heavy
and
body.
do that all you want. I'm not doing
I am
shit.
heavy.
Billy, I already said I ain't your bitch, and you're on thin
No,
ice.
No,
I
I'm
ain't doing
saying
that shit
I'm a
for you.
heavy
Get the
body.
fuck off.
That's fine. I'm a heavy body, and I allowed myself to get.
You're a heavy body.
Yeah, I'm a heavy
Wait,
body.
height, weight, quick.
No,
Billy Wayne.
yeah. 5'9", 212. That's heavy. That's too heavy.
Shit,
Way
I
too
shit
heavy.
that every
And it ain't
morning.
muscle. It ain't muscle. A lot of it. There's a lot of muscle there, but you just saw me trying to. I think I got
I can
4.
bench
I got
Billy.
4 good
Billy, here's-
push-ups. 4 good push-ups.
Wow.
Billy, just here's where shoulders are supposed to be on my chair, okay?
Yeah.
Just
Well,
FYI,
you're a
just-
good-looking man. You're very
I
strong.
know
man.
I'm a giant of humans.
You are a great man.
I'm not.
No,
I'm
I'm not. I'm not a great. Like, what the fuck you? No, I'm a bad. No, dude, I've done.
I'm not that.
You're a
that-
bad
I'm a sinner, man. I've done a
Rumble-
lot of bad
Rumble,
things.
I'm
Please
not.
stop
short,
playing my
Everybody's done
I'm,
bad
I'm,
shit, dude.
I'm not short, but I think Grumple probably makes me look short.
Grumple definitely makes me.
Grumple is a
I
big
don't
boy.
want to see what it would look like standing next to Grumple.
How tall are you, Grumple? 6'4"?
I'm
think you said
6.
6'4".
Well, I'm 6'3". Yeah, I mean
6'3",
close to
yeah.
that.
Well, you're
I'm
not that
6'3".
much taller than me. I'm 6'1".
At least I'm the
Yeah.
one that got up
I
and
hate
did
all of you.
push-ups. And guess what? Y'all gotta respect that. I'm the one.
I don't
that
have to
did
respect
it.
any of
Wait,
you.
no, you didn't. You
didn't
didn't.
do a
Apparently,
single
so
push-up.
I didn't see. What I'm hearing is other judges that know what a push-up looks like
Oh,
is that
you
you didn't
didn't
actually do any
see it?
push-ups.
You want me to do it
All
again?
right, the E6 in the room says that you didn't do a single one. The lieutenant
I
colonel
did
says you didn't do a
4.
single one.
I did
That's
wobbly.
4 good push-ups, and I
06.
know how to evaluate them because I was in the military.
Yeah, no. Okay,
I'm-
so the three people
I'm
that
the
were
sergeant
here.
in the room,
And
and
Savage is
Twisted is
not
the
saying anything
Marine
because
officer.
she
I
knows
said
that
0.
I'm the truth. She
No.
knows I'm
Oh,
telling the truth.
oh, I
She
hate you.
definitely knows I'm telling the truth.
No, that
But
was
she
0.
knows.
0,
She
0,
knows what
0.
a good goddamn fucking push-up is, and I just made 4 of them.
I would have kicked you out of the PT test, gave you a no-go, and put you on the fatty program.
Okay, so how many push-ups does a 54-year-old man have to make to make the PT test?
You don't do the PT
You're
test
out of
where we do the
contention.
eight, yeah.
You're
I
out.
know,
You're out
I
already.
know, I can't
There's
even
nothing
do
for
it.
you.
It doesn't matter.
I know.
Yeah, you couldn't do
because I'm
one.
overweight. I'm
Hey,
a fat
I'm
body.
not gonna
I'm a fat
lie.
body.
I'm retired. I'm 49 years old.
I know.
Holy
I
God,
understand.
he's showing his titties.
And I can hear in both
It's
ears.
just me. It's
Billy
just
Wayne,
me.
I bet $1 I can lift you up by the neck with one hand.
I would
bet $1,000 I can bench you.
Okay. I would bet you that you can. I would bet.
I would bet you that I could knock you down without even touching you.
I think Wobbly could. I think he could. Yeah, I'm not going to bet against it. No way. No way in hell. Why would I bet against you guys? You guys seem adamant about knocking me down. You know.
Oh, yeah.
I get knocked down and I pick up again, and then Billy Wayne says some shit, and then he gets
Well,
knocked
listen,
down by everybody.
okay.
I
Well,
am
the
not
idea-
your
I have an
enemy.
idea.
I
Why
am
don't we
your-
just
I
drop-
am-
Sorry, I'm a
Check this
musician
out.
also.
Here's
I
an
just
here's an
need
idea
to
that
use
benefits
I
a
love
lot of
that.
people at
I
once.
get knocked down.
We might do
just-
karaoke.
We just put
It's gonna
Billy
get weird.
in the back of a C-131 and then just drop him on Iran.
Wait, a C-131.
It's like a C-130, but it has jets instead of props.
Yeah.
That I don't even know what the fuck that is.
You've
Yeah,
never
dude, I-
seen a C-130?
military cargo jet.
Savage. I love you.
Yeah, no,
Savage.
I've only ever been on
It's
C-130s.
a
Like, what?
fairly
Yeah, okay. So
uncommon.
I've
They're
been
all
on
props.
one. I've been
There's
on
some
one
with
C-130.
jets on them. What
Yeah.
the fuck?
So it was real. Okay, we had to jump out of one once,
Thank you.
and
Thank
it was
you.
like scary for us
I
because
love
it
you,
had jets,
Rangers.
and so we didn't know like how it
Was
affected.
it like an
everything with,
experimental thing that you're talking
No.
about? Because
No,
like I
No,
don't, that's
no,
not,
no,
that's not a
no.
normal
It's
thing.
an actual aircraft. They're just
With
not very
C-131s are a
common.
real thing
Yeah.
Yeah.
with jets on them.
Yeah.
It's a C-130 with jets. It's a modern.
So
C-130.
somebody needs to make a meme right now. No, C-131 isn't real. It can't hurt you. That's like what somebody needs to make a meme about right now. Because like, what the?
It's not a common aircraft. Most
Yeah, it's literally.
Is it- wait, is it- hang on, who-
C-17.
No, so well, if Sam did it, it's not Marine Corps. So what the was it? Air Force or Army?
Air Force.
Army,
it was
Army,
Air Force.
Army,
Sorry, it was
Army
no,
Or could be Air Force.
no.
too.
It
Army
was
doesn't
Air
have,
Force.
But
Army
Savage, listen.
So on
Army
a scale of
does
1
not
to
have-
Liberace, how gay is it? Like,
Army
did it
does
work
not
effectively?
have
Or?
In
fixed-wing
1980
aircraft
in
above light
1989.
observation.
Somebody mute Billy
Billy, shut
so
up.
we can have a really a real conversation. Anyway, so like
Really?
I've only
On a
I've-
scale
like I
of
said,
1 to
Like,
Liberace, how gay is the C-131?
I didn't
No,
like
that's not
it.
right.
So
Christ
why we used it
almighty.
was more effective because it was jet powered to get us from one location to another faster than the C-130. But I didn't like it just because we were also jumping out of it, and I never jumped out of anything with a jet.
Yeah,
before.
C-130 is just it's
But
logistics.
it didn't,
Listen,
it didn't click in my
brother.
head. Oh my god, mute him or I'm gonna
No,
fucking kill a
C-130
bus
is
full of children.
multi-role. It can be. It
I'm-
can be. You can
Yeah,
be
it's
up
a
there
cargo
with
plane,
but
almost
I'm-
any role.
No, just because you
Just a
said
cargo
that,
plane.
I'm not gonna know.
Yeah, it's just a cargo plane.
'Cause
But the 131, we were afraid to
Can
jump
I
stream the
speak
bus.
real quick?
No. So it was weirded us out, but then we kind of forget that our parachutes are on a static line, so we're dropping for 4 seconds out of the jet wash anyway, so it
You're
doesn't affect
speaking?
anything. But it was like
Savage,
it was
you're
still
speaking?
weird.
Oh, I
It's
didn't
almost,
even
it's
know
literally the
Savage was
same.
speaking.
It's the same
I'm
thing
sorry.
inside as the C-130. It just has jets.
Oh,
It's
Billy's
the
muted.
same thing.
Please continue.
Yeah, it's the same thing.
But
as the
rewind
C-130.
just a little bit.
Sorry,
It's
it's the same thing as
So
the
about the
C-130.
C-130.
It's the same thing as the C-130. It just has jets. Internally, no different.
That's so like.
It's just a faster C-130.
Okay, Savage.
Oh, you unmuted yourself,
Yeah, because I didn't know Savage was speaking.
Billy. Hang on.
But please let me speak to Savage, please.
Why,
Because
Billy?
we are-
Billy,
because-
just
You never shut up. You
so
never
Billy,
listen.
if the host mutes you for like a moment, don't immediately unmute yourself. Okay, that's how kind of decorum goes here, especially in this conversation that we're having right now. I didn't kick you out of the entire everything. This is to let you know, please, if I mute you, because I want to hear and want everybody else to hear what somebody else is saying. Don't unmute yourself immediately and start talking again. If you understand that, hang on. Okay, if you understand that, like, make like do this. If you understand that, do this. Billy.
He's not in the call anymore.
No, he's in the background. I can see him.
Oh.
Billy, if you understand what I just said, do this. Do like 2 peace signs if you understand. You're not coming back until you do it.
He did it in the chat. He did it with emojis.
No, with your hands. Do this, Billy. I can see you. Okay. That's how StreamYard works. No, the host, I can see you in the background. Okay. Just if I mute you, because I want to hear and I want everybody else to hear what somebody else is saying. I want you to shut up for a moment. Don't immediately unmute yourself.
I agree with
You
that.
just
I agree
acknowledge
with
that you understand that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So
Yeah.
now we're all cool and we're going to
Yes,
move
sir.
on.
Yes, sir.
That's honestly been the biggest problem we've had, Billy, is that you have talked endlessly. Nobody has been able to get a word in edgewise with you.
But Wobbly doesn't even speak much, but we want Wobbly.
Because of why I just said.
Why are you blaming somebody else for anything?
Because of what I
I
just
want
said.
Wobbly to speak. That's what I want.
Billy,
If you shut
Billy,
up, you'd
because of
understand.
what I just said is
I'm
why
old
Wobbly.
enough and wise enough to only speak when I know what I'm saying. I do not get into political panels because everybody talks over each other. So you have to understand, I just like to listen sometimes, and then if it's something pertinent to information that I know and I can verify, then I will speak. You've asked me about my military service. I'm going to ask you something. Have you ever been shot at?
No, sir.
Then you
No, sir.
can't compare what I did and what other people have done at all.
And I have never tried to compare it. What I want to know is, Wobbly, what happened when you got shot at?
I'm
What was
pretty
the
sure-
circumstance?
Don't.
That's what I'm
I'm
looking for.
pretty
I'll
sure-
answer it.
Billy.
I'll answer it.
You don't
I
have
was
to.
one of the very few Americans that was allowed, or actually not allowed. Well,
Oh, wait,
I
I
was
didn't-
in North
hang on,
Vietnam while we
Actually,
had
the
a
cat removed
president.
him.
While we had a president that was on national TV going, "We have no troops in North Vietnam." My function in the military for 10 years after I got out was all top secret. In fact, most of the stuff that's still being used by the U.S. military, I worked on, I operated, and it's still top secret. And
Billy, the actual cat put you backstage. just this last time.
Okay, man.
You got to
Here's the thing
remember,
is-
I'm pretty sure
you're on
that
a hair trigger.
everybody on this panel, except
Can I
for you,
respond
Melissa,
to Wobbly real quick? Listen, let me respond to
I'm
Wobbly.
Well, if you
speaking.
stop interrupting somebody else that was talking, after that you can.
Yeah,
I'm the one that asked the question.
just so you know,
It doesn't matter. Twisted was talking. Calm your
just so
fucking
you know,
tits.
I'm pretty sure that everybody else on this panel that has served we've all experienced combat. So you just got to be careful with questions because
I
there's
agree
something
with
that just won't
Twisted.
be
I think
answered.
Twisted. Exactly.
Yeah, no. If you don't want to answer a question, you don't have to, and Billy will get kicked.
Okay, look, listen here, and everybody knows it. I have never been involved in combat directly. Never had anybody shoot at me. I never had to shoot at anybody else. My curiosity gets me because I served, right? My father served, but it's just a curiosity, man. I don't mean to I'm not disrespecting. I just want to know what happened to you guys. Now I know you're going to be like, man, you're going to either talk about it or you're not, and I get it.
Billy,
man. I get it.
Billy, would you like a meta clue?
Shut the fuck up. I know. I'm going to shut up.
No,
No, I thought you were saying that to me for just a moment, and then I figured out what you were saying. The meta clue is anybody who says my daddy or my other family member did anything. That's how you know that person hasn't.
Okay, real quick, I told you, and I have to have a lot of respect for my father because he served.
Yeah, no, that's fine. But why are you bringing him up in a conversation with? We're talking about hang on, a conversation with people that you're trying to get yourself to be on the level of being a peer with. Why you bring up your daddy?
I get you that, but I also
don't do that.
This went down,
that's a gay bitch move.
Hold on,
don't do that.
No, hold on. Before all this went down, Grumble.
No, hold up. Just don't do that. I'm just giving you advice. Don't do that.
What I'm saying is, it wasn't about that, man. Like, you know who my father.
Who? You know who? Now tell me, who are you?
Air Force. See. So when you say disrespect, man, that's what you all are about, man. But anyways, look, my father joined in 1964.
What are you saying?
68 in the Air Force, man.
Okay, my great grandfather flew for the.
Why are you talking about what your daddy did?
Both of my grandfathers flew in World War II. My dad flew for the U.S. Air Force in Vietnam. I flew in Iraq and Afghanistan. I've got uncles that have flown various aircraft. I've got a cousin that's still active duty, flying the A-10 Warthog.
Billy Wayne, I'm an orphan. I was adopted. I don't know what my biological parents did for anything.
Grumble, you know what? I did not know that about you, and you know what? I'm going to be honest with you. That sucks, man. I mean, you never had a father and mother. I mean, I'm going to be honest with you.
I got adopted. I was adopted.
He had a mom and a dad.
I had parents. Well, until I was 14 when my adopted dad died from throat cancer. But then, the Marine Corps was the best thing. I was an entire shithead teenager. The Marine Corps was the best thing I ever did.
You know what? Here's the thing is, I love the Marine Corps. The Marine Corps is the freaking greatest fucking fighting force in the world. I swear to God. And I wanted to join Force Recon. Listen, Wobbly, I wanted to join Force Recon at 78 years old.
Navy.
You know my father. No, listen, Wobbly. Okay, Wobbly, listen. You know what? My father talked me out of it. You know what? He told me, "Oh, you can." He was like, "You can join."
You don't get it.
I want to hear from Melissa.
I want to hear Wobbly. Wobbly's talking. I want to hear Wobbly. Wobbly, what you got to say? Come on, Wobbly.
All I got to say is,
Wobbly, we love you,
Admiral,
baby.
The fuck?
Wobbly, we love you, baby bear.
Billy, calm down just a moment. Melissa, you've been hanging out for a moment. You haven't had any time to say anything. What do you want to say, girl?
I just like listening, but I'm not going to ask somebody about their
I appreciate it.
military experience unless they offer it themselves. That's a very personal thing. I have a boyfriend. I have a boyfriend who he has trouble sleeping at night, and sometimes I will ask, do you want to talk about it? And he says no. I let it go.
Yeah.
And that comes in stages too. Like
because he fought both in the first Iraqi war and then he went to the second one.
Desert Storm. Desert Storm. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And
I knew people that were kicking indoors. I've met people that were kicking indoors in Iraq, dude. Kicking in the doors. Marines.
I met people that were Fraggle Rocks.
Yeah.
I think Rumble, did you ever kick in a door? Did you ever kick in a door in Iraq? I'm just asking.
Not in Iraq, no, but I've. Fuck, I'm not talking to you about this shit.
And you don't
I'm asking. All you have to do is say no.
I'm a calm guy, but yes, I've kicked in a few doors.
Well, no,
it got weird.
I just made the doors go away.
He has a real fascination with what other people did because he never did any of it.
Right.
Yeah.
And if you want to get a curiosity of that type of thing sorted, go watch a movie. Like somebody brought up the Big Red One. I actually knew a gentleman that was part of the Big Red One. And when that movie came out in the 1980s, it was great.
Luke Skywalker! Yeah, remember Luke Skywalker was in that movie. Big Red One?
Yeah.
Yeah, Luke Skywalker.
Mark Hamill? Wait,
yeah,
what?
Mark Hamill was in Luke Skywalker was in that movie. And also the other guy, the older guy, what was his name?
Lee Marvin.
Jenkins.
Yeah, and Lee Marvin, remember Lee Marvin was the guy in the A-Team. He was the guy that was leading the A-Team. No, the A-Team.
Wait, what the fuck am I doing? No, I'm not talking to you about anything I did. Fucking on.
The A-Team was a sitcom. It was a series on TV called the A-Team, and Lee Marvin was the A-Team. But it was for fun. It was a television show. Y'all can go look it up, but I'm true. I'm not lying.
George Papard played Ace.
Actually, Melissa, you just nailed me. Melissa is absolutely true. It was George Papard, and I got them mixed up because they look pretty similar. To be honest with you, at the end of there when they're old.
Oh, you got you mixed up because you're drunk.
Yeah, and Melissa is well, I am drunk, but Melissa's right. It
really? No one would ever guess.
But no, I mean, I sat and I watched the Big Red One, but at the time it was based in the 1940s during World War II, and they showed some of the things they had to go through. I think Band of Brothers, you get that same feel with it, right?
Yeah,
didn't Big Red One start in World War I and then carried on the story into World War II?
Band of Brothers is pretty good, but I like
the way it started
better.
That column.
I have Band of Brothers on DVD, and it's. It's worth keeping, even if you don't.
You should watch Pacific, Drumple.
No, that's what I'm trying to say.
No,
I haven't seen that. Is it on?
It's sort of like Band of Brothers, but it's about the Marine Corps island hopping campaign, World War II.
Oh shit! The Pacific.
Yeah, it's called The Pacific. It's really good.
I'll buy the box set, but I'll make it happen.
Then there's Masters of the Air, which is based around B-17 crews in World War II.
Yeah, flyboys doing flyboy shit.
Oh yeah, Wobbly, you're right. The Big Red Ones. Let's see. It started in World War I. You're right. Big Red One started in.
Isn't the Big Red One 1st Marine Division?
When it comes to movies, I don't even question Wobbly. He knows his shit.
No, I'm telling Wobbly.
Big Red One is 1st Infantry Division.
Yeah. It's Army. It's Army, but
well, I was just trying to say, movies like that can give you, because I'm sure, I know Hollywood's just a magical place. I get it, but there is some truth to what they're they're trying to put out, especially today. So I would,
not in Hollywood.
See,
not in Hollywood, but like films. Apparently, George has been big for movies to be made.
Mm-hmm.
Those movies are apparently good to go. I don't even know what any of them are though.
There's a couple of movies that just sort of piss me off, and I watch them. I watch them again. Each time they kind of make me just piss me off.
That's like me. I both love and absolutely hate Top Gun at the same time.
But which
I
one's
love
wobbly?
it for the movie, but I hate it because it's so not realistic.
True.
Which Bridge Too Far is one of them that pisses me off.
Which one?
A Bridge Too Far.
I like it, but I don't know why you don't like it. Why don't you like it?
Because it showed some just weak leadership. Same thing with the one you guys keep mentioning. It just shows a lack of real leadership at times.
Big Red One.
Yeah.
Wait, Wobbly, what do you think about Bridge to Terabithia? Or for anybody, what do you think about the movie Bridge to Terabithia?
I've never seen it, but I'd like to see it. Now that you mention it, I'd love to see it. I've never seen it.
It's the worst, most depressing movie in the history of ever. The kid dies.
Oh.
Okay, fine. Okay, Wobbly, what do you think about Saving Private Ryan? And I think everybody has a thing about
I think it was a lot of Hollywood bullshit.
Yeah, I prefer Saving Ryan's Privates.
Oh no! Hey! He pronounced it wrong. It's Shaving Ryan's Privates. Is the name?
Are
of the
y'all
movie.
serious? I thought it was a great movie, man. Just saying.
Yeah, you probably would.
The Great Escape.
Full Metal Jacket is still the best.
Yeah.
Like depiction of Marine Boot Camp.
Okay, so Full Metal Jacket came out the year before I went to basic training in 1988, and
Is that when you came out, or
no? I went to Fort Benning. Listen, young man. I went to Fort Benning in 1988.
Oh yes, sir.
You came out
in the basic training at Sand Hill, first of the 50th Delta Company, and I was 17 years old. I had just turned 17.
Earlier,
is that where you went to?
Company.
Wait, hang on. Is that where you went to space shuttle door gunner school?
Mm-hmm.
No, man, but you know what happened, man? I couldn't tolerate it, man. I was like
his underwater basket weaving badge.
No, I was just like
no, dude, I can tell he went to space shuttle door gunner school and he's qualified. Okay, I know. I can tell. Real recognize real, right? I know.
This is when he learned to fast rope out of a helicopter by rappelling down a wood wall.
Hold on.
Fast rope out of the space shuttle.
And Savage, I love you, Savage. But listen, I hate you.
You're a poster child for retroactive abortion.
I know you're gonna hate me.
I'm now pro-choice.
You're gonna hate me because I am.
It's like 75th trimester, right?
All over. But listen,
this is like a human version of syphilis.
No, it's like a human version of herpes.
This man is a human STD.
I was the only one that got a blanket party.
You were the only one to get a blanket party. Hey, Billy Wayne, FYI, this little like 8-week-old kitten's gonna give you a blanket party.
I'm just saying, man. Like
yeah, I'm all choked up.
I didn't want it. I didn't. There was only I think it was 6 guys that came up and they.
Out of 6 guys, in your unit, they
wasn't
gave
the whole.
you.
Okay, so there were 60 guys in my basic training unit, right? And guess what? I think it was in the first 3 weeks or 4 weeks. I don't know. Well, 2 to 3 weeks. And they put the blanket down and they covered me and they caught me off guard, but I was awake, but they caught me off guard. And
what were you fucking up that caused them to do that?
I mean, he was probably just talking too much.
I know, but I want him to talk about it.
Let me speak, man. Like I was completely like
When do
laughing.
you ever stop?
I was completely laughing at the drill sergeant, like blatantly just
Cadet
laughing at
drill
them
sergeant?
as they were trying to like.
What's a cadet
know.
drill sergeant?
Billy, do you live alone? Do you have any friends?
That has nothing to do with it, Wobbly.
Wait.
This is why you're single.
Cadet drill
It has
sergeant.
nothing to do.
Yeah, wait, Wobbly.
That has
Let's
nothing
not
to
move
do
on
with
too
what we're
fast.
talking about,
What is a
Wobbly.
cadet
Wobbly, it
drill
has nothing to do
sergeant?
with what we're talking about.
Let him get through this, and then ask Wobbly, please.
What is a cadet drill sergeant?
Look, here's the thing: is
What is a cadet drill sergeant?
a drill cadet's a drill. It's not a drill cadet sergeant. They're called.
That's
drill
what you just
cadet.
said.
They're okay. So we had drill instructors. In
No,
the
you
Army,
didn't.
No, you didn't. No, you did
No,
not.
the fuck you
did
didn't
not
have drill
say
instructors. That's Marine Corps. Army doesn't have drill instructors.
Okay, so let me finish. I had drill sergeants and
No.
drill cadets.
No, you didn't. You did not
We
have
had
drill
one
instructors
drill
at all.
cadet.
You
We
cannot
had
finish.
one drill cadet.
Your point is lost. Everybody's dumber for having heard it. You gain no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
A drill cadet.
I speak
Let me
the
Google.
truth, man. I speak the truth. I ain't lying.
Sam, have you ever heard of a drill cadet?
There
No,
was
you
no
are
drill cadets.
Billy
Drill
Wayne
cadets are
Norwood.
real.
You
Look it up.
absolutely
Look
have
it
never
up. Look it
encountered
up
a drill
on
instructor
Google.
ever. That's a Marine Corps thing at boot camp. You did not attend Marine Corps boot camp. Hence,
Of course,
this
I
is
haven't.
this is a
In
Billy Wayne.
in
Calm down
Army.
just a moment. This is an actual formal
Oh,
logic
damn,
right
dude,
here.
I'm Carl, dude.
Hold
What are you
on.
talking about?
Drilling. Hang on, just everybody. Drill instructors exist at Marine Corps boot camp. There's two places
agree.
that is.
I agree.
Is Paris Island and San Diego.
I agree.
You did not attend Marine Corps boot camp,
No, sir. I
so
did not.
hence
In
you have never encountered a drill instructor.
here.
Okay.
in
the
Army-
Formal logic.
in the
Just
Army,
Google
we
this.
call a drill instructor.
In Army-
we call them
In
drill sergeants.
Army
Same
Junior
goddamn
ROTC.
thing, dude.
In Army Junior ROTC, a drill cadet refers to a cadet
Same
who
thing,
participates
dude.
in the Drill Cadet Leadership Training Program.
You know, I'm going to say this. Either Billy is just wasted or he was never in the military.
Or he's trolling.
I'll prove it now. I'm going to show you my driver's license.
You're going to show a driver's license that says you've interacted with drill instructors.
I have to redact
Drill Cadet Sergeants.
I'll show you my license, but it's got to be redacted.
You know what? Fuck this. I'm so sad that I have citizenship. I
I
wish
don't know how
Trump
I'm
could
going to
deport
do it
me.
without showing you my name.
Deport me from this.
I'm about to get on the horn with Elon and ask if he can just yeet me to Mars. We'll figure out how I survive later.
I
don't
want to make some new islands where I can do stuff.
I don't know how I'm going to do it without showing you my
Don't.
real.
You
name.
shouldn't do that.
Show us your
Yeah.
tag card.
I can. I want
Yeah,
you to see
we're
this
on
right now.
stream.
Watch.
Don't do that.
Look,
Don't do
look,
that. Don't do that.
Look.
We're on stream. Don't do that.
Hang on. Look,
Put your
look
fingers over your name and your numbers and everything. And it's, I mean,
I know.
Put
I
your,
know.
put your fingers over your CAC card.
Veteran Army. Can y'all see that? Veteran Army.
Do you have a CAC card?
that doesn't, that
Veteran.
you said you were National Guard. It doesn't mean anything. What?
I'm
That's
a
fine.
veteran of the Army. So I'm a
National
veteran of
Guard.
the Army.
Do you have a CAC
It
card?
It
National
doesn't
Guard.
say National Guard, but I'm a veteran of the
Hey,
Army.
guys, do you want to be this retarded? Because in the Army National Guard, you can.
You can.
Ah, hey. Okay, you can do anything, man. Like, okay, so
Butterflies in the sky.
Hey,
Yeah.
I can fly
Grumble,
so
Grumble,
high.
Grumble.
Take
you-
a look.
Hey,
It's in the
hey,
book.
Grumble,
Reading.
Grumble.
I know what we can do with this
Rainbow.
guy. I can mount him to the
Grumble.
roof of my chase truck and
You
test
can do it.
what tornado
You can do it.
damage on the human
No.
body. occurs.
You know, one of my favorite movies was Stripes, right? You can do it. You can do it in the Army. Remember that movie? Remember that?
With Egon and friggin' Bill Murray.
Yeah,
And
Bill
Egon?
Murray was fucking a great movie, man. He was called John Winger. He was called John Winger. That's such a funny name, John Winger. But that's what
why are you talking about? Like, I mean,
is it people like this that cause veteran suicide, or
they said
yeah, but the ones that set themselves on fire outside the VA.
Wobbly, have you ever seen the movie Stripes? I've got to talk to Wobbly because he doesn't talk much.
1981 Stripes.
Yeah, what do you think about it? What do you think about the movie, sir?
I think it's hilarious. It's a comedy.
Yeah, it's fun. I love Bill Murray.
But I think after this panel, I'm going to have to watch Idiocracy just to get my brain cells working again.
I think that's a step up for me.
I think it's disrespect towards me, man. But whatever, man. Here's the thing: is Wobbly. You're lucky you're still alive. To be honest with you,
lucky.
I'm just saying, you're very lucky.
What the fuck?
Yeah, very lucky.
Lucky?
Yeah,
what
you're
the
lucky.
fuck?
What the actual fuck, Billy? What
kind of a comment was that?
Because he's been to war. The guy was in Vietnam War. He's lucky to be alive. What's the issue?
But wouldn't that make you lucky to be alive?
No, Billy's
you were
muted.
in such a crazy, horrible war zone like the border. Oh, now it's not a war zone. Got it.
Okay. No, he's muted.
God, I hate this guy.
If he unmutes himself,
this guy makes me want to promote veteran suicide, but just for him. Pretty sure his ex-wife feels the same way.
I'm getting PTSD just for this.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
Oh my!
This guy is prime candidate for friendly fire.
Like blue on green, it just gets reported as a blue on green incident, right? I mean,
yeah. It was an accident.
The Terp said it was like one of his I don't know what happened.
They're like, wait, how did you call an airstrike behind our lines? Hold on.
I mean, shit happens.
Chased Melissa off. That's a shame.
Oh yeah, no, I didn't remove Melissa. I would never remove Melissa. Melissa, you're welcome back 100% anytime you'd like.
No, I said chased her off. You didn't.
Yeah.
This conversation.
You did say put the ordinance on the smoke, right?
This is why you don't so you're supposed to give your grids and then the target's grids. This is why you don't give your grids, just to prevent oopsies.
When I said danger close, I meant it.
That's why you don't give your own grids when it's danger close. Only the target.
Oh, sometimes you have to give your own grid. It sucks, but sometimes you have to.
No.
And they're done that.
No, you never give yours.
Nope, we've had to.
Oh well.
Twisted can probably test that.
Sucks to be that gay.
Yep. When the house is across the street, but you can't leave the house that you're in, sometimes you just gotta hope for the best.
Hey, I'm unmuting him. He's gonna think he's muted when he gets back, and I'm just gonna let it play. I'm regretting it already, though.
The dude might not be bad if he was sober. That's the problem.
Nope. I'm pretty sure sober he thinks he's a real veteran. And I'm pretty sure sober he thinks Russia's an ally in the moon landing.
Okay, I heard what you just said. I'm a real veteran, and yeah.
Gay.
Listen, the alcohol is not helping me. And I agree with you, sir. Alcohol.
You should put down the beer and pick up. You should put down the beer and pick up like a Jordan Peterson book, maybe some Simon Sinek,
You're absolutely
Jocko
right.
Willink.
I agree with you.
Seek therapy.
Jocko is if you want to also get a strong guy to talk to you. Yeah, Jocko's the one.
Listen, man.
Because some of the books that Colonel Steiner wrote.
Yeah.
I'm not a bad man.
Colonel Steiner wrote 3 books, and you should probably read all of them. If you want to just,
Okay,
you know, get
I
ready
like
for
reading. I love reading.
Hey guys, I bought a new lightsaber.
Okay,
Oh, no.
show us. Would you please show us, Savage?
I will actually.
Is it a real lightsaber?
Please,
Or is it
Savage.
a Sears lightsaber?
Wait, did you get it from like
What
a
is that?
industrial
What is
light and
that?
magic store, like
There's a
Hacksmith?
YouTube channel where they actually made a fucking lightsaber.
That's no Twisted. That's Hacksmith is the one. that
yes,
you're thinking.
Hacksmith.
And light force.
That
That's
thing was
like
fucking
no,
nasty.
That's just like when friggin' Ryan Martini started doing bass the way he did. Like, oh man, that's what I was trying to go for. Hacksmith, like, oh, you beat me to the punch. Okay,
It's fucking
job.
beautiful though. It's an
or just like
yeah.
building shit,
There you go.
like wild shit.
So I've got nails too. Doesn't mean I'm gay, but whatever.
Oh, you're gay.
I don't have them painted, but
F slur.
Billy Wayne.
So, but
I've never had it. I never had it in my butt, and I never put it in a butt. So does it make me
Billy
gay?
Wayne, no, just your nail. No, excuse me, you're gayer than
Oh,
Samantha.
yeah.
Noise too.
That's fucking badass.
Look, here's the thing.
so
is,
that's
Hey, Sam.
that's
Sam, can you
Vader's
hear me right
replica.
now?
This is a movie
Oh, is
accurate.
it?
Yeah, that's friggin' like the Vader.
Yeah,
one.
this,
No shit.
this is not cheap.
No.
This is the one that I built at Disney with the kyber crystals.
No kidding.
Mhm. So if you disassemble, which I'll just do the bottom part. real
Sam,
quick.
can you hear me right now?
Yep.
So on a scale of 1 to 10, how much gayer than you do you think Billy is?
A lot.
I think it's like an 8.
So I'm like
damn.
gayer than
There's a lot
So-
to that thing.
I'm
Holy
This
gayer
one-
than this
You
ranger.
you can change the kyber crystals and put in different colors.
No, Samantha, how much gayer than you
Really?
is Billy? On a
For,
scale of 1 to 10.
I'll-
Does
yeah,
it
I'll do
actually
I'll agree
illuminate
with you.
different colors?
Yes.
I think it's 8.
No kidding. That's pretty cool.
You know what? I love men
That's
and I
slick.
love women too. So there
So
you
you're
go.
bi.
Oh, okay.
Okay, yeah.
Now we're done.
I-
Yeah, no,
I
that's a.
wouldn't include them.
So do you add like, is there just a piece that you just add, like the blade piece that you add on top of that does with like LEDs?
No, well, the LEDs are in there, but they're matched to. So the kyber crystal has some sensor. This has an RFID thing in there, which will tell the blade what color to light up. I chose the power control setup.
So when did you become a Sith?
Fucking the year I was born, dog.
He's been a Sith.
Dog tags unironically have my fucking religion listed as Jedi.
I did something similar on mine, and I'm not going to say what exactly.
So
it was.
this one will also light up red because I have the red kyber crystal in there. Different sound.
Oh, you didn't bleed that shit yourself. Fake.
Oh, that's
fake
the black
Sith.
kyber crystal.
Hashtag fake Sith.
That is pretty cool.
I wait. What do? There's like the cat is actually asleep in my arm. What do
Oh, I
do?
also have the
Don't do anything.
you know the holocubes.
Holocron?
Yeah.
So I have the Sith and the light side one, the square, and
From Rebels?
the same kyber crystals will do different like effects in the holocrons.
Wait, what is a holocron?
It's like a message to them.
Like
It's like
a-
a
yeah.
DM.
Like a memory device.
Wait, I think I
You got to
have.
watch Rebels.
I think I have other kyber crystals right here, actually.
I think about season 2 or something. in Rebels.
Hang on, I'm trying not to.
Wake up the cat.
You got something up your butt? What are you
I'm
doing?
surprised
Trying to
nobody
pull some-
made it.
Here's
Russell, what are you doing?
No, here's another kyber crystal.
You pulled out a
it's
booger.
sweet-
Oh, so this
I'm
is
surprised.
No,
Darth
Billy
Maul's-
Wayne. Look, I don't know if you've ever seen. This is a sleeping animal.
I'm gonna get it.
So there's Darth Maul's kyber
Billy
crystal
Wayne,
right
what
there.
the fuck is
Oh,
wrong
wow.
with you? It's literally a sleeping animal. That's
And
what
then
I'm just
this
here
kyber crystal is
rotating.
I'm a crazy boy. That's what I am, a crazy.
You're a crazy boy with that mani petty.
Darth Bane's Kyber Crystal.
And your ballerina nails.
But I love you. I love each and every one of you.
Oh wait, hang on. No, Sam, you were in the middle of your lightsaber. How much gayer than you is Billy, do you think?
About an 8.
See, I said 8 also.
I'm kind of
I said 8 out
surprised
of 10.
nobody's come up
Thank
with
you.
a way to make a
Wobbly, don't
extendable
wobbly,
blade
don't
for one of
believe them.
those.
They have.
Have they?
I'm an actor.
Well, I mean,
I'm
it's an actual laser, but yeah.
I'm an actor, guys. I mean, like, you know what? Well, I'll lay with the
Wait,
man.
you're an actor.
Yeah, I'll lay with the man. Who wouldn't lay with a man? If that's all you
I
got, will you
wouldn't.
lay with a man? You
No.
wouldn't if that's all you have?
No.
Listen, I was army.
Why
okay?
is that the
Holy-
response to I said, "Oh, you're an actor?" ? And then you said, "Oh, you wouldn't lay
The
with
real,
a man?"
the real
That's
military, the real military response is a hole is a hole.
Here's the thing is, we were taught in the Army.
That
Hold
only
on, we were
counts
taught in
in
the
Thailand.
Army. We were taught in the Army that guess what? In a dire situation, you would have to get naked with your teammate.
That doesn't mean
Yes,
you're
you
putting it in their butt.
Yeah.
And I never said that to begin
He's
with.
he's
I
just
never
like
said
he just
that.
likes to cuddle.
But he stood there and
He
stared.
just likes to cuddle.
What?
No, Billy Wayne, you're in, like I was at the Marine Corps Cold Weather and Mountain Warfare Training Center for a while.
And I went through Sear.
That's
Now,
that's
tell the
where
truth. Tell the truth.
sometimes you have to sometimes you have to strip down and but you
guess
keep your
what?
skivvies on.
Yeah, yeah.
No, you keep your skivvies
yeah.
on.
No,
Okay.
no, no, no,
Hold on.
no, no,
Sometimes
no, no,
in
no.
order to save your
You
buddy,
absolutely
yeah, you get two
naked.
guys and you all get
No,
into a
it's
sleeping
not-
bag
it's
together.
not naked.
No, you get
so
But
the
keep
naked.
your
weirdest thing-
skivvies on.
That's how you get the body warm really perfect.
I like how he
You
did
have
the
no
slapping
idea, like-
noises. Anyway,
Where'd
so,
you go
like-
to SEER school, Twisted?
What's that?
Where'd you go to SEER school?
Oh, I did Florida for the jungle, and then Alaska for the cold weather.
I went to Maine.
Probably I
Okay.
did level 1 at the Mountain Warfare Cold Weather Training Center. I didn't do 2 or 3. I did level 1.
Yeah, we had to do
My
cold
father did
weather
SEER
and
school.
jungle.
My father
Huh?
did SEER school back in the
Okay.
60s. Yeah.
What's fucked up is that we should have done desert.
well, we did ours at Fort Rucker
Poor Rucker over there.
in Alabama.
Wait, you want? So here's the fucked up thing about where I did it and where I was for a little bit. There, it's cattle grazing. So it's a very big rule of no, you cannot kill any cattle, and because they don't belong to us, you cannot do like. It's like, come on, dude, I'm doing sear, but yeah, no, you cannot do anything with the cows.
So we
Yeah,
did cold weather
cold.
stuff in
I don't know what you
Alaska,
thought.
which is
Jackson
the
rabbits.
part that I hated, the cold weather fucking training. They did 2 holes in the ice and made us swim from one to the other, and that was like
Wait, where was that at?
Alaska.
Fort Greely.
What? When? Or
V for
2004?
victory, guys. V for victory.
did you go to
Fort Greely?
the Mutwick?
I don't remember exactly.
No,
Where it was.
Samantha,
Probably
did you go to Mutwick before? Or were you with 10th Mountain Division at the time, or
No,
because
no.
There's only
It was
two
just a
ways
training
that
exercise.
that
It was just a
happens.
training
So let me
exercise.
ask you a question. When it came to the
I believe it was
escape part of it, how long
Richardson.
did it take them to capture you again?
Wait, what?
It has to happen, too.
Because part of my SEER school, back when I did it, you were given the opportunity to escape,
We were too.
Yeah.
and then
Yeah,
they would come and try and find you.
And then they're
Yeah.
gonna get you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was. It
Yeah.
wasn't.
Yeah.
It's not.
Yeah, it
No,
was an
It took them
option.
2
It
weeks
was.
to get
Yeah,
me.
it wasn't
No,
an
it
option.
took them
We had
2
to.
weeks to get you.
It took 2 weeks to get me.
Holy
Yeah.
Probably
Yeah.
it's not an option. You start out just on like evading, like, oh shit, something happened. Pardon my French. You're evading now. You're evading. That's like it's literally like
2 weeks to get
that's
him.
how
weeks,
steer worked. At
that's
least 20 years ago when I did it. It's You're evading,
I think
but
I got.
in order to do the training, you have to get caught. So
I think I got
you have
found
to evade for as long as you
got
can.
found
bloody
at 4
hungry.
days.
You're going to get caught.
Winter, and then
Yeah.
it was crazy. I got my
Jesus.
bearings mainly because I was pretty good in the woods and walked into a small town, and that's where they captured me.
I love
No
you, old
shit.
man.
And then they
I
brought
love
me
it,
back
Wobbly.
and beat the shit out of me too.
Well, yeah.
Oh,
I think
wow.
I think it was.
Really?
It was
actually
right
hurt
about.
you?
It was.
Hold
It was
on,
right
hold
about.
on,
It was,
Oh wait,
it was,
you don't. Oh wait,
Jesus
are you
Christ!
after
Shut
they
up,
hurt you?
Billy.
Quentin,
Shut
can I
the
please
fuck
ask you a
up
question?
for
Billy,
1 second.
Billy, when you go to
Okay,
SEER
fine.
school, they're authorized to break a major bone in your body if they
Yeah.
They found
Okay.
me in
Sign this
about
waiver.
4 days.
Wobbly,
So,
were you ever
2
hurt?
weeks.
Were you
Jesus
ever
Christ.
hurt? Were you ever
Yeah,
hurt,
they can
sir?
break bones.
2
I was drowned.
weeks.
I'm gonna ask Wobbly.
Oh wait,
were
hang
you
on.
ever
I'm
hurt?
just gonna mute Billy for a second. Don't if you unmute yourself, you're not coming back. So yeah, no. At the time, because I was working at the school, there was a lot of discussion that I remember about like, hey, how do we do this with females? Because got to make it realistic, and it was a big thing. I don't know that. For the training, like any chicks that want to be, play in the club, I guess is what you say. You kind of have to do what would be happening.
Yep.
So it has to happen. Which is like, that's super weird. I don't want to do that. But I mean, depending on who's doing it.
Yeah, they held my head in a bucket of water.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, they did the drowning thing.
Mhm.
Oh no, I meant the graping.
Yeah, I know.
Waterboarded.
Yeah.
No, yeah, I know, dude.
I only did level 1, so I didn't do that.
Box.
Yeah, no. Oh, Twisted. I think it was at Fort Richardson.
Okay.
And then when we got out of the water, it was the weird part. They're like, "Don't worry about all that. Just roll in the dry snow." And we're like, "How is that supposed to make us warmer?" And it does. It doesn't make sense, but it does.
Snow is very
Magic.
insulating.
Yeah.
Oh wait, did you say warm stone or snow?
So
No.
they told us to get warm, just roll around on the dry snow. After we got
Oh
over the
yeah,
water.
no, that's the thing.
Yeah, it just weirded me.
It's a super friggin' it doesn't make sense at all. It's super like
because we just got out of like Arctic
Actually,
water.
it does make sense when you think about it. Snow is mostly air, and air is a great insulator.
But yeah, we got out of like Arctic water and then rolling around in snow, and I'm like, how is this supposed to fucking warm me up, you idiot?
I actually saw one of the captors, right? He was like less than about 20 feet away from me.
Well, you're unmuted, but keep your shit calm.
If it hadn't been the fact that I kind of grew up in the North Woods in Michigan and knew how to do a couple of things, it would have been a lot different. But personal
So
experience.
you had a lot of
all the
advantage
way.
there. I didn't do camping and all the wood stuff growing up. That wasn't what I did. So that's definitely an advantage.
My only advantage was I ran. I just kept running.
Wait, do you mean Iran or Persia?
No, I physically moved my legs in a motion
that
made me hyper walk.
Did you?
I caught it. I was making a joke back at you.
Your mom's a joke.
Okay, eat a red crayon. I just kept running.
Did you miss it? I still have red.
I know.
We haven't got there.
You're making me hungry. Put them away.
I literally monetized.
You're making me hungry.
Actually, did y'all know I literally monetized eating crayons?
That's awesome.
I ate 3 and money came in.
They gave us a time frame where if we weren't caught, we had to go back to the training center so we can complete everything.
Yeah.
And so after 14 days, we had to return. There was 2 dudes that were found at like one of the eating places at the PX like a week and a half later. And that's where they were caught, just
chilling, eating like some fucking hamburgers in the PX. Fucking hilarious.
Y'all gotta keep in mind there's a sleeping cat here, Billy.
Oh, she's so
Billy, don't
Billy,
don't wake up.
Yeah.
Billy, don't wake up this kitten.
We ran, and then I found this other dude, and then we ended up staying in one of the range control towers on a firing range.
Oh,
Damn.
You got her? You got her from there? You got her from there? Wow. I love cats, man.
The thing I didn't like about Tier School is when they like. Do you remember the part where they just hold you in uncomfortable positions?
Yeah.
Like you're chained
Oh,
up,
yeah.
like your legs are
Yeah.
barely on the ground, or like kind of weird kneeling thing. That was the worst part.
Or
I'll
when
do the
they-
running,
when you had to get-
running and eating bugs
when
and all
you had
that.
to get
Fine.
Savage.
crumpled, you
Savage.
kind of crumpled up and got stuffed in a 4-foot by
Savage, really?
3-foot
Really,
box.
Savage? I have to talk to Savage real quick. If it's over with Grumpy.
They nailed
No,
the
you
lid
don't.
shut on you.
No, I want to ask why. Okay, so like, my father went to Sears School back in the '60s. Like, you know,
I said no, and you're doing it anyway.
Okay, what? Just get to the.
No,
I don't need a life.
did not
I don't
hear
need a
you.
life story.
No,
the
sir, I
the
did
question
not.
is what? The question is what?
Oh, you want to entertain it, Sam?
What is the
Okay.
question without your life story?
Hang on, I'll unmute him.
Speak.
Okay, so it wasn't a disrespect of anybody here that went through Sears School or Sears
Okay,
School.
question. I don't care about the life
Yes.
story.
I like you, Savage. Listen
Get to the
me.
point. What's the question?
Okay. It's a great question because, you know.
No, other than
go-
you really want to get choke slammed, get to the point.
Okay, so I can understand why you would want to go through Sears School.
I didn't have a choice.
You didn't have a choice.
Yeah.
That was my
That's not
question.
Yeah,
that was
no.
my
It's a
question.
requirement for your
Not a-
job.
Yeah. So when
Yeah.
you're in Ranger Regiment, there was 5 schools that were mandatory if you didn't already have them. It was Airborne, Air
You
Assault.
serious?
Airborne
Um,
is the easiest one, but I'm just
No,
saying.
Air Assault was easy. Air Assault was the easiest 10 days of my life. Air Assault, Airborne, Sear.
Ranger. Rangers are
No,
Rangers are
that's not even. Shut up.
okay.
Okay.
Sorry.
I'm saying after you're in Ranger Regiment, after you're a Ranger, okay, there
I'll
are 5
do that.
schools that are mandatory. Okay.
Please
Ra-
don't.
Ranger School is a leadership course, advanced leadership course. That's separate.
Yes.
I'm not even including
Yes.
that.
Yes.
You have Airborne, Air Assault, SEER, Special Operations Medical Support. It's like CLS, but expanded for more specialized operations where you don't have support with you, so you're your own big medics. And then then either Special Operations Divers course, and then you have a Special Operations Driving course, which is
For me,
mostly
it was
how to
just because
steal
I was
vehicles.
flight skins. I had to
Yeah.
go through all of the rescue, all the escape stuff for.
Doesn't everybody in flight anything have to go through?
Yeah,
Yeah.
any naval aviation or
Because you're in case you're
yeah.
downed, right?
Well, any aviation, I'd say
You're
naval
back.
aviation. Yeah,
You're
Yeah.
back. Oh, booze back.
Yeah, I didn't. Yeah, we didn't have a choice.
Okay, so Sears School. That's the school that's awesome. I mean, to be honest with you, it's like going to survival
Awesome.
school.
It's not the way
It's-
I did it.
that was
I
the
did.
shittiest fucking school that
Yeah.
I went to.
There was
Jesus
only
Christ.
one shittier school in my book, and that
Oh.
was the divers course, and that I quit. I literally walked out on it.
Well,
I
what
rang
is
the bell
SEER?
and walked out.
What is SEER equal? It equals evade.
Survive,
You have to
escape,
survive,
resist. Survive, escape,
evade.
resist, evade.
Evade. Exactly. Yes, sir. And you know what? Did you completed that course? My father completed a course in the '60s, but you
Good for him.
completed that course. Well,
Yes,
you
I
know, I mean,
That is the number one shittiest fucking school that
Nope.
I went to.
Nope, mine was still the special operations diving course.
Well,
Fuck that,
I
fuck
said
that, fuck that.
I said that I went to. That was.
I
I
would
think
say
you
Ranger.
remember. I think you remember my story, Twisted. Where
which
she's
one
like,
was
oh, yeah.
harder?
Yeah.
I gotta ask Savage real quick. Which was harder, Ranger School or SEER School?
SEER. They're both all of those.
Really?
Both of those schools are psychological more than physical.
SEER was okay because when they grabbed you, they tortured you physically. And
more
I know
mentally
you can't
than
tell us that.
More mentally than physically, but
yeah.
But you can't really tell us that they hurt you there because that would be.
They drowned me.
That would be
they
over
waterboarded me.
line. Yeah, they probably
No,
did,
they're allowed to.
right?
They're allowed to.
They
You
did.
sign a waiver.
Were you waterboarded? Were
Yes.
you
Yes.
waterboarded, sir?
Yes.
Wow. Wobbly, you were there too? Wobbly, you got waterboarded too?
Yeah.
Wow.
I would take waterboarding over the electricity
Basically,
again.
they just try and drown you.
Okay.
That's all.
Okay, so
They want to push you to the limit of panic.
Yep.
Yeah, of course they do. They want to see what your breaking point is. And okay, so we saw
It's not
Rocky.
no. It's not that they.
Not
it's
Rocky,
not.
but Rambo. We saw Rambo, and
It's
No,
not.
no,
It's
it's
Rambo
not.
was
No,
electrocuted.
stop.
No, Jesus fuck.
It wasn't
No.
like that. So it wasn't like that, right?
No,
Wasn't
no,
like
it kind of was.
okay. Well, then
Okay.
Tell me.
No, they're not trying to find your breaking point like of physical pain or whatever. They're trying to get you used to the fact that if you're in this situation, this
can
is what's
accept
going
the
to.
pain.
No,
Fuck,
shut
what I
up,
come
shut
back to.
up,
Shut up. Close your mouth for a
That you
sec.
need to be able to get through these things without
Yes,
panicking.
Colonel.
And keep your wits and whereabouts around you.
What the shit did I come back to?
Idiot being
Lieutenant
Billy,
idiot.
what are you
Colonel
doing?
is telling me to
No,
shut the fuck
it's
up, and
not
I'm gonna
only
shut the
that.
fuck up.
It's not only that, but it's also to teach you that everybody breaks at some point.
I love you, Lieutenant
will.
Colonel.
You
Love you, brother.
will break.
Well, not everybody
Yeah,
gave
you
up the information. So before you go to SEER, at least like the newer one, right? You're given a piece of information,
Right.
and that's your quit. That
Yeah.
the second you drop that, you're done. It's
You
over.
will break, but breaking does not mean you give the actual information.
Yeah.
But you will reach your breaking point. It's to teach you that you can. It's to teach you.
There's people that won't give the information, but they're rocking in a corner crying.
It's to teach you that you can reach your breaking point, but still resist.
You know what? Lieutenant Colonel hit the fucking nail on the head, man. He's exactly right.
How would you know?
Yeah, you don't
Tell
have
me
any
about tell me about
reference.
tell me about your experience in SEAL or
Because
SEER.
I've been in fucking prison. Okay, I know my breaking point, man.
The prison and SEER are not. I
Oh
to God, you didn't.
No, you don't even
Billy,
know,
you're making
man.
me dislike you now. You need to calm this
I'm
shit
sorry.
down.
Oh, there's another.
What did
card.
I come back to?
Hold on.
Fucking.
There's another card that I have.
I
that is
sent you a
separate-
Discord message. while this
separate
was
from my CAC, my veteran ID,
I don't
and
see
my
it.
driver's license. I have
Discord
one
message.
more identification. It's my fucking inmate identification card.
Oh, I was laughing at what Twisted. put
Yeah,
in.
see, Savage has the same card I do. So there you go. You know, inmate card. Look, here's the thing is
When you guys hear CDC, you think one thing. When I hear CDC, I hear California Department of Corrections. Okay.
listen, we're none of us are perfect. None of us are perfect. You know?
Some of us are
I
more
don't know.
perfect than you. That's for sure.
I'm a pilot. I'm pretty fucking close.
Billy,
we
your
love you,
mom's
Lieutenant Colonel.
awesome.
I'm double gay.
Grumbles, I love you too. Are you my father?
That got weird.
That's too funny.
I hope
But
not.
anyways. No, can we talk about Twisted and Lieutenant Colonel?
I don't know
Twisted?
if you are his father, you can do that post birth abortion.
I want to talk about
I-
Twisted.
I'm-
I want to hear about.
I'm
Oh,
in
yeah,
California.
no, I'll claim that,
I'm
then.
in California, and still I don't have enough weed for this shit.
Northern
Man,
California.
come on.
I'm in Central California. I'm in San Francisco.
Okay.
Well, we love you. We love you, sir. Thank you for serving our
My
military.
last
We love
thing,
you.
I was contracting for DoD. I was working as a firearms instructor for the Counterterrorism Training Center over by DLI.
Yeah,
Your mom's
know.
a counterterrorism instruction center.
No, she's a
The
fucking terrorist.
entire center.
Rumbles, what are you doing?
My mom is a fat
No.
terrorist. It's okay.
No, listen. I want to talk about. I want to talk. Can we talk to Twisted Rumble? Can we talk to Twisted?
We can talk to Twisted. You should go talk to a wall.
Why would you say that to me? That's so rude.
Yeah, that's like Russia.
If you think that is, if you think
Billy
that
Wayne,
is
your
me
nails
being
are
rude,
fabulous, but it's not going to get you any credit points.
if you think that is me being rude, like you are just wild.
You know,
he does love Russia. Face wall,
Here's the thing: is I want to hear about Lieutenant Colonel Twisted.
I think you just want to hear more military shit so you can LARP some more.
Yes, I want to hear about Lieutenant Colonel Twisted.
Exactly.
Tell me about your experiences in these special schools so that I can tell my friends that I attended these schools because I have like insider information.
Exactly, Savage. Exactly. But at the same time, I think we all want to know about.
Wait, did he just admit to like stolen valor shit?
Yeah, he did. That was literally what just happened. Just
okay.
No. Hold on, guys. I would like to hear, and I think everybody in the chat and everybody in the world wants to hear what the Lieutenant Colonel of Twisted has to say.
Look, I got news for you. Twisted and I know each other for quite some time, along with Grumple. We all know each other's histories.
Thank you.
You're
but
the only
and I'm
oddball
asking,
out here.
and that's what I'm asking.
Emphasis
and
on
that's what I'm asking.
I don't know Wobbly.
Wobbly, I'm asking.
I know Grumple fairly well, and I know Twisted really well.
Listen, brother, I love you, man.
Sam tried to fuck Twisted one time, and it
I did not. I did not.
I'm trying to figure
it was
all
the other
out.
way around. Okay, Grumple. I'm the bottom when it comes to Twisted.
Oh, okay. Yeah, whatever.
I know Wobbly. I can see Wobbly's got
People's
his
rank.
Wobbly got his pulled right back behind him, man. I can see his loyalty. I can see his loyalty right here, right now.
It literally has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Wait, I like the fact that you also have a D. Hold on, you have the DV Leave Me Alone patch. I have the DV Leave Me Alone hoodie.
Savage.
I also have the
t-shirt
that says one man can change the world with enough ammunition.
I have a blanket that is the form of a DD-214, and it shields me from all of this bullshit.
It's a poncho liner. I have that one. I saw it, and I tracked it down, dude.
I have. Here's the hot one.
The friggin' DD-214 poncho liner. Yeah, it's. Wait,
do you remember?
It's in the house.
Okay, so like my business uses Black Rifle Coffee. They sent me a care package one time, and I got the Whoopee hoodie. It's a hoodie made out of a fucking Whoopee, and it is like my security blanket. Yeah.
Whoopee.
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 No. Okay, hey, Billy. What is the primary use of a Whoopee?
To make somebody sound like they farted.
Billy,
what is a Whoopee?
A whoopee cushion?
A Whoopee. WOOBIE.
It's literally the best military innovation.
Hold on.
Ever.
Wait. I want to. Billy was in the army.
That's a
Billy
great
can.
question.
No. Hey, I'm not telling him what it is.
I'm just Google it. Don't Google it. What's a Whoopee? Billy, everybody
it's
was
literally the best innovation of military equipment in the history of ever.
Poncho. It's a poncho liner, lightweight, clothed.
Okay, he Googled it.
You just looked that up. Tell me I'm wrong.
Billy, what's the maximum? Billy, what's the maximum? What's the maximum effective range of an M16A1?
That's a great question because I fired expert in it. Actually, fired expert.
No, you didn't.
A2 rifle.
No, you didn't.
Yeah.
Okay, no, you didn't.
Grumple,
you know he has a closet full of feces.
Here's my problem with Grumple because he I know you have all the cards, man. You can just knock me off, man. But you're wrong, dude. I actually fired expert rifle in 1988. An A2
I had the MOS that I did. I was a PMI and range coach. You didn't fire expert on anything, sir.
You're lying.
I fired expert on every weapon system I've ever fired except for one.
I
shot expert
rifle.
Billy, here's the thing, though. Also, at the same time, I shot expert both hands the first time I shot pistol on a military range. And I never shot pistol before at all.
Guess the weapon. Guess the one weapon system that I did not get expert on.
I never got to fire on a range with
I tested on 7 weapon systems.
It was frag grenades.
No, it was not. It was not grenades.
'Cause you can't,
oh, you're making the ketchup, but I can't throw. Got it. No.
All right. Okay. So
there's layers to the jokes, and some people get them.
A grumble. I didn't get the joke,
I got it.
Somebody got it this time. Okay.
I got sharpshooter on one, and it was the M249. It was the saw.
That's right.
The saw is such a piece of shit. Saw is such a piece of shit.
Saw's faking.
It's the M249. It's an assault rifle. Yeah. It is 5.5.
It's not an assault rifle. It's a
saws. No, nobody likes the saw.
A saw is not an assault rifle.
I was trained on the saw in amateur school.
It's not an assault rifle. It's a fucking belt-fed light machine gun.
Of course, it's like an M60. I was trained on the M60 as well.
No, it's not like an M60 at all. It's a
that's a 240 Bravo.
It's
you
not
fucking moron.
It's a belt-fed version of like a friggin' M16.
The M60,
and
it's not good.
is a belt-fed. M60 is belt-fed as well.
I personally was a big
M60 is a belt-fed. You might have compared it to a 240, not a 249.
Billy is a M2.
I fucking graduated
Hold on, Billy.
I was a big fan of the GAU 12.
Is a 249 similar to an M2?
12.
Give me a 20 millimeter.
Like an M249 was a grenade.
Your own face, cat.
No, is a M249 is a saw similar to a Modus.
Sorry, 25 millimeter was the GAU 12, not 20.
You know what? I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay, then why would you say that? Why would you say an M60 is similar to a 249?
Baby Avenger cannon.
Okay, a 240 Bravo, I could understand being similar to an M60 because it was.
I never said
it's M60 and a 240 is good to go.
I think you're wrong. You got me discombobulated.
No, I think you're fucking discombobulated.
No, young lady, I never said an M60.
Young lady, this cat just shit. I'm gonna
listen.
25.
Billy, if you do anything to us, you're never coming back. I gotta go.
M60.
Around 4,000 rounds.
Okay,
I was like,
fine.
shit. What the?
An M60.
25 millimeter.
I never
incendiary and
compared
armor piercing
M60.
incendiary.
Okay, Lieutenant Colonel speaking.
A Modus is also a belt fed, but it's something like a 249. It's a fucking 50 millimeter.
Closest I ever came to it was my BMG, and I had to sell it. So
what's a BMG? What is a BMG? Wobbly? Tell everybody what a BMG is.
I still have mine in my closet. I still have mine in my closet, but I'm thinking about selling it.
I sold mine. That was like the dumbest $12,000 purchase I've ever made in my life.
Yeah, but I managed to get 10 grand back out of it, so I didn't.
What's a BMG?
And when you're fire, you can't really, it's
these guys want to play us. We gotta let Wobbly speak.
$6 to $7.
Lieutenant Colonel.
$12.
With all due respect,
$19 a round.
Yeah,
$19 a round.
$0.50 for match round.
Yeah.
Yep.
It was expensive.
I was paying $19 a round here in California.
Ridiculous.
I had to go to Vegas to buy mine, Savage.
I sold that and got the MRAD. Right? Yeah, I was still hanging around.
I look at it in my closet. I'm just like, ugh.
Why do we want to live in America? Hold on. All 4 of us without Grumple here.
I don't want to live in America. I'm trying to move to the Philippines, okay?
Okay, listen to me. Why did you join the military forces of the United States of America? Why? So each of you go around the circle.
Because if I joined, I got a deferred entry of judgment on a prison sentence.
Okay, well, you know what? That's fine. I want to hear what everybody says, including me. It could be
nobody cares. You didn't join the military. You joined the National Guard.
Hey, listen to me, sir. Listen to me, sir.
Sit the fuck down, weekend warrior.
That is horrible. Listen, young man. You don't even know what you're talking about. Let Wobbly speak. Wobbly, why did you join
weekend warrior? You
I had no choice.
Let Wobbly speak about why he joined the force.
Shut
Vietnam
up.
was a draft, moron.
Okay. Wobbly says he joined. No choice. Twisted, Lieutenant Colonel, why did you join the American forces?
To fly jets.
Okay. There you go. And which jet did you fly?
A
The
Harrier.
Aviate Harrier, the Night Attack, and the Harrier Plus variant. Also
Yeah,
flew the
baby.
Also flew the T-45C for about 6 months during a tour as a flight instructor.
What do you think, Lieutenant Colonel? I have to ask you this question. Everybody, it's on their mind. What do you think about Top Gun and all the other movies that Top Gun came out with?
All right, this is
No, hold on.
here.
Don't walk me. I wasn't asking you.
We're going to go right back to a
Lieutenant
freaking
Colonel.
movie.
I'm asking Lieutenant Colonel.
Top
This
Gun
guy
is a lot of fun.
Billy
but
Wayne, you
there's
gotta
no
calm your
realism.
shit down right the fuck now.
I think this guy is just like hardcore into researching everything military through movies and other people's
Top Gun
experiences.
is a lot of fun, but it's not
This
realistic.
cat like vomited her shit on everything over there.
Yeah, he's just pissed all over your fucking whatever.
No, it didn't piss. It like either vomited or shit. Like I can't tell. It was either diarrhea
Dude,
or vomit.
it
I
happened
can't.
to me.
Like it
Dude,
smells
it
horrible.
happened
You
to
should always
me.
keep a
It's
roll
happened.
of paper towel.
Anyways, Lieutenant Colonel, could you please tell us what you think about Top Gun?
I just did, but you didn't shut up
Okay.
long enough to hear my
What do you
answer.
think about the new Top Gun 3 that's going
All
to
right.
come
Good night,
out?
guys. It's been awesome, gentlemen. Billy, go step on a Lego. Nobody
Later,
listens. This is
Sam.
what
I
your
hope-
mom
Here's the thing
reminds
is-
you.
here's the thing is,
chat with you
I
again.
love
Before you go-
Rangers.
Yep.
Don't,
It was a pleasure talking to you.
I
Yes.
think
Pleasure
Savage-
talking to you too. Well,
Absolutely.
You don't have
Grandpa,
to
Samantha.
leave.
hope to talk to you again soon.
I might. If you like DM me, I'm not sure if it'll.
I did. It won't go
I
through.
don't know.
Just
Yeah,
unblock me, DM me. We'll talk offline.
No, I don't know how.
Yeah.
Right-click
go to
my
his
name.
OnlyFans. Go to his
Yeah, no, I
OnlyFans.
don't have your name.
I DM'd you on Twitch, or I'll write it in chat.
Yeah, no, that doesn't help in Discord.
Savage.
Here, I'll put it in the side
Savage.
chat in this real quick.
Here's the
before I
thing
go.
is, I think everybody needs to calm
Maybe I'll
down.
figure it out. Maybe we'll figure it out later. No biggie.
Hold on,
It
guys.
was good
Let's
seeing you
stop.
again, Sam. It's been a long
There you go.
time.
Why
So,
do we gotta leave?
hold on.
We
Shut
don't
up,
have
Billy.
to leave.
Grumple, real
Billy,
quick.
shut
Can
up
you hear me?
for a minute.
Go to Discord.
No, I'm cleaning up cat. Like
Okay.
Really
I was like, I could walk you through it in like 10 seconds.
We don't
Yeah,
have to
like,
leave.
I
guys.
didn't
Just
say I'm
calm
definitely
down.
going to, but
Okay.
I'm okay with it now. I didn't say I'm going to.
Look,
Yeah,
here's the
it's
thing
in your
is,
Discord
I
privacy
don't
and security.
think Savage, stop. I want you to stay here, Savage, to all of us, please. It's Savage left. Breaks my heart, man. It breaks my heart. Breaks my heart, man.
What the fuck breaks your heart?
Savage left. Savage left. and-
Samantha Savage said
yeah.
what
Whatever, man.
whatever
People
was
need
going to
walk
leave.
off Sometimes I'm going
Like
to be
a
Well,
minute
yeah,
ago.
man, but I didn't like it. I
What
wanted
is
to
the
stay.
fuck wrong?
I'm
What
waiting
the hell
to
is
run
even
the-
you?
I'm
I
waiting
wanted-
to run the morning models to see if I'm chasing today or not.
Lieutenant Colonel, what do you think? What do you think, Lieutenant Colonel?
What do I think about what?
Savage leaving the chat.
I think that Sam wanted to log off and probably go spend time with
His own channel or
Mike.
whatever. Who knows?
Right in my friggin' like biltong.
You're on the
too.
keyboard again.
Lieutenant
pretty
Colonel, let me ask you a question,
Can you do
Lieutenant
that?
Colonel. What year did you retire?
2019.
What was your last duty station, and which aircraft were you?
Don't tell him.
flying?
That shit.
No,
Billy
you
Wayne,
should tell
you
me.
got to stop trying to dox anybody.
I'm not
Yeah.
doxing him by asking him which. He already told me what he flew. It's already documented, man. But the fact is, I want to give.
You are not trustworthy, sir.
Yes, I am, because I've taken an oath.
Yes, you are
I've
because
taken an
of what now?
because I've taken an oath to the Constitution of the United States of America, and I'm a former military member. And I'm going to ask Lieutenant Colonel Twisted, and I already asked him, and he already answered it. But
Oh, that's
here's
why.
the thing is, here's the thing is,
Okay.
I actually love you, sir, because you were a fighter pilot, and I love you very much. And he did say he was flying a Harrier jet, jump jet. Thank you, sir. I really appreciate you, man. You know what? I'm going to be honest with you. Man, you know what? Not too many
no,
people
Twisted hates when you're
decide.
honest with him. You're gonna get fucked up on this one.
Not too many people. Not too many people. Not too many people decide they want to be a Harrier jump jet pilot. I'm just saying. So there you go. You know.
Oh, it is
But
one of the most competitive fields in the military.
Are you a Marine?
When a slot opens,
you a
you
Marine?
grab it.
I have to ask this man: is he a Marine jump jet pilot off the aircraft carriers?
The
Now, you don't
Marine
have-
Corps
Did
is
you
the only
miss the
branch of
entire time
service.
when Twisted and Grumple and I was
Grumble, please stop, Grumble.
No,
You just
no, sir, don't. No.
oh,
Come on.
I don't mean
Stop asking
okay,
silly
but-
questions that have already been answered a
But-
lot.
Okay, well, fine, but guess what? I have just found your channel like a couple weeks ago, dude. So I'm just trying to figure it all out. Okay.
The
And
Marine
it
Corps
makes
is the
sense,
only
right?
branch of the United States military that flies a Harrier.
Okay. Which aircraft carrier would you fly that off of, if you don't mind me asking?
Several. They weren't aircraft.
This is
Okay.
getting really.
Okay, now I'm gonna.
They were not
this is
aircraft
it-
carriers.
Okay,
Billy, you're
please
on really
no-
thin ice.
Okay, please nobody interrupt me on this question, because this question I have to ask the Lieutenant Colonel. This is for reals. The United States Nimitz aircraft carrier has been ordered to the Strait of
It was
Hormuz.
deployed.
Yeah, and it's
Hormuz.
It was deployed.
Okay.
Yeah, that's okay.
what?
There's
Did
been
it?
there's
Okay,
been
why?
a few others that
Okay.
Gone
Yeah,
into
it's been
deployment
deployed to the Gulf.
Okay, so my question to you, sir, what do you think about that? That's a great question.
I think we needed to deploy it.
Okay. Okay. Okay, another question. The Nimitz class aircraft carrier, what does that require? What is the detail? What is the detail?
What do you mean? What does it require?
It requires
What the fuck are you-
battleship. It requires battleship, submarines.
No,
what is
we
it
don't
require?
use battleships anymore.
Are you talking about to do like an escort for it? Or what do you like
Yes,
the requirement
yes, sir. Yes,
for it?
sir. Yes,
sir.
What are you
Yes,
talking
sir.
about?
Yes, sir. Requirement.
Not a group.
Exactly. Yeah.
You have
in
no
fact,
idea what you're talking about.
You don't think I do? Dude, I've stepped
No, I
on
know
this.
you don't.
Listen to me. I've stepped on the deck of the Kitty Hawk, dude. I knew
Nobody
men
cares.
that served on the Kitty Hawk aircraft carrier. So I do give a shit about the aircraft carriers.
So you're an army guy who served on an aircraft carrier? What are you trying to say right now? You're a National Guard army guy
I never
in Texas
put.
that served on an aircraft carrier, the Kitty Hawk specifically? Is that what you're trying to say? Or clarify it for me. I'm not all that bright. You gotta make it very
You're
clear.
not listening. You're not listening. That's
No,
you're
I did
bright.
listen.
You're a
That's
very
what you
bright
said.
man. You're a very bright sergeant. but
Don't
you're
make
not
accusations you can't back up.
listening. Okay, so you're not a bright sergeant. Okay, whatever. Anyways, I like you, man. Here's the thing: is I'm asking the lieutenant colonel what he believes, what he thinks about the United States Nimitz aircraft carrier and its group, and it's going to have a group because they don't. The aircraft carrier does just not roll by itself.
Mhm.
They have missile. They've got frigates that do nothing but missiles, and all that. And they definitely have destroyers, and they could have a battleship. Who knows, man?
No, they couldn't have a battleship.
Okay, so there's no more battleships. Well, that's horrible, and you shouldn't even be telling us that. But anyways,
Why?
Lieutenant Colonel,
That's pretty
you shouldn't-
well-known
you shouldn't
public
even-
information.
Well, I didn't know that, so whatever. Let me ask this Lieutenant Colonel, what do you think about what's going on in Iran and Israel right now? we have Trump saying that they're going to give Iran 2 weeks, and then a tactical nuke is on the table. That's what we're hearing in the
No,
news.
that's not what he said.
No, that's not what he said. And the last thing anybody in the United States command structure is going to say is anything is off the table. Everything is always on the table.
I agree, Lieutenant Colonel, and I want your knowledge and what you believe in your heart. It doesn't mean what you have in the military.
Billy, why are you gay?
Twisted.
No, we're not going to go there.
Comment in Discord. I agree.
Rumble,
The Kitty
we're
Hawk
not
was
going to go
just
there.
decommissioned, by the way.
You already
I
went there,
wanted you-
dude. You can't tell me.
Rumble,
Talk about
stop,
stepping
please,
on,
stop.
No, you
stepping
can't
on
tell me
an
no.
aircraft carrier. I've actually been on the last
Wobbly.
wooden deck aircraft carrier
No shit.
before it was decommissioned. The USS Roosevelt.
Wow. Damn.
What do you
Clap.
think about it,
Wobbly, I
What do
feel
you
old,
think
but
about
you is old, sir.
I is old.
No, Wobbly. Let us hear what Wobbly
Wobbly
thinks about all that. Let's hear
About all what?
about the fact you went on that aircraft carrier.
Billy, wait, are you trying to like
I
be the
thought it
host
was,
right now? What the
I
fuck are you
was
doing?
part of an honor guard that just stood real
On your
still
tits,
for
sir.
a long, long time. But it was kind of cool. I've been
here's
on the
thing is-
forestall.
My,
When it was
my
in,
grandfather-
while it was in port, on fire.
Forestall.
my grandfather flew off the forestall.
Really?
Yeah.
What did he fly?
Was it Cougars and Panthers in Korea? No.
Wait, did
He was
the
on the,
Cougars
uh,
sneak up on him when he was
he
like,
went
getting
on the
ready for work?
He went on the forestall in Korea. What was that ship? Oh my god, I'm having a complete brain fart right now.
In Korea, the ship in Korea.
It was a converted World War II carrier. God damn it.
Oh God, I'll look it up, boy. I'll look it up, boy.
The Valley Forge. The Valley Forge.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, they had Corsairs, which was his original airplane that he flew in World War II. And then he transitioned to the Panther and the Cougar, the
I
F9F.
actually have a friend that was on board the last battleship as it was being decommissioned. He was a bugler in the Navy.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah,
wait,
you
like
look
when
around.
it was a legit thing.
The Forrestal was when
Yes.
it was the when they
Oh,
were
man.
flying that. What was that piece of shit plane they flew for a short
The
time?
Spad?
The Tiger. No, the Tiger, the F-11F.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You remember that thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man, when
Yeah,
I got
it
into
was-
my squadron, they had just got rid of the last SPAD.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Wobbly, you
Yeah.
ever
I
fly?
missed it by 2 weeks.
Those
Wobbly, you
things
ever
are
fly?
cool.
Wobbly, I gotta ask Wobbly, did you ever fly, sir?
Yes.
Were you a pilot or just?
No.
Okay,
No, I'm
so
enlisted.
you enlisted, but you were a part of the flight. You were a part of the flight. Yeah. I like it. I
I
love
was
it.
an electronics technician. I also did, ground service work, right?
Yeah.
I flew third seat in what the Air Force used to call B-66s. The Air Force got rid of them, sent them back to McDonnell Douglas, made them folding wing, and retitled them as the E-3Bs. It had
Yeah.
multi-roles. Initially, it was supposed to drop bombs by the Air Force, but unfortunately, when they released the bombs, it would just hang in the bomb bay. They wouldn't fall out.
But Wobbly, did you
That's
ever
bad.
fly? Did you
That's
ever
not
fly? Did you ever get in the aircraft and fly with them? And
Fly with
Yeah,
what?
that's what he just said. He flew third seat.
I flew third seat. in my
Okay.
Only officers
RA-3B.
going to be pilots or warrant officers.
Yeah, Wobbly,
Or helicopters in the army, at least.
we love you, Wobbly. Wobbly was flying like a baby.
I've also flown in an F4, an F4B
What?
model,
A Phantom.
back seat, A4s.
Holy fuck!
I've flown in 2
My
A4s.
dad, that's what my dad flew.
Hold
And
on,
I've
Wobbly,
also
like this.
flown. I've also
Like this,
flown
Wobbly?
in a EC-121. Go look that one up.
Oh yeah, that's a wow. My dad flew F-100s and then transitioned to F-4s.
Twisted.
By the time I got discharged, we had 2 F4Ms.
M's. Wow.
Yeah.
Good for you.
I think my
Bees
dad
did was sit there on the apron and leak. That's all they did.
Okay.
My dad flew the Delta.
Hey,
It sounds like helicopters, like any. It
know
sounds
what's
like any
fun?
rotor viewing, honestly.
You know what's fun? We have Wobbly talking.
Well, helicopters
Wobbly.
don't fly; they just vibrate so
Wobbly.
bad that Earth rejects them.
They're a flying brick. But it was
Wow,
actually
Wobbly.
kind of fun. I've told that story about working at Roosevelt Roads on a
Yeah.
NATO out there at that NATO exercise with the squadron Lieutenant Commander Webster. He was the squadron safety officer, and he and I kind of hit it off because we both kind of loved motorcycles.
Is he your
Along
Vietnam?
with the captain, as a matter of fact, he kind of like me. He rode this old BMW, but I got a chance to fly that second seat that one time. That was a hell of a thrill. Let me tell
I
you.
bet that was a ride for you.
It was a ride.
I got to do a couple of media rides with the T-Aviate, which is the 2-seat trainer variant. Got to take some media personalities up in it, and that was kind of fun to put them to sleep and give them a good ride.
What I remember most about the squadron I was in is because we had 4 different types of aircraft. It was a maintenance nightmare. It really was.
I bet.
It was.
You can't imagine.
Because you couldn't specialize. So, but
Wobbly.
my job was electronic countermeasures, and I kind of fit into all of them.
Yeah. I never did get to do, we used to give enlisted incentive rides too to the guys in the squadron.
Yeah.
I never got to do that. I would have loved to have given one of those guys a ride because I was always the one that take care of your fucking ground crew because your ass is in their hands. You treat your ground crew right.
I always the worst job that I ever saw, unfortunately, was, the guys that loaded all the armament up. That was
the
fucking
Lordies.
bitch of a job, man. My hat's off.
You gotta realize you're lifting that shit up. You're not, it's not automated. Yeah. Those guys are picking that stuff up and hanging it.
By the way,
my squadron was, as I've told you before, it was a sea duty post for 4 years.
Right.
But I never really got to get on a ship. All our planes had tail hooks, but they never, ever landed on a carrier. All we did was train the fleet and train other people's, military.
Did you ever get any
electronic countermeasures?
Did you guys ever get any EA-6Bs?
They did just as I left.
That's kind of what I guessed, because that was the time frame for it. Now those are all retired and they're all FA-18Gs.
Most of our E3s, they had so many hours on them, they were failing the wing spar tests. So they started phasing them out slowly. We lost a crew there in Virginia, and that kind of kicked things in the can a little bit. We had a plane that just I don't know what really happened other than what I was told. I was told that a fuel cell erupted and then it just caught on fire and crashed. But
yeah, that'll do it.
But there was a big investigation and stuff. We were all part of that investigation. Because I was a plane captain.
Okay.
You're a plane captain. What does that mean, Wobbly? You're a plane captain. What does that mean?
In the Navy, you're assigned one plane.
Okay.
You're there when it takes off. When it comes back, you refuel it. You do inspections, complete inspections.
Perfect.
Before it takes off, you do another inspection, pre-flight.
I love it, Wobbly.
What you got to remember is,
was awesome.
In the plane captain owns the airplane.
That's right.
As the aviation.
Maintenance there. I was there. Anything. It didn't make any difference what it was. I was there. I had to oversee the maintenance program on it and make sure that everything on the maintenance board was taken care of on that particular plane.
Who made the decision, Wobbly? Was it you that made the decision that plane was ready to go? Ready to go? Or was it your decision?
If I see anything on that plane, such as maybe a popped rivet or anything, that flight would be scrubbed until it was corrected. But we had talented people there that could do the maintenance pretty quick. Bunch of 18-year-olds, 19-year-olds that were really pretty sharp.
So you were
realize how many hours of maintenance goes into every flight hour of these aircraft. It's incredible.
Lieutenant Colonel Twisted.
Friggin' kitten diarrhea on a Ziploc. The smell is still pungent.
Well,
I think I got all of it.
She took a shit right there.
Yeah, on a stack of papers.
Well, that's what kittens do. They take a shit, and then you just
actual diarrhea, actual kitten diarrhea.
It's okay, brother. I've had over 30 cats in my life, dude. You'll get
nobody's gonna doubt that.
I still have 5.
He is definitely a cat lady.
I still have 5. I still have 5 cats.
Hey, when it gets older, Grumple,
cat lady.
Get yourself one of these and save yourself a headache.
Oh no, I have I've had animals, and I currently still have a dog, and I definitely have the pet hair things. Yeah, that's a long fur calico kitten with a busted ass tail. Like apparently is a birth defect, but yeah, that little bitch took a diarrhea on my paper, my stack of papers.
Good for that cat. Good for that cat.
It happens.
Shit happens.
Yeah, it
happens.
Billy, why are you claiming? Why you like?
I just think it's
funny wait, no, it's not a dog. It's a cat. Bitch is not the correct term.
Look, it's not it's funny because it's happened to me.
It's 8 weeks old.
That's why I'm laughing, because it's happened to me, dude. It's just funny. It's funny, dude. It's funny. But you're gonna live. You're gonna live, brother. You're gonna live. And guess what? You're gonna love that kitten. That cat's gonna be your freaking lover.
I'm sure it did. Probably
no.
Not in a gay way, but
I'm trying to prevent my dog that has the highest prey drive that I've ever seen in a dog ever from actually eating.
I don't know. Cat. My alligator might beat it.
No, Grumple was saying he didn't want his dog to eat the cat, and I agree with that. Please,
they're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats.
Please do not let your
They're
dog
eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Billy Wayne, are you ready to do karaoke on that?
Yeah, you wanna play? Let's go. Let's do karaoke.
Actually, karaoke is now like a part of this stream, but
I can sing. Okay, but not that we have to do it now, but the fact is, we're talking about your little baby kid. Okay, now we're gonna sing. Okay, great. Okay, can I choose a song?
If you choose, they're eating the dogs.
Once I get the pictures downloaded,
I don't want the dog eating your cat.
I got to see I chased the most picturesque, beautiful tornado I've seen in probably 8 years the other day. It was unbelievable. It was no rain wrap, front lit with the sun. It was sunny behind me. This is beautiful cone tornado, almost motionless in a field, just sitting there spinning. It was gorgeous.
Okay, got it.
Got what?
I got the thing for Billy Wayne.
We love you, Lieutenant Colonel. We love you, sir. Okay. The reason I love you because you took the time out of your life to fly a freaking Harrier jet, and we love you, and I will always love you, and everybody in the military will always love you. So we love you. Bye. Okay. What?
Okay, Billy Wayne, here you go.
Well, we're gonna play like a song. Oh, you want me to sing this? Like you're gonna what? Okay, you tell me.
Let me ask you a question, Billy Wayne. Where does Norwood come from?
I made it up. It's a cross between. Listen, it's a cross between Eastwood. Like I love Clint Eastwood, and I love. Think about this, guys. I love Billy the Kid Norwood, and I love Clint Eastwood, and I also love John Wayne. So if you take, listen, Colonel, if you take all three names, you get Billy Wayne Norwood.
Okay.
You get it? Now you get it. Good. Thank you, sir. By the way, I love you, sir. Thank you for, getting behind the wheel of an aircraft. I can't even imagine it, to be honest with you. Like, I jumped out. I jumped out of fucking a C-130. I jumped out of a C-141. I jumped out of a fucking Hue. I jumped out of Chinook. I jumped out of fucking Black Hawk. Dude, it just freaking baffles me that anybody would want to fly an aircraft like that into the realm of fire or into the realm of death or whatever you want to call it,
I'm trying to pull him up so he can.
What?
I'm just not all that good at StreamYard.
StreamYard.
Yeah, no, you're up.
You have to pay for it.
No, I did already.
What, StreamYard? Is it free or do you have to pay for it?
No, I already paid for the.
I'm saying in general, because if I wanted to start using it to stream my storm chases.
Well, I mean, okay, we'll talk about this later. Right now,
Lieutenant Colonel, I'll tell you the truth, and even Grumpy knows or Grumble knows.
No, Billy, shut up, Billy. You're up now.
Okay, I'm gonna sing.
Here
we go.
This is karaoke.
My nose is stopped.
They're eating the dogs and eating the cats.
Eat the cat.
Are you ready?
Yeah, you go. Okay, I have
use
to
your
be
big boy.
able to hear.
Do you have your mic set up right? And use your big boy voice.
Yeah. But I gotta hear the music. Or I can't sing.
Yeah, you will. Hang on.
Yeah. Okay.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
3. Yeah. Are you ready?
That's gonna be funny as shit. But go ahead.
Are you ready?
Yeah, I am, man. I'm gonna play along.
3, 2, 1.
Yeah.
In Springfield.
I love you.
Do the karaoke.
Okay. Life sad.
No, fuck you. Fucked up. You gotta start over.
Okay, start over. Yeah,
I need more scotch.
Yeah. Oh, get more scotch.
This is your Springfield. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Now you go.
Okay, so they're eating the pets. Oh, the live scene. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. And they're eating the pets. Of the people that. Man, I'm just
in Springfield. They're eating the dogs. The people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country.
Yeah, exactly. That's what's happening in our country. We got the dogs. They're coming in. They're eating the cats. And you know what? We're not happy with it.
Ask the question of who is the most single powerful Jedi or Sith in all of the Star Wars mythos. I think most cannot deny that the maelstrom of luminous energy, the Force storm itself, Luke Skywalker, sits above the rest. But what makes this
Nope.
Luke Skywalker is a very, very formidable Jedi. Formidable.
Oh no, there's just
When I
playing
say that,
really
when I say that, I mean it, because he is the son of Darth Vader.
Wait, no, he
Luke-
wasn't. What are you talking about?
Yeah, he was.
Luke Skywalker was definitely the son of Luke.
No,
Darth Vader.
no, he wasn't. No, that's silly, Billy. Why would you say that?
Because it's true. Well, how's that silly? So Luke Skywalker was not the son of Darth Vader? Is that what you're saying? Like,
Wait, so
listen,
who
man,
is his mother?
You know, that's a great question, because his mother never really. His mother was. You know who his mother was?
He had a mother, but he didn't have.
He had a mother. Okay, so if you ever seen the first movie called Star Wars, Wobbly, you can attest.
Why me?
Because you're here and you speak the truth and you know about this. Luke Skywalker had a mother and father, and they were on Tatooine.
Well, wasn't Luke's mother Padme?
Yes, Luke's mother was Padme.
Here's the thing: is
Princess
Luke,
Leia.
Okay. So Luke was a. So what you're saying is Luke was a.
But his father did not have a father.
So
he had a mother.
You're right. Yeah.
And he was born of the Force.
Yeah, you're right.
Well, no, Luke's father was Anakin.
I was testing. But you're right. You know what?
No, Billy. Your test was wrong. Luke's father was
No. Luke was a
Jedi was Ezra Bridger.
Luke was a
Luke's father was Anakin, right? I mean, is it?
Yeah.
Is that fair to say?
Yeah. Well, is it because Luke was? Wow, that's aggressive. That's a great question.
Luke was born from. Luke and Leia were twinsies, born from Padme.
They were born from Darth
baby
Vader.
daddy was Anakin before he got all singy. What's he going to do? This is going to be cringe.
No idea. I fart in his.
Did he say he's forced taking a leak?
You look tired, Grumple.
I am. No, I slept for literally a half hour last night, and now there's cat diarrhea, like kitten diarrhea smell that I don't think I found all of it yet, and I am not liking the smell. It's pungent.
I still think Ezra Bridger was the best of the Force wheelers.
I don't even know what that. Make a thing real quick. We'll get into it. Or give me a link about the. Give me a link about it.
Just look into Star Wars Rebels.
Your mom's a rebel.
Mm-hmm. She was.
So Billy Wayne is a war boy now. I think that's the costume he's trying to do.
No, like I've served, man. That's it, man. I ain't killed nobody. Thank God. I never had to kill nobody.
No, you're just a war boy from Mad Max.
Yeah, I could be.
No, that's the funny thing is you don't get a choice.
Like, man, I'm gonna swear to God, dude. If I ever had to be an actor, man, it would be in the Road Warrior series for sure, man. No doubt about it.
I don't think
you might look into
minimize
some of the production
lines.
before you do that. It was supposed to get a lot more degenerate than it did, and I'm glad it got saved.
Okay, well, fine. You got me saved up here. What are you gonna do now? Anyways, man, here's the thing is, man.
I think I'm gonna get out of here. To be honest with you.
Wobbly's gotta leave. Wobbly, why are you leaving? You gotta go to sleep. Yeah, he's going to sleep. He's an old man.
Just thinking about maybe getting something to eat.
Yeah, me too. But why can't you
eaten anything since
okay.
yesterday at noon?
Okay.
So
okay. How about both of us eat on stream?
No,
I go get some meat. You go get some meat.
Nope.
Billy, when you can do that regardless of if anybody has you on panel, you can eat on stream. If you go live, you can just eat on stream.
I can't go live. That's the problem because I have to change my phone number because it's horrible. My situation's horrible, man.
No, that's not a thing.
Yeah, but I got porn bomb, dude. You ever been porn bomb? Awesome channel, dude. It's horrible, man. Horrible, man.
No, I had a more sophisticated attack where I had a Discord message open accidentally, and somebody put porn that was cycling through into it. Okay, so I got a 30-day suspension on YouTube month that one.
Right. So, how many people did you have on your sub count at the top before you got nailed with that or whatever? Can you tell me?
I'm not sure what you're asking exactly.
What was your subscriber count before you got put?
This is what I've seen a lot is like 9.6. Because if you have a 9.5, you might get it.
I don't understand 9.596. I don't understand what that has anything to do with it.
It has to do with statistics.
So you were. I can't put anything in your mouth. I mean, you know. I asked you how many subscribers did you think you had? So you think you had 95, 96 subscribers when your channel got knocked offline? Is that what you're saying? I'm just asking, man. You said you lost. You said you lost your channel, your original channel. Is that not true? Did you not say that?
I'm back.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out what
I lost my original channel. I lost.
Man,
I
should have gone to. I should have gone to South Dakota. There were 6 tornadoes that came out.
Yeah, you should have.
Through South Dakota yesterday.
Lieutenant Colonel.
Unfortunately, 4 fatalities so far they found.
Really? You only call his rank because you want his attention so you can talk about your whatever the thing is?
I've got to ask Lieutenant Colonel one question, sir. And this is a great question, Lieutenant Colonel. Are you still flying? Are you still flying like
I mean, I still fly for fun, yeah. Absolutely.
Cool, man. I love it, man. I love it, man. And thank you for your service, brother.
But
because
I'm a full-time storm chaser now is what I do.
Oh, you do storm chasing? Or in a van or what? What are you doing? Like a
truck.
Like a truck. Okay. And okay. Can I ask you how old you are? Because I want to compare to my age.
I'm 49.
Okay, so I'm older than you by 5
Grumple,
years.
you want to end the stream here before you fall asleep?
Oh, it's Grumple on his sleep.
Something, but yeah, you know what? That's probably a great idea.
I don't think Grumple wants to end it. I think Wobbly.
I didn't want to, but
he falls asleep.
It's only been inane blather from you, Bill.
Yeah, I know. I'm the one that tests everybody. That's fine.
No, that's not.
No,
that wasn't a compliment.
But yeah, there are apparently some pretty good tornadoes up there. But I wanted to spend the weekend home.
I don't
with
have the
girlfriend.
ability to look right now.
I give respect.
I wanted to spend the weekend home with the
Nothing's coming
girlfriend.
up on my feeds, so
She actually has the whole weekend off, so which is unusual. So spend the weekend at home and then be back out on the road Monday.
Hey man, Lieutenant Colonel, man, I have to tell you right now, I love you. I have a lot of respect for you, sir, for doing everything you have done for our country. That's true. These other two guys, I love them too. I love them too, but they're not pilots. But anyway, I love them both too. Wobbly was close there, and anyways, I used to jump out. I jumped out.
I was close. I was high-powered qualified.
I know. I'm just kidding. I wanted
You
to
don't
see
even
a
know what
reaction.
that is, but that's
I wanted to see a reaction. That was what it
Anything
was.
over 300 volts, high power, right?
Yeah. Taxi qualified, high power qualified.
You know, my thing was I jumped out of an aircraft with a parachute, with a gun, with a fucking M16 rifle, man. You know, I did that. So I was Red Dawn. So, you know what I think? If anything, I am Red Dawn towards Russia or whoever we're going to attack. I will be Red Dawn. I will be their Red Dawn. I will be their Red Dawn. They're not going to be Red Dawn over here. We're going to be the Blue Dawn. We're going to hear the Blue Dawn. We're going to be the Dawn.
Yeah.
It's going to be the Trump. We're going to be the best. We're going to be the best. I love Donald Trump, and Donald Trump.
Grumple. Yeah. Grumple, can you hear me?
Just a
you
lot
need
of yelling.
To go to bed, man. You need to get some rest.
Yeah, man, I got like a half hour last
night. You gotta
night.
go to sleep, Grumple. Go to sleep, Grumple.
I'm trying to find
out.
What are you gotta
Grumple,
you don't coal, you have to
sleepy. You don't seem sleepy, Grumple. Grumple's like, I had a half hour to sleep. Dude, you don't seem like it. You don't seem like it, dude. I'm just saying, you don't seem like it.
I think I figured it out. It's cocaine.
Hey.
It's all cocaine. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think so.
I think it could be meth, but
Grumple
this is more cocaine.
Does not do that. Lieutenant Colonel Grumple does
I wasn't saying it. Grumple was doing it.
Well, Wobbly ain't doing it.
Nope.
Okay, hey,
and I ain't doing it.
And I ain't doing it either. So what are you talking about, Lieutenant Colonel?
Go there, but yeah, I'm ending.
Okay, Harrier jet, jump
I can't
jet,
rate it.
Harrier jump jet for the win. Lieutenant Colonel.